Got your stuff on it too. We'll walk you behind you. Don't want to hit this. We'll be starting on time today. Good morning, everyone. I'm Andrew Murphy, and welcome back for day 2 of We Summit 22, where we are back at the beautiful Busan Esports Arena in Busan, South Korea. I'm here to welcome you to another great day of esports exploration as we bring some of the best esports has to offer together for sharing ideas, research, and dialogue for the benefits of esports worldwide. Welcome everyone here in the esports arena, and to all of you at home or wherever you might be watching on YouTube. Thank you all for being part of We Summit 22. Yesterday, during day 1, we had 4 super informative sessions. We also had 2 academic workshops and the World Esports Referee Summit. It was a lot to take in. Well, I'm sorry to say you're gonna have to make room for more because we have 4 more super informative sessions today, but we're gonna get things started a little bit differently today. Today, we're going to explore some building foundations with esports legislation, developing guidelines for esports conduct, the benefits of esports infrastructure on tourism, and the dynamic roles of esports organizations. But before we get to all of that and lunch and a few other things, we're going to get to some sessions that we wanted to talk a little bit about the role of academia in this global esports ecosystem, the pursuit of research and education. It's the key to achieving sustainability, to have the information to make good decisions, whether industry leaders or kids deciding which games they want to install on their devices, well, we all know with their parents' consent. That's why, with the support of the city of Busan and the Busan IT Promotion Agency, we are pleased to highlight the World of Esports Academia with 4 keynote seminars from 4 global esports leaders. This is the 2022 IESF Academia Seminar. To get the seminar started, please welcome the winner of the 2022 Esports Academia Competition, Jae-won Jang, to present their award-winning seminar, Diversification of Esports Events for the Guarantee of the Right for the Disabled. Please help me in welcoming Jae-won Jang.
Hello, everyone. It's my pleasure to be here today. For those who don't know me, let me introduce myself. I'm Jang Jae-won, an undergraduate at Hankuk University of Foreign Studies, major in global sports industry. And today, I'm here as academia competition winner. First of all, I would like to thank International Esports Federation, IESF, for hosting the World Esports Academia Competition 2022 and giving our team the opportunity to present our paper. And I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all of you who listen to our presentation now. Today, I'll give a presentation about our paper, Diversification of Esports Events for the Guarantee of Right for the Disabled. After briefly introducing our team and others, I will present our paper. Our presentation today consists of necessity and purpose of the study, current state of disabled esports, research methods, results, and conclusion. First of all, the team and the others of this paper. We are Team Stepper, and the others of this paper are Yoo Hae-yeon, Jang Jae-won, Park Ja-won, and Lee Ha-seung. For inevitable reasons, Yoo Hae-yeon and Park Ja-won were unable to attend this summit. So I would like to take this opportunity to thank the two and Lee Ha-seung. We, the Team Stepper, is a sports marketing society of the Division of Global Sports Industry at Hankuk University of Foreign Studies, and Professor Park Sung-hee is leading it. Team Stepper conducts on sports marketing-related activities, such as writing articles and producing sports-related YouTube content. Team Stepper has already won the grand prize at the 2021 Global Sports Academia Competition for the paper Preliminary Research for Collaboration between Esports Team and Content Creators under the topic of Economic Effects of Esports. This year as well, our team wrote a paper, Diversification of Esports Events for the Guarantee of Right for the Disabled, and won the grand prize. So I'll give a presentation here. That's all for the other introduction, and now I will start a presentation about our paper. So first, necessity and purpose of the study. Like other sports, esports are also divided into professional esports and live esports, also known as esports for all. Of the two, what we've been interested in is live esports. Since esports are played in a virtual environment as a medium of games, there are less time and space constraints. These features provide various aspects of scalability to esports, and this is enough to help disabled people. In fact, there are many case studies that say that esports are helpful to the disabled in various ways. Let me briefly explain the advantages of disabled esports identified in studies. The left two reasons on the screen mean the effects of socialization for the disabled, improving interpersonal skills of mentally disabled people through general games, and efficient job training of disabled people through functional games. Also, game-based treatment program is effective for the physically disabled, and VR games have positive effects on factors of sports involvement for spinal cord disabled. Because of these advantages for the disabled, esports can serve as a breaking through to problems beyond simple playing. In a way, esports are an essential culture for disabled people. The disabled will also know that esports are helpful to them. Therefore, it will be more effective for them to participate in disabled esports competitions and festivals, in that they can communicate directly with other disabled people while enjoying esports. However, the percentage of the disabled participating in esports festivals is not that high. Rather, it's on the lower axis. According to Korea Creative Content Agency, in the case of 2018 National E-Festival for students with disabilities, about 4,000 participants participated. But considering that it includes overlapping participation and preliminary rounds, just 0.17% of the disabled in Korea are participating. And there are various difficulties in participating in esports for the disabled, such as accessibility to facilities, lack of time, economic burden, social prejudice, the absence of partners, etc. But one of the things that we noticed the most was the absence of events. In other words, the absence of games at the Disabled Esports Festival. So, in this study, we consider the cause of the low participation rate as the absence of events to enjoy, and aim to find events and improvements for disabled people to enjoy esports more effectively. Now, current state of disabled esports. On the left is the esports events selected by Korea Esports Association, KESPA, and the right side is the esports events selected by Korea Esports Federation for the differently abled, KESA. As you can see, there is a clear difference in the number of esports events. In addition, there was a definite reason for the KESPA selection of esports events, but the reason for KESA's selection of esports events could not be confirmed. Even some of these have problems that severe disabled people cannot enjoy esports events properly. And these are esports competitions and festivals for the disabled in Korea 2 years. If you look at it, you can see that some of games have been added in addition to the events selected by KESA, but it is still not enough. And its research methods. In the study, to diversify and expand the esports events for the disabled, the population for this study was selected as those who related to esports for the disabled in Korea. And before this, we analyzed the esports events by dividing them into 8 characteristics. As you can see on the left side, they are genre, available age, controller, the number of hands needed to play, whether it can play by one-on-one, maximum number of players, sound play requirement, and whether the event held or not. Based on this information about esports, the demand for categories that means events were confirmed to players and institutions. In addition, the information about the degree of the disability and esports activities was collected for the disabled esports players. These lists are esports events analyzed by our team. Among about 30 games, we selected events that were competitive enough and were not focused on the disabled esports competitions. As a result, a total of 13 games were selected from 8 genres. And this list is the final selection of esports events. And each genre is RPG, TCG, FPS, RTS, arcade, simulation, and puzzle. RPG means role-playing game, and Dungeon & Fighter Mobile and Pokemon series were selected in this genre. TCG means trading card game, and in this genre, Legends of Runeterra was selected. AOS is simply a combination of RPG and RTS. League of Legends Wild Rift and Heroes of the Storm were selected as AOS. FPS means first-person shooter, and you can think of it as just a shooting game. Sudden Attack, Overwatch, PUBG Battlegrounds, Fortnite were selected in this genre. RTS means a real-time strategic game. There is StarCraft as a representative, and we selected Clash of Clans as RTS event. As for arcade genre, Asphalt 9 Legend was chosen. And Football Manager series was selected in the simulation genre, and Tetris series in the puzzle genre. And you can look at this table for information about each esports event. And this is a table that summarizes the content of the questionnaire that we conducted. For disabled players, contents related to disability and esports were included. As for disability, we asked their disability grade and disability type. And as for esports, we asked participation in the event, environment in participation, diversity of esports, problems and measures of esports for the disabled, and the effects of esports for the disabled. We investigated the institution's people about hosting the competitions for the disabled. And for both of them, we did a preference survey for esports events we showed you earlier and measured the possibility. And this is the result of the study. The survey was conducted on the person in charge of hosting, organizing the esports competition for the disabled and the participants who participated in the competition. And one person from each field participated in the survey by selecting representative people. As a result, we were able to classify esports events we mentioned earlier according to the ESC grade. To briefly explain about ESC grade, it means esports competition class, which is classified into a total of 8 classes according to disabilities in Korea. We have placed esports events for 3 grades of them. First, ESC1 is of physical disabilities that can use both arms. Dungeon & Fighter Mobile, Pokemon series, Legends of Runeterra, League of Legends Wild Rift, etc. are suitable for ESC1. And ESC2 is also of physical disabilities, but it can use only one arm. Pokemon series, Legends of Runeterra, Clash of Clans, Football Manager series, and Tetris series were selected as games suitable for ESC2. And finally, ESC5. ESC5 is language and auditory disorder in detail with language, voice, speech disorders, hearing impairment, and equilibrium disorders. Dungeon & Fighter Mobile, Pokemon series, Legends of Runeterra, League of Legends Wild Rift, Heroes of the Storm, etc. are judged to be suitable for ESC1. And finally, conclusion and discussion. We asked both participants and organizer about the structure of the disabled esports industry. Participants answered the difficult to obtain information on esports, and organizer answered the unequal conditions and undiverse esports activities. Therefore, for organizer, for hosting a variety of esports competitions and festivals, and ultimately, for disabled players, for their rights, diversification of esports events should be studied continuously. Esports is not just a game. Now, this is everyone's culture. We hope that it will be an esports culture that everyone can enjoy together without any discrimination. That's all I have to say today. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Jaewon. And also for giving a voice to those who, and a lot of times, don't have it. The disabled or those with special needs definitely deserve the right to play whenever and wherever they want. Now, moving on, this brings us to our second speaker, an expert in Korean esports industry, game development, education, VR, AR content development. Please join me in welcoming from South Korea's Sungsil University, Professor Samha Choi, with his seminar titled The Pipeline Issue of Esports in Korea. Everyone, Samha Choi.
가면 되지? 네, 안녕하세요. 지금 방금
Hello everyone. My name is Samha Choi from Sungsil University.
오늘 저는 여러분께
Today, I'm here to talk about
재미있는 이야기를 좀 드리려고 합니다.
something that's pretty interesting
사실
about
저한테는 아주
Korean esports.
사랑스러운 딸이 둘이 있어요.
I have two
하나는
lovely
팬이에요.
daughters. The older one likes to dance. And until last year, she enjoyed a lot of dancing. And my younger daughter, she doesn't like to lose, and she's really good student. My older daughter had to stop dancing for about 2 years because of the pandemic. So that was a big thing for my daughter because she wanted to become a dancer. And I recommended her to find her career in esports industry. And now she's now working as an intern in one of the esports related companies in Korea. To become an esports athlete and to become a professional in the esports industry, that's the topic of my talk today. A lot of people say that Korea is the birthplace of esports. And Korea takes much pride in being one of the leading countries of esports in the world. Then how come Korea was able to get the title as the suzerain country of esports? What do you think are some of the reasons that Korea became one of the top countries or leaders of esports in the world? Broadcasting or streaming began in Korea for the first time in Korea, in Busan, in Gwanghwali. StarCraft finals were organized with more than 100,000 audiences. At the same time, more than anything else, Korean players are really competent. And they're recognized on the global stage, and we have so many talented players in Korea. And these factors played important roles for Korea becoming one of the best countries of esports. Now that Korea holds the throne as the suzerain of esports, of course, we have excellent players. And Korean players have shown excellent performance on the global stage, and that's why Korea is cited as one of the best countries in the world. You know Faker? He's an idol in the esports competitions. On his birthdays, the Chinese fans spend a lot of money to put up advertisements on big screens on the streets. So likewise, there are many popular Korean players. I had a conversation with one psychiatrist, and he provided me with a very interesting answer. Korea has 4 different seasons, and that's why Korean people are good at esports. And that's a weird answer. And after listening to his explanation, I realized why Korean players are really good. It's because of course we are living in a civilized world, and we can enjoy the 4 different seasons and what the seasons can offer. But in the past, having to go through 4 different seasons is something that's really tough, because sometimes it's too hot and some other times it's too cold, and you will always have to be prepared for what's coming in the next season. And Korean people are accustomed to competition, and also in the process of trying to survive, Korean people learned a lot of things. Maybe that's one way to look at it. And there are many overseas researchers who look at why Korean people are good at esports. And maybe our social system has something to do with it. As you may know, Korea is equipped with highly advanced internet connections. And of course, that is really important to enjoy the online games. And from when people are young, Korean students are required to study hard to survive the fierce competition in academic terms. And such systems were conducive to making Korean people to be highly competitive and eventually win. Unfortunately, I'm not seeing my slides. I'll continue with my talk. There was one documentary that was created, and it showed an experiment, and it dealt with how Korean people became so good at esports. And Korean people are born to be good at esports. So I have the slides on my right. So I'd like to ask you a question now. Now that we all understand that Korean people are born to be good at esports, and now we have to ask ourselves whether or not we'll be able to keep its capability as a country that is really good at esports. For how long we'll be able to keep our throne as a suzerain country of esports. And we'd like to also look at what things are being done in order to maintain our position. I do not teach esports in universities. I teach game development. I majored in game engineering and I teach game development. And in my university, sometimes esports players apply to our university. And some players have been accepted, and some of them were in my class. And there's one thing that I learned, that there is a big issue in our system. So I taught game development to the esports players, and they were not able to follow the lectures because they lacked basic learning capabilities. They were not ready to learn. As a player, they only played, and they did not have any other non-game related experiences. I started to have interest in esports because of that. There are a lot of young Korean students who want to become esports players. And they also want to become professionals in the esports industry. However, there is a big hurdle in Korea. In Korea, we do not have a system to produce esports players and esports professionals. In the Pro League, we have this type of pyramids. But we do not have this pyramid system in Korea. We have only a few number of professional players, and everyone else are amateur players or casual players. So let us compare this with other professional or traditional sports. Let's say my daughter wants to become, or I have a son, and say he wants to become a soccer player. Then there is a youth clubs, and there are also coaches, and there are special middle schools or middle schools with soccer clubs. And if my son excels, then he'll advance into a very famous high school with a famous soccer club. But in esports, the situation is really different. The situation is totally different. Many parents ask me, and they ask me the same question, which is, my kid really loves esports and my kid really likes to play the games, and he or she wants to become a professional player, and he or she wants to quit school. He's in middle school and he's in high school. What do we have to do to prepare him or to prepare her for the college? Whenever I receive those questions, I don't know what kind of answer I have to provide, because in Korea, of course, there are many kids who want to become esports players and esports professionals, and there are no systems to nurture them into professional players and professional workers. You don't have such a system in Korea. After learning what's really happening in Korea, or after learning what we do not have in Korea, I was really sad. Of course, not everyone can become a professional, a successful professional player. Then who's going to take care of them? Who's going to guarantee the future of those students? So that's why I wanted to be involved in an activity that will be useful to lay the foundation for creating a system which will be used to nurture future esports professionals and players. We probably already have a solution, and we can learn from other sports like soccer, baseball, and basketball. We already have good models that we can refer to, but sometimes it's not easy. Of course, in Korea and in other parts of the world, there are some characteristics unique to esports. The digital sports, and a lot of young players can be easily identified from early on. That's why it is sometimes, or most of the times, the clubs identify those talents and recruit them instead of having a system to train future players and professionals. In Korea, we have small clubs, but they are outside school system. There are also larger esports clubs. They have their own training rooms and they have their own training programs. But for smaller clubs, they have to go to the online cafes to train themselves. And of course, we have our leagues operating their own academia, and there are also private academies to train esports players. Probably if you're from other countries, not from Korea, you wouldn't understand. You may be surprised that there are no educational facilities, for example, something in or schools that offer training programs for esports players. There are a few number of programs that are available and opened by a few number of high schools and universities and colleges. But if you look at those programs or courses operated by these schools, are somewhat different from the training systems offered by overseas training facilities or overseas universities and colleges. And the Korean government has a number of policies that are designed to nurture esports players in Korea, and the current administration is committed to make investments to nurture human talents in esports industry of Korea. But learning about what's really happening in Korea, I came to realize that there are important things that are missing. Here, we are gathered at the Busan Esports Arena, and there are many in other cities, in Gwangju, in Daejeon, in Jinju, and there is one in Seoul as well. In the city of Seongnam, in Pangyo, there is a very excellent esports arena that is being constructed. So we are seeing the increasing number of esports arenas in the world, in Korea, but we have to think about whether we are really training our players, whether we have programs or training courses in high schools and universities, and do we have programs that are available for younger students or younger aspiring future athletes. I decided to be part of this year's summit because I have some relationship with the North America Scholastic Esports Federation, NASEF. After learning about the issues of Korea, I wanted to understand what other countries are doing to nurture professional players and the professionals for the industry. So my effort began about 3 to 4 years ago, and I wanted to learn what's being done in the US and in Japan. There were some programs that started in the US, and I was really curious about what they're doing to train the professionals in the US and in Japan, and I was really surprised to learn that in middle schools and in middle high schools, there are many different organizations that work to train athletes and players. We don't have the leagues for middle school students and high school students. Of course, we have one-time events and competitions, the presidential amateur esports championships, and there are also regional and local competitions that are organized. However, those one-off events cannot be recognized or cannot be considered as part of the systemized training or education system for the future players. So I learned that there are various organizations that are in place in other countries, and they work really hard to train the future athletes and professionals. So I contacted NASEF and made inquiries to what they're doing to train and educate the future players and professionals. And I told them that I want to learn from them and want to adopt some of the programs of the NASEF. And what took me by surprise was that the US Army, they were recruiting esports players. I sometimes talk about the future of esports in other occasions, and I always talk about this military aspect of esports because already games play a big role in the military, because if you're good at playing games, you are considered to have good skills to be employed in the military. There is Israeli Iron Dome, and gamers are recruited as soldiers because in the digital warfare, they can really serve as a useful soldiers. And I wonder whether the Korean Army has developed a similar program, and I guess not. As you see here, in the US, there are scholarships offered to esports players, which was really surprising for me because we don't have any scholarship offered to esports players. And this is the biggest difference between Korea and the US. If you're good at playing esports games, you can go to college. In Korea, even if you are a good professional esports player, that does not guarantee your entrance to a university or college. Of course, there are some cases where esports players are accepted by universities and colleges, but the systems of the US, where excellent esports players receive scholarship from top universities and colleges, we don't have such a system. And some universities have their own esports clubs, and they recruit esports players. And also, not just esports players, but esports professionals can get training from NASEF. And there are these different types of jobs of the esports ecosystem, and there are different courses run on different jobs. And mostly middle school and high school teachers participate in these training courses, And that opens up a lot of possibilities. And teachers learn about these different jobs available in the industry, and they go back to their schools and train their students and provide necessary training for their students. Then the students who are interested in becoming esports players and sports professionals will be able to find their career in esports industry. Of course, we have to have this esports ecosystem established, and we should be able to identify all those jobs that are available. And NASEF also provides STEM-related courses in their programs. And that's one thing that we should learn from NASEF. In 2021 and 22, I participated in the Scholastic program offered by NASEF, and you see my picture here. When I participated, there were teachers from 10 different countries, and this year again, Genji Elite Esports Academy and Jake, who's from the academy, participated in this program. And esports ecosystem and esports related education is something that they learn from, and after going back to their own countries, they will teach their students about the esports industry. I hope that there are many Korean teachers who like and love esports who will participate in the programs. There is one thing that I really wanted to highlight. As one of the top countries in the world of esports, if we want to maintain our current position, we really have to tackle this issue of pipeline issues, and that's related to the college entrance exam. We all know the potential of esports, and even the parents know that becoming an esports can be a really prosperous career. And now esports is part of the ASEAN Olympic Games. So it's a medal sports in Asian Games. If you win a medal, you get the pension from the government, and you don't have to go to the military in Korea. But still, if we ask our parents and if we ask our teachers, do you want to raise your kids as a esports player? They will still say no, because unfortunately, in Korean education, passing the college entrance exam is the biggest thing. And in Korea, even if you are a good esports player, that does not guarantee your college entrance. So it's really important that we change the perception and awareness about esports. At the same time, especially the older generation, including the teachers, the parents, and the decision makers, including the principals of schools, have to change their perception. And we immediately have to have programs offered in universities and colleges. And the government has to also do its part in order to nurture and promote the esports ecosystem. The esports competent authority of Korea is the Ministry of Sports and Tourism, but cooperation with the Ministry of Education is critical. Without their involvement, Korea won't be able to maintain its position as a leader of esports in the world. More than anything else, Korean esports players should be able to go to college. Of course, we want to build stadiums, we want to build arenas, but what's more important is to have educational and training programs within the official educational curriculum to train our players, and we should be able to protect our players and our players should be able to go to college. And school principals, it's now time to make the decision. You can train your students to become one of the best esports players in the world. And we need the school's decision. With that, I'll finish my presentation. Thank you.
And it's an excellent example that if the tools are in place, there is no limit to the success that is available to these students around the world. Now we're going to jump to our third keynote address of the 2022 Academia Seminar. We welcome back panelists from yesterday's session, Driving Growth Through Derivative Content. He has 16 years of marketplace research and consulting experience in the Middle East, Central Eastern Europe, and Asia Pacific, and is a commercial leader at Nielsen Sports. Please help me in welcoming Pelle Karlsson with his seminar, Cash Flow Within Esports Stakeholders. Everybody, Pelle Karlsson.
Yeah, so good morning, everyone. So yeah, my name is Pelle. I'm the commercial leader for Nielsen Sports in Asia Pacific. Just very briefly about Nielsen Sports. We are a global market research firm, and essentially we're helping clients to measure the return on investment that they get from sports sponsorship. And we work with various clients such as brands, rights holders, teams and leagues, and other agencies as well. So for today, we're going to give you a presentation of cash flow within the esports stakeholders, and we have done this in partnership with the Busan Esport Association. Just to give you a little bit of a landscape overview. When we look at the global video games market, we're estimating this one to be around $150 billion US, and this is made up of 4 different areas. We look at mobile gaming, PC gaming, console gaming, and then also video advertisement. We look at professional esports, then we're valuing this one to around $1.2 billion US, and we are expecting this one to grow even further to around $3.8 billion US by 2027. And as we discussed a little bit yesterday in the panel discussion as well, esports is a very interesting value proposition for lots of different stakeholders within esports. It generates a lot of young audience. I think about 68% of the audience is 35 years or younger. And if we look during the COVID, compared to the traditional sports, esports was not really affected. It was actually showing growth. And that was mainly due to game streaming and also mobile gaming, which was growing during this time period. Just to show you a little bit how we define the esport or the gaming market within Nielsen. I think this one came off. Okay, good. So we look at video gaming, which is essentially looking at all the different games in terms of console gaming. We also have then the professional esports, which then tends to drive a much higher audience.
Like that, you wanted to touch like that?
And then finally, we have also virtual sports as well, which is then sort of mirroring the traditional sports like basketball or football, but in a gaming environment. And this can be both physical and in a simulator way as well. If we look at the marketing and how it's being made up in terms of sponsorship, we look at really 4 different areas. So the biggest one is sponsorship, obviously, which represent around 40%. We then have media rights, which is another big area, which represents around 30%. And then we have different kind of sponsorship activations as well, and media rights, which is the last mix. Within the esports ecosystem, there's various stakeholders, like we discussed yesterday, and we have really here identified 10 different stakeholders. So it's anywhere from teams and franchise. We have the players, which is the professional athletes. We also have the publishers. We have the different teams. Also, betting is another area which is growing very, very fast within esports as well. And in this report, we have essentially mapped out all the different stakeholders and how the revenue is then flowing throughout the ecosystem. And for today, I'm just going to look at 2 different areas. We're going to look at publishers, and then we're also going to look at brands. And obviously, publisher is one of the most important ones in terms of their IP when it comes to gaming. This one here I think is quite straightforward, but we're essentially looking at two different ecosystems when it comes to esports. So the one we look first is the one we call open esport, which is essentially letting, for example, Valve in this example is quite easy to run a Dota 2 tournament, and the entry level there is quite low. And then we look at the closed esport ecosystem, which is then tends to be more controlled by the publisher, is more competitive in its nature, and also there's very often prize money associated with that. And here we have the example, for example, with Riot Games and the League of Legends. If we look on the first one, which is the publisher, just to show you a little bit here, I mean, obviously this is one of the most important one, and you know, how that's generating revenue. Just if you look at some of the top 5, you know, publisher, we look at Electronic Arts, we have Riot Games, and how they are having the inflow in terms of the cash and where that's coming from. And then we have also here the outflow, which is mainly into the revenue share when it comes to streaming of the games. And then just finally, we're looking at the brands, and obviously for brands, you know, there are so many different stakeholders to target within esport. So it's really, you know, it can be anywhere from publishers to the team and leagues and to the franchise. And as mentioned before, for brands, this is a very interesting value proposition because it's because of the young audience. So 68% of the audience is 35 years or younger. So this is essentially what I had to present today. Just quickly a little bit about the revenue streams for the brands. We have listed down some of the top brands. Obviously the fans are the ones which is driving most of the revenue in terms of purchase intention of these products. And then, of course, we have in terms of the outflow, in terms of the revenue share, you know, in-game purchasing and so forth. So this is just really what I had to present today. I went through it quite quickly, but just hopefully that gave you a little bit of flavor of how, you know, the revenue and how the flow is within the esport ecosystem. So thank you very much, and I hope you found it inciting, and the full report have all the different stakeholders and how the revenue is flowing through there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pelle. It was, it's always interesting to see the data and also the projected numbers of some stuff that I'm sure blows not just me, but everyone out there away. By 2027, those numbers, it looks really, really good for the esports community. Now, we're getting ready here on stage for the 4th and final keynote seminar of the 2022 Academia Seminar. Will be given by Gerald Solomon, the Executive Director of the North America Scholastic Esports Federation, NASEF, and help me welcoming Gerald to the stage. And also Jarell Batek, the Chief Operating Officer of NASEF. Their seminar, Getting Started with Scholastic Esports. Gentlemen, the floor is yours.
Thank you and welcome, everyone. It's great to be here, and thank you for the opportunity to share. If we can start the slide deck, we'll go ahead and we'll begin a little bit of a presentation here. So people ask, what is NASEF? And I'm going to answer it a little bit differently. You can read what that is. But what I'd like you to do is look at the person next to you. Look at your computer screen. Look at the people who are all around here, the people who are doing the videography, the people who are doing the audio technician work, the photographers, the announcer, the people who are doing all of this stage setup. That is what NASEF is all about. People at IESF, people like Amy and Emily and Jenna and all the volunteers and all the great people who have made this happen. That is the ecosystem that surrounds what esports is all about. And what NASEF is about, as a global nonprofit organization, is how do we go ahead and create and sustain that ecosystem in a way that when kids are young and they're interested, the common factor here is esports and gaming. And how do we put that all together? Because as we know, not everyone is going to be the competitive player. All of what you see around here is the ecosystem. How do we build those pathways and opportunities? And what NASEF does is we create the curriculum, the programming, the professional development, and the opportunity for it to happen. Next slide. And what we do is we are, as you might imagine, a virtual organization. We have people all over the country, all over the world. This is our core staff. We don't need an office. Esports doesn't need an office. Everything is around the digital virtual world. So if we're really going to go ahead and talk about what it means to create a sustainable environment for esports and gaming, we have to represent that ourselves in what it is that we do and how we do things. Next slide. So what we do, we're a global nonprofit. We partner with organizations in philanthropy, in business, in technology around the world who understand that what esports does is more than just entertainment. It also creates, with the right structure and opportunity, the pathways for individuals to work for all of these companies, wherever it may be. Because if you're going to do event management, such as what we're seeing here today, you can work for some of the largest companies in the world, the largest hotel industries in the world, and succeed and do that work. Or you could do it within the esports industry itself in what it is that you do. So we started out very simply. I ran a very large foundation for a number of years, over almost 14 years, the Samueli Foundation. And we were interested in how do we go ahead and really give individuals around the world opportunity. So we took this concept of esports and gaming, and we built an entire curriculum. We gave a grant to the University of California. We gave a grant to the Orange County Department of Education. And we asked them to create a curriculum, which ultimately got approved by California. And it's the only entity in the world that has a full 4-year high school curriculum, all career tracks, and middle school for people to be able to enjoy and learn about esports, connect gaming, play, and learning. We started with 25 schools in Orange County. And today, we now have over 2,000 schools in 48 states. We have affiliates in 24 countries around the world. And we continue to evolve and grow. And best of all, because we were philanthropically developed, and we focus on pathways in education and learning, we go ahead and we provide our program, our curriculum, free to students and education systems all over the world. We will do the titles that we all know about, whether it be things like Valorant, League of Legends, Rocket League, Smash. We do a lot, for example, with Minecraft, where we give individuals an opportunity to learn and play at the same time. Next slide. And when we talk about esports, we always use the term scholastic, because what we do is we talk about it being the intentional use of esports as a vehicle for learning. When you build NASEF clubs, it's not just the 5 or 6 or 10 people who play, but it's the hundreds who enjoy the game casually and otherwise, who become the people who are surrounding us in this room, the streamers, the shoutcasters, the people who are doing the videography, the people who are sitting behind the screens doing the production, the people who are built the set and put everything all together. That's the ecosystem. How do you use it in a way where you meet kids where they are, you connect what they enjoy doing, connecting play and fun with the opportunity to learn and to grow. And what makes it so important as well is the idea that there's research behind all of our work. And what we do is we worked on a basic set of hypotheses. We know the kids enjoy playing, but what we really wanted to do was we wanted to have and make a difference. How do we engage students better? How do we address issues of absenteeism? How do we create school affiliation? And kids are proud to go back to school and participate. How do we improve literacy skills? How do we integrate curriculum in a way that it's enjoyable, that it has real-world relevance, and that we create workforce skills in the types of activities that we do? Next slide. And as the prior speaker talked about, one of the interesting components of what we do is we connect students to pathways, not only to workforce, but to college and university. We have a partnership with an organization called NACE, which runs a program called Star League, comprised of almost 500 colleges that give away in the United States over $20 million of scholarships through esports each and every year. For example, we're holding a college fair this fall connecting students around the country and parts of the world to all of these schools to talk about what are the careers in esports, what are the opportunities, how can I go to your college and get scholarships to be able to do that. And what makes this program so unique, besides being a nonprofit, besides being the only entity in the world with a full high school, middle school, and technology career curriculum approved by a Department of Education, is it's all based upon research. When I was with the foundation, we gave a grant to the University of California for 4 years. They secured what's known as IRB approval. In the medical world, it's considered like placebo double-blind controlled studies. And what they did was they assessed and they did mixed methodologies working with 3,000 plus students, over 1,700 teachers and general managers to understand what our curriculum in the concept of play and gaming could do to help students around the types of things that you see on the screen, around scientific inquiry, around communication development, around all of the kinds of what we call STEM-based skills, so that students can not only play and have fun, but learn concrete skills that can move them forward. Here's an example of the research findings that talk about the impact of our curriculum in NASEF on science, on technology, on engineering, on mathematics, and especially around social emotional learning, critical thinking, the ability to work in teams, the ability to lead, the ability to fail and learn from failure, because we know failure in normal life is not easy to do, and there are repercussions to it. But in the game space, what do kids do? They fail, they get themselves right back up, and they start again. And those are the kinds of areas of persistence and grit that NASEF creates within our students and who we are. And I'd like to turn it over to our Chief Operating Officer, who will talk about the model of how we do this and how we make this so effective around the world.
Thanks, Gerald. I love how passionately you talk about just what we're doing with esports and education. And I think ultimately, a lot of you are thinking about esports and how we can integrate into schools. And I think what we're doing beyond just bringing games and esports, it's really about building a culture of scholastic esports. And this includes all of the educators, the students, the families, and administrators. And you're building a community that really understands the value proposition of what we're doing. And the way that NASEF ultimately does this is we support schools and organizations in really utilizing curriculum either through ELA, career technical education, middle school, and community-based organizations, but also specifically through our club model, which is really around how you can have students compete, but just like Gerald described, do all of the incredible, amazing, and opportunities around the esports ecosystem. So that includes things like content creation, right? Things like shoutcasting, but also business and entrepreneurship. And I think when we really thought about what we're doing around scholastic esports, it's really about bridging the gap, right? Connecting learning and intentional play. And that's how we define scholastic esports ultimately. And in order to accomplish this, right, we really were working hard to make sure that it's academically sound, working with the Orange County Department of Ed, as well as the University of California of Irvine. So I've been working in about 16 years in education, originally was out of the Orange County Department of Education, and we really worked hard to think about what are the ways that we can integrate all of the important standards that are really relevant to our educational system. And so my colleagues, Kevin Brown, shout out, I know you're out there, really sat down and took a look at all of the standards that are specific to California, but now increasingly all across the different states and all over the world. And what you'll see on the left, on the slides here, is really all about things like career technical education, NGSS, which is science standards, ISTE, which is really around science and technology, right, Common Core, but then ultimately, just like you saw in the research, social emotional learning, right? This is all about how we can build relationships and allow kids to feel connected to their community. And now on the right side, you'll see our ecosystem, and shout out to Professor Samha for sharing this in his presentation as well. But at the center, you'll see the players in the games. And that's ultimately what parents and administrators and others think of when they think about esports. But all around the players in the games, there's an entire world of work and all these various career pathways that are present within the ecosystem. Things like content creation, right? We all know that there's kids out there that are probably making lots of money already streaming, right? They're making content on YouTube. But then there's also the other side of it, right? The organizational side, just like Gerald said, everything that's happening here at this event in particular, and at the upcoming World Games, which I'm pretty excited about. I mean, there's things like, general managers, event organizers, or even just the business development and entrepreneurship. So there's so many different opportunities, and ultimately at NASEF, we see this as a way to make communities and cultures in schools more diverse and inclusive of not just the players in the games, but all of the young people that are interested in all of the various opportunities that exist in the gaming and esports industry. And so we've really worked hard to put together, just like Gerald said, thousands of pages of curricula that really reflect all the various ways that schools and organizations can integrate esports and gaming into their programs. We call this the buffet, the menu that all the schools can utilize. Just like Gerald said, it's free for schools to use because we know that it's a fundamental right for schools to be able to take these ideas and involve as many students and young people as possible into their programs. So we started with ELA, looking at how we can integrate a 4-year high school state-approved curricula that really explores the entire ecosystem. And this was a creative way to really re-engage young people into the idea of, literature, but not just like things like reading old antiquated books, but like Ready Player One, right? Something exciting that's relevant to their community. We've definitely explored career technical education, because in the US specifically, career technical education is a pathway for students to earn certificates and then potential apprenticeships within the industry. And so we have all 8 sectors aligned that really focus on how you can take all of your CTE programs like graphic design, media production, and align it to esports and gaming. Obviously, middle school and community-based organizations were really excited about the opportunity, and so we wanted to give them different resources to really allow them to explore all the different careers, because we know it has to start early and young, and increasingly we're finding more schools that are interested at the elementary level that want to expose young people to all of these different opportunities, but also use it as a tool for digital citizenship. And then, in particular, we have summer programs, we have health and wellness toolkits, which I'll talk about in a second, but I'm really excited about what all of the educators in the Scholastic Fellow Program have really done. And I'll talk more about them. Professor Samha was part of the community, and we've put together a community library of all of the different curricula that they've designed that are relevant to their communities. And again, this is all free, and it's really a way for all of the schools and organizations around the world to understand and explore the various opportunities that Scholastic Esports can provide. And so, just like I said, the most important piece that we're really about, not only diversity and inclusion, but really health and well-being. And as Constance says in all of the research, many parents are aware and a little bit scared about the fact that these kids are spending too much time on screens. But it's not just screen time. Ultimately, it's activity time. And the more intentional you can make that activity, right? It's not just them playing by themselves. It's all of us in the community coming together to talk about how we're feeling. How can we improve our game? Did we sleep well? What are some mindfulness techniques that we can use to improve our performance? And this was really an opportunity, again, to showcase the value of what we're doing in schools and organizations. Now I'm going to pass it over to Gerald to talk more about our club model, which has really been the biggest success for most schools, because we know that the academic system can be a little slow, so the lowest hanging fruit that we've seen has really been our clubs, which Gerald can talk about here.
Yeah, so what we do, imagine, we've done this over 3,000 times around the world. So by now, we should know a little bit about what we're doing. And we've come up with a system that we know works, and it's replicable. It's not only done through web and interfaces in a virtual world, but we also have digitized it so that programs can go ahead through us and actually take online curriculum and programming to be able to participate and learn how to do it. How do you set up a club? How do you talk to parents? What kind of regimentation and cadence do you have for programming? How do you integrate curriculum and play in school and after school? How do you deal with administrators? How do you deal with governors of prefectures? How do you deal with a whole array of other components that you have to deal with in the environment in order for them to understand and appreciate that it's not just about sitting and playing at a screen. It's about how do we communicate, how do we work, the ecosystem that Jarrell was talking about. So we have what's called the 8 steps to success. And when you want to know more about it, it's really easy. You just contact us, and we have those conversations in order to be able to make that happen. But it's part of how we scale as a nonprofit around the world in the work that we do. And this is a great example of what we talk about when we talk about the ecosystem. It's not just about the game players. As I mentioned when I first started talking, what about the streamer, the shoutcaster, the people who are behind the cameras, the people who have created this event, the people who are doing the digital technology, the people who are making this entire program operative and making it work? When we have a club and we go in a school, we don't say, hey, we're forming an esports club. For those that are playing PUBG or League of Legends, just come and join. We say to the school, who likes esports? Who wants to participate in an esports program? And it's open to what it is that you want. And what we do is we help guide them to create their own business plan, their own business model. We ask them to take on responsibilities. So our clubs average sometimes 200 students in a school. Who's going to be the people who run the shoutcasting? Who's going to do the coaching? Who's going to do the event management? Who's going to build the business plan? Who's going to create the website? Who's going to do the graphic design? Who's going to do the social media work? How are you going to raise funds to buy faster computers and better equipment for what it is that you want to do? It's creating a community, as Jarrell talked about. So we have this structure and this format that we train teachers, but more than that, we empower students. We want students to be able to try things out, find areas that they can enjoy, because we all know not everyone's going to be a professional player. And even if they are, their lifespan is pretty short. What are they going to do after that? How are they going to gain skills in the process that they can use within the esports industry or elsewhere? So we find a place that's all-inclusive. It's not just talking about DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion. It's actually doing it, engaging people of all disciplines, all interests, all colors, all activities, whatever it may be, to participate in the program so they all feel valued, they all feel affirmed, they build relationships, and they build skills while they're having fun at the same time. So examples of some of the things we do, as I said, we'll play Valorant, we'll play League of Legends, we'll do Rocket League. We also will do things like Minecraft. We're in partnership with the US State Department. We have taken a concept called FarmCraft, and we built an entire world in Minecraft where kids have to go and buy seeds, plant seeds, deal with environmental hazards, harvest the seeds, take it to market, sell it, and accumulate points throughout that entire process. They learn around biotechnology, they learn about agriculture, they learn about planting, harvesting, business. They have to build business plans and models. Last year when we did this project, we had over 2,000 schools in 68 countries, all free, participating in our program. We've built solar cars in partnership with the U.S. Army Education Division. We do all of these types of things, traditional title play and other title play, and it became so recognized that we recently received the opportunity to have the exclusive contract in California for 3 years to provide Scholastic Esports to over 1,500 high schools and 1.7 million students in California to learn our methodology, our process, and how we engage them, not just in the play, in the high competition, but in all facets of what we call the ecosystem for Scholastic Esports.
All right, thanks, Gerald. I mean, the club is really ultimately how we can bring communities together. And we like to talk about what the sweet spot is, because this is really something that exists between curricula and the club model. And one of the things that Professor Samha was actually talking about in the workshops earlier was really all around this idea of what we call beyond the game. And these are BTG challenges, ultimately. And these competitions are really showcasing the opportunities all around the career pathways in the esports ecosystem. So it's things like design a logo for your club and team, or maybe create a marketing plan for your upcoming event. Or maybe design something within a 3D world in Minecraft and showcase how you can create, a competition or a level that maybe esports players will want to play in. So there's so many different opportunities, and the way that we showcase this again is to elevate all of those different career pathways that are present within that ecosystem. And one thing that I do want to talk about, and I'm really passionate about this program, we've been working on really building professional development opportunities for educators around the world. And this program started in 2019, and we wanted to understand how are educators taking the curricula that we've developed and integrating it into their program. And over the last 3 years, we've built out a pathway that really helps educators not just learn how to integrate curriculum in their programs, but build their leadership in this space and ultimately build capacity around the world to be able to lead initiatives around scholastic esports. So the NASEF Scholastic Fellow Program is ultimately a way that educators can get involved, right? Start off as a fellow and focus on their implementation within their classroom and program. Then in their second year, they can grow and become a scholastic mentor, which is really focused on developing their leadership, but also their coaching. How can they coach other fellows as well as other educators in supporting the development of their programs? And then lastly, 2 years in the program, you've had enough experience, and ultimately you can become a NASEF community leader. And these are the official trainers of trainers for NASEF. And this is really our way, just like Gerald said, to be able to scale effectively as a nonprofit, because we see this not as an opportunity to scale, but really to build capacity around the world. And so, just like Professor Samha has shared, there's an entire diverse community of educators out there that are really exploring the innovative ways they can take gaming and esports and integrate it into their programs. On the screen, you'll see all of the faces from 2019 up until now of all of the amazing and incredible human beings that are really dedicated to their communities and finding ways to really re-engage all of the young people through gaming and esports. And you'll see the geographic distribution here. So we started the program in 2019 with a national cohort, expanded in the second year to include the US, Mexico, the UK, and South Africa. Last year was an exponential explosion around interest around scholastic esports with 14 countries. And this year we have 12 countries that are really interested, and we've continued to grow that program, as well as the community, to be able to build capacity. And shout out to the 2 Scholastic Fellows here local in South Korea, Professor Samha, Choi, and Jake Lee, who just joined us. I'm really excited about all of the opportunities that we can create here, specifically in South Korea. And we know that the Fellows Program, while that may be one opportunity, we have to expand all of the opportunities for schools and community-based organizations and all of the federations that are included here to be able to learn how to integrate scholastic esports into their programs. So we've developed self-paced certification courses in partnership with Skillshot Academy. We've also developed in-person and virtual workshops that we can work with you to determine all of your goals and objectives and understand all of the curricula that you have and intersect esports and education into it. But then we have other services utilizing all of our community leaders to be able to develop things like curricula or even program implementation plans to help support the growth of your community. And just like I said, our partners at Skillshot have been incredible in being able to build what we call the NASEF X Skillshot Coaching Certification course. And this is really a set of about 9-10 modules that focus on the basics of esports and not just how to coach within a game, but ultimately, how do you create a culture? How do you create a team that celebrates each other, but also knows how to go through some of the challenges together and really build, again, that resilience that we're looking for within our communities. And we're really excited to share, we've partnered with IESF to be able to roll this out to all 129 member countries of basics for esports. And they've provided 3,000 licenses, in sponsorship, and thanks to Busan Metropolitan City for sponsoring this project. We're really looking at this as a way not just to share and build capacity around scholastic esports around the world, but ultimately to understand how are member countries and schools and organizations taking these concepts. So we're asking questions through pre and post surveys. Do you have things like the esports ecosystem integrated into your program? What are some of the challenges? And then how can we improve your program? What are some other academies that we can develop in order to continue to move forward and develop these opportunities for all of you and all of the young people? So it's really exciting about all of the things that we've done, and I'll pass it over to Gerald to close it out.
So I'll just make a final comment. The challenge that we all confront is not our kids. They understand this. They play it. They understand it. They work with it. It's part of their world. They understand the virtual world well. It's really a different generation, my generation and others, that have a separation between the physical world and the digital world. Our kids today don't see that. They look at it as what's called a phygital world, a connection or a combination between what's physical and digital, and to them, that's the reality. So how do we help educate and change the systems that we work with so that they can speak to kids in ways that are meaningful to the kids, so that they can appreciate and understand, and they can go ahead and have a more symbiotic kind of partnership in learning and growth and maturity and development? NASEF occupies a very unique space. We understand through the research that's been done and through people much younger than I am who can relate to some of these kids and understand and appreciate their interests, their passion. And when you can find that common hub and you can build a system around it, and especially because we were philanthropically built and we're a nonprofit, we can provide that with the passion and the diversity and the freedom so that all people can be involved. What we have now is a way to have real impact, to provide these opportunities, again, connecting play and fun and learning to create the opportunity for a vibrant and new and economically thriving society, whether it's here or anywhere else in the world. So please, if you're interested, contact us. We're here to help, and we appreciate the opportunity to share a little bit about what NASEF is all about. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. 감사합니다.
Thank you very much, Gerald and Jarell, and some amazing insight onto what is possible in the Scholastic setting. Thank you very much. And also, it seems like they're taking something that used to be not so traditional, and it's just blown up and is everywhere and is slowly becoming, sorry, I'll recorrect that. It is not slowly, fast becoming the norm around the world, all right? As you can see behind me, we're getting ready for some new seminars coming out, but I just want to let you know of some sessions that are coming up after lunch, which I'm anticipating, all right? Our first session after lunch will be developing guidelines for esports conduct. The moderator for that will be Gerald Solomon. The benefits of esports infrastructure on tourism, moderated by Nalain Naidu, and the dynamic roles of esports organizations, moderated by Boban Totovsky. And in my opinion, that one might have some fireworks in it, people, and I'm thinking everyone will be excited. But with that, and it looks like behind me is all set up, let's get to today's first session that will examine questions of esports authority, intellectual property, and a glimpse into the future of the legal side of esports, building foundations for esports legislation. Please welcome the moderator for this session, the operations manager at Fernvale and Nagentra, currently overseeing the development of Rushaway, a play-to-earn battle royale game, and Sociopole, the metaverse platform for socializing and gaming. Everybody, please help me welcome Sagan Kolshinli. And his panelists, first up, Brian Taehyun Chung, a foreign attorney at the esteemed law firm Kim & Chang. Pin Ping Oh, a specialist in intellectual property, partner and active member of the media, entertainment, and sports sector group at the law firm Bird & Bird. Lucas Klimczak, partner of KKIW Law Office and vice president of the Board of Esports Associations in Poland. Jason Chung, director of the Esports and Gaming Initiative at the NYU Tisch Institute for Global Sports. Thank you all for being here, and I do have to say, I think this might be the most lawyers we've ever had on a summit stage. I don't know, my nerves are getting to me. The floor is over to you, Second.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for that wonderful introduction. Today, we'll be talking about building legislation in esports, but before that, we have an exceptional array of panelists here with us, so maybe a quick round of introductions.
Thank you. My name is Brian Chung. I'm a foreign attorney at the law firm of Kim & Chang, and I've been a member of our firm's GRE team for about over 15 years now.
Hi, morning. My name is Pin Ping. I'm an IP lawyer from Singapore. I'm part of the firm's, my firm is Bird & Bird, and we're a multinational law firm with a sector focus on media, entertainment, and sports. So we advise clients on many areas, including brand protection, enforcement, regulatory, and litigation aspects.
Hello, everyone. First of all, thank you for such kind invitation to be here at this very good WE Summit. My name is Łukasz Klimczyk. I am the legal counsel and a partner in KKW Law Office from Poland, which is specializing in providing legal assistance for traditional sport and also for esports. And I'm also a vice president of the board of Esports Association Poland. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jason Chung. I'm a professor and lawyer. I'm the director of the Esports and Gaming Initiative at NYU Tisch Institute for Global Sport. And I'm also the head of the esports practice at a US-based law firm by the name of Zuber Lawler, where we focus a lot on emerging areas of law, such as crypto and Web3 and cannabis as well.
Thank you very much. So today we'll be talking about foundations of legislation, and I would say one aspect of those foundations would be contracts, these promises that we make to each other that are bound by law. So what are the recent trends in these contracts in esports? How have they evolved in the recent years? Maybe we can start with you, Brian.
Thank you. I think the one significant trend that we're seeing in terms of esport contracting is an attempt to make the whole league system more stable and sustainable. Just like, every spring people wake up expecting baseball season to start, and every winter people wake up expecting to see American football, hockey, and basketball. But in esports, we've had some ups and downs. And if you don't know whether there will be a match tomorrow or another season next year, it's bad economics for the publisher, for the teams, the sponsors, the athletes, the broadcasters, advertisers, and fans. And that translates into bad revenue and bad reputation. So we're seeing the publishers trying to borrow from more established leagues, traditional sporting leagues like baseball and football, to have the internal organizational rules and like articles of associations, franchise contracts, sponsorship contracts, be more like traditional leagues, so as to bring that certainty to the future of esports leagues.
Thank you very much. Jason?
Well, I agree absolutely with what Brian is saying. Basically what we're seeing is what I like to call the sportification of esports, right? Esports for a long time was this weird marketing exercise, and now has turned into a sort of a structured pursuit, and that's been good and bad for the industry as a whole, I would say. Good in the sense that it gives comfort to financiers, it gives comfort to obviously lawyers in the room as well, and that's always a good thing. I'd like to think so. But in terms of bad, it does feel a little bit more corporate. It does sort of lengthen the divide between the fans and the teams. But I do have to say that it's nice to see more fidelity to the law. There were some crazy contracts, even as recently as a couple of years ago. So it's nice to know that blatantly legal stuff is on the wane now.
And Lucas, I guess you will bring a traditional sports view here.
Yes, thank you very much. I will say from my perspective, from Poland perspective, because I think that we are at the very beginning, of our road in preparing some professional contracts in esports, especially. We are trying to, implement some good practices or provisions from traditional sport in it, because we think that it is a good option for esports to implement it. And secondly, as an esports association Poland, we are trying to educate that it is important to sign proper agreement, to secure minor players, to secure teams, to secure the organizers. Especially, we are working with teams and players in this scope, because we know that the position of publishers or organizers are much stronger than clubs or players in Poland.
And there are many different kinds of contracts in esports. There are the player contracts, the coach contracts, the franchising contracts, there are sponsorships, brand partnerships. collaboration contracts. Are there any particular areas that have excelled, perhaps made bounds and leaps in the past few years, and perhaps some areas that really haven't seen much development?
I'm not an IP lawyer, but I would like to think that IP has undergone a major sort of revolution, in terms of what's being streamed, what we can actually put on the terms and conditions of what you actually stream on Twitch and other platforms like that. But again, I'm not an IP lawyer, so maybe Pinping has some more insight on that front.
I think that leads quite well into the second question, actually, on what are some of the more peculiar issues involving IP that have arisen in the esports arena. I wanted to highlight two things, maybe not so much plugged into contracts, but the two interesting issues is, number one, that we all know that there's IP protection or copyright protection for computer programs, right? So that's the code, like the source code, how it's written. But then one issue is whether there can be protection for computer games. And that would be the surface layer of it, how like the audio-visual layer, the storyline, the game mechanics, whether that deserves protection as an independent category of copyright works. So in the same way that, let's say, films are protected. So we all know that films, there's music, that there's the visual layer that you see, and these things are protected separately as musical works or artistic works, but then the film as a whole has a different standalone protection. So hopefully in future, if we can see that kind of standalone protection for games, that will impact on not only the commercialization, but also the protection of games. So when you try to enforce against somebody who's copying your games, then there will be a comparison of the game as a whole, rather than to take things apart and look at the little bits, bit by bit. The other area is about performance rights. So issues have arisen with traditional sports in football and in basketball as to whether players' performances can be protected by performance rights. So when we are talking performance rights, we are talking, for example, when a stage actor performs a play on stage, he is entitled to performance rights. But the courts have held that like players of sports are not entitled to these rights because they're just following the rules of the game. So the question is whether when we get into esports, although there are rules, but many of these games are also like if it's skill-based and there's a lot of differences in how you can play, whether then a different treatment should be taken.
Great, so that ties in very nicely to our second question, which was issues that have arisen in the area of intellectual property and copyright laws. And Brian, perhaps you have something to add here?
I think one of the big issues with the copyright is live streamers. Broadcasters pay a lot of money for exclusive right to broadcast and show a particular league match or the entire league season. But when you have some streamer on whatever channel that it may be, like rebroadcasting what they're being shown on TV or in other channels like a YouTube and making comments, that really cuts into the revenue of the broadcasters and the advertisers who are advertising on that channel. And whose responsibility is it to enforce the license that the broadcasters had acquired? But there's also commercial aspect to it, because any publicity is a good publicity. So should we really go after every single streamer who could be violating my license rights? Well, I'm going to leave it up to our client's commercial decision on that. And also, perhaps Pinping might have something to say about that as a copyright lawyer.
Right, from the enforcement angle, I guess from the copyright perspective, there are many jurisdictions that have put in place what we call site blocking measures that allow, basically, it allows copyright owners and licensees to take out applications to court to ask the internet service providers or whatever platform providers to stop the streaming of certain sites that are found to carry infringing content. So it's a no liability regime. So we're not saying that the platforms are liable, but it's just please stop broadcasting these to people in the jurisdiction. So that's something that could be used to target things like that.
So as we talk about building this legislation, building the foundations for esports legislation, we need to make sure that the playing field is just, that we develop this infrastructure that is standing at an equal distance from everyone. And all the rights of all actors within the ecosystem are recognized and upheld. So what steps do we need to take to do that, to make sure that that is a reality? Lukasz?
I will divide those steps into international one and maybe national one. As for the international one, I think that we need to strengthen the position of International Esports Federation. Yeah? So basically, I understand that in traditional sport, if the International Sport Federation is stronger, then it will be able to, prepare regulations to protect athletes, clubs, and show that this esport field is just. And in this regard, also the International Federation, I think it should work on recognizing esports more widely. So, for example, by cooperating with International Olympic Committee or government authorities. As for national duties or responsibilities in this regard, I think that each national esports federation also should widely recognize esport in each country. So basically, for example, as in Poland, we are working together with the Ministry of Sport and Tourism, Ministry of Culture. We are working with Polish Anti-Doping Agency. So basically, we are doing work to recognize esport in the governments, in the Polish traditional sports ecosystem, to show them that esport is right now one of the most popular disciplines, and for sure, it is a sport. It is a kind of sport. Yeah.
The issue here is one of legitimacy, right? So when you think of basketball or hockey, there are international federations. They set the rules, and you're going to know what hockey and basketball look like and kind of feel like. If you look at esports, it's a collection of titles that have almost nothing to do with each other, depending on how it is, and really, who has the legitimacy to actually make changes or to set rules on behalf of not only the game, but the players and everything like that. And really, that issue of legitimacy has not been answered, right? Because ultimately, publishers are economic actors. They have to do what's in the best interest of their bottom line. And so, do they have a responsibility to make sure that it becomes an international sport, that it's propagated widely, that their values of fair play? Frankly, from an economic standpoint, no, they have to sell games, and that's what their responsibility to the shareholders are. So, I think legitimacy has to really navigate this sort of conundrum that we have in esports that really other sports don't face.
So as we build this, there is this power balance. There's this delicate power balance that we need to oversee, because on the one side, we have the rights of the actors within the ecosystem, but as you say, on the other side, we have the funding, we have the funds of the actors, again, in the ecosystem. And maybe there's this bestseller right in the EU copyright directive that we can take a page from. Pimping, maybe you can talk a bit about that in order to keep that power balance balanced.
So the bestseller right in the EU copyright directive basically says that if authors and performers have made a bad bargain in licensing or signing their rights to whoever is making, let's say, a film or a computer game based on their works or their performances, they can go back to the person that they have assigned or licensed the rights to ask for additional compensation. So that's a bit, that's a bit disturbing actually, because it's like, if you have made a fair bargain in the market, or maybe even an unfair bargain, but basically you have bargained away your rights for a certain price, why should you be allowed to claw back more money after that? But I think it's meant to address these types of issues about power balance and how certain works become more popular and more lucrative than initially anticipated. So this right also comes with what they call a transparency obligation for the people who are exploiting the rights to disclose the revenue streams that come off it. So that's something that maybe can be applied to esports as well if the regulators or the government thinks that there is a need to readdress this balance instead of leaving it to market forces.
You know, I think it's a situation of you have to be careful what you wish for, right? Because yes, of course, it sounds great to say, hey, look, if you made a boatload of money, we can go on the back end. And if I was in a weaker bargaining position before, and now I have a stronger bargaining position, so let's get some more revenue from that. But you know, again, these publishers are independent actors. They don't have to make esports titles. They can make any video game, and they can make a Candy Crush or something like that, and make $1 billion more than they would on an esports title, right? Where they have to they have to cultivate a community, keep the servers up. You know, they could just do one-off games. So we have to make sure that there's an economic incentive to really keep the esports community alive for these games, and also make sure that they have a predictable business environment. And I think that, you know, while some of these EU directives are well-intentioned, it really comes down to how the execution takes place. Because if the execution is a little bit too hand-fisted, it's going to really have a chilling effect on who produces what, especially in the EU.
I think that's very American perspective there. At a national level, I think we do have to consider a certain level of socio-economic, cultural elements to it when it comes to a sense of fairness and equity, and when there's a bargaining power difference. And in Korea, we value that very much. And if we think that there is an area where there's a significant gap in the power balance, the government will try to step in, either through using the current, let's say, legal enforcement tools or by enacting new laws. Now, just like in EU, we also have an amendment bill to the Copyright Act that's currently pending before the National Assembly that would give additional compensation rights to the holders of the copyright if that copyrighted work becomes a huge success. And this became an issue very recently because of the success of the Squid Games. But in addition to that, there are also bills currently pending that are aiming to address the power balance between the teams and the athletes. Because in some cases, athletes are not compensated as much as they should, unlike in other sports, like with the Messi and Ronaldo. Also, power balance between the publishers and, let's say, the broadcasters. And there's another bill that's supposed to address the situation by allowing publishers to take orderly, fair steps if they're going to unwind the game or the league, so that the broadcasters would at least have some time to be prepared for it. And it all, again, translates into making the whole league more stable and predictable and sustainable. And that could translate into better revenue stream for everybody within the ecosystem.
Well, Brian, I'm not American, but I'm glad to know that my last few years in America have rubbed off, so my Canadian self is horrified. But so thank you for that. But more than anything, I absolutely do agree with you, right? But we do have to avoid a situation in which, hey, the big publishers decide, I'm not going to actually create a compelling esports title, and then an entity like the IOC comes in and says, you know what would be great? A downhill skiing title that we produce. And if that'd be like me trying to set up a Michelin-starred restaurant. It just wouldn't work, right? So we have to make sure that the balance is correct, because ultimately, at the end of the day, a lot of esports or leagues, organizations are still bleeding money, right? And so in that environment, yes, of course, there's a power imbalance vis-a-vis the players and other stakeholders, but it's not like there's a big pot of gold right now, right? So how do we actually build it up to the point where we can actually all partake in something that's profitable? I think that's what we're all doing here today.
So basically, we need to come up with a subtle approach and make sure that we don't really make it too difficult for anyone in the ecosystem, because, as you say, we need to keep the balance. Okay, when we talk about legislation, perhaps we should also talk about in which areas we actually do need legislation in the coming years. And it differs from location to location, but for example, when I hear the word legislation, I immediately think of government intervention. And regulation for me is more of an internal set of rules kind of deal. So when we say legislation, do we also mean government intervention? And I know we have different location-based lawyers here, and maybe you can each give your own unique perspective on that.
start?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I will give a perspective from Poland. I think that in Poland it looks like that we've got the Polish Sport Act, which regulates the traditional sport, but a few years ago it was amended, and also intellectual activities were put into the definition of sport. So right now, esport is recognized as a sport in Poland. Yeah, but there is a second step. So we cannot have Polish Esports Federation in accordance to the Polish law because esport is not recognized by the International Olympic Committee. And I think it is very important for esports to be recognized and to have opportunity, for example, in Poland, to establish Polish Sports Federation, because in our law we've got some exclusive rights on the side of the Polish Sports Federation in each discipline. So basically, for example, we've got the right to preparing some internal regulations, disciplinary one, sports one, organizational one. Of course, those rules need to be in accordance with the legislation, Polish legislations, and of course, in accordance with the International Sports Federation. So basically, I think that we need to go in esports, we need to make similar situation than is in traditional sports, because I think that it's working quite nice, quite good in traditional sports, and that is why I don't not think that we need to have some very specific regulations, legislations from the government. We need only to have an entity which will have the right to prepare, to amend the rules, the internal rules for the discipline.
Now, coming from a very civil law country, when we talk about legislation, we are talking laws, subordinate regulations, like enforcement decrees and enforcement rules, and then guidelines, notifications, model contracts that are being published by each agency. And even in terms of esports, it's actually a very interesting issue, because it's similar to Poland. We do have a question of whether esports is, quote unquote, a sport within the legal definition. Because if it is, and by the way, legally speaking, it's not yet, if it is, it allows government agencies to start supporting the league. They can start supporting establishment of arenas and the leagues to give subsidies. But it also it brings in the question of, okay, who's going to be the responsible agency? Who's going to be the regulator? Well, in Korea we have the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism. So as a computer game, at this point it's under Ministry of Culture. But if it is really recognized as a sport, that sports side of the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism can also try to be a regulator as well as a subsidizer. But on top of that, in terms of the fairness in contracting, well, we have the KFTC, the Korea Fair Trade Commission, our antitrust agency, who would like to have a hand in the enforcement. And as an IT sector business, we could have a Korea Communications Commission, our IT regulator, who might want to get a piece of action. So laws, a lot of regulations, a lot of guidelines, guidances, notifications, and a lot of regulators. That's what we're going to be seeing, at least in Korea.
I'm having nightmare flashbacks to Foundations of Law class at McGill right now. But it's fascinating to listen to my civilian colleagues talk about having the right taxonomic structure, having the right sort of institutions. Coming from America and the common law tradition, none of that really applies. It's really what can you do and what can you agree with, right? So. Everything in America doesn't come from a top-down structure. It comes from sort of a bottom-up to a certain extent, with commercial actors really leading the way. So when you're thinking about this, you're thinking about commercial actors making commercial decisions, and then really believing that all of the sides have the legal capacity to make the best decision for themselves. Now, the only time where that's going to be threatened is when it goes against maybe public policy or there's concerns. So what I'm tracking the most is things like, esports betting, sports betting being much more legal across the states and many jurisdictions jumping in on that. But there's obviously concerns that esports betting will affect the younger demographic, and what deleterious impact would that have on children? And so there's a sports betting conversation which is all gung-ho, and every state is saying, hey, we need to do this to get revenues into our coffers. But hold on about esports, even if it's legal, is the regulator going to actually look at it and approve it? Do we have the capacity to actually understand the sport at all? And then if so, is it going to attract people we don't want gambling as well and create a class of problem gamblers? So again, very different sort of way to think about it, but it's funny how protections only kick in when there's a class of people that they feel are particularly vulnerable.
Yeah, we will get to esports betting and we will talk about the different perspectives among all of you in a minute. But as I can see that governments ascribe differing levels of importance to esports, and perhaps in some cases they're not really even that interested in such a minor part of everyday life and economic life. Pimping, maybe you have something to add to that?
I think the government's will to put in legislation in a certain area will tie into, especially legislation to govern a certain economic sector or a certain activity will tie into the contribution of that activity to the GDP. So Singapore, we have quite a vibrant esports community, but I think in terms of contribution to the GDP, it's not there yet. So that could be one reason why the government has not really looked into esports as an area for legislation. The other thing is also that, like what Jason said, coming from a civil common law perspective, whenever the government wants to put in legislation, it has to do a lengthy period of consultation to make sure that all the issues have been aired and the rights of the various stakeholders are properly considered and weighed properly in the legislation. So, for example, our copyright law was amended last year, and that consultation process took 5 years. So, so it's not something that's easy to write and not easy to amend. So for something that's nascent like esports, it might be better to leave it to regulations at least until things are more settled.
Okay.
I can always also tell about different situation and different approach from different countries. So in Hungary, they are thinking about not legislation in the Hungarian Sport Act and putting the e-sport in it, but they are trying to prepare some other special esports act only in accordance to esports. Yeah? And our federation, Polish Esports Federation, last month was at the meeting with the Polish Sport Ministry, and during that meeting, also Polish Sport Ministry is thinking maybe not in using the traditional sport regulation to esports, but maybe preparing some other acts which will regulate whole discipline.
Okay, so we were talking about sports betting, and I know we have different perspectives on sports betting. So Brian, maybe you can start with the Korean perspective on betting in esports and the legislation for it.
Just one sentence answer. Gambling is illegal in Korea. So forget about it. If you want to do gambling, well, we have casinos in Korea, but it's only open to foreigners. There's one casino that's open to Korean nationals, and in order for that casino to open, the government passed a special law because, again, gambling is illegal in Korea. And so sports betting is very heavily regulated. You have to have a license. We do have a betting on horse racing, yachting, bicycling, and also bullfighting. But there are, again, just very specially licensed organizations. And so for esports betting, I think it's going to be a very difficult discussion to have, at least in Korea. I defer to other countries on this subject.
So in Poland, we've got a Polish Gambling Act. It is not forbidden business activity, but of course it is activity which needs to receive confirmation, approval, and consent from the government. Yeah, sporting bet is also one kind of gambling in Poland, and in addition to the consent from the government, to make sporting bets in Poland, you need to receive consent from the sport organizers in that discipline. So you need to have two consents from the government and from the sport organizations. And we do not have any one, entity from the government that runs the business, the gambling business in Poland, but there are many companies which are doing it.
In terms of the states, obviously, it's very different. You know, you've got 50 jurisdictions, and everybody does their own thing. But really, even rewinding to the theory behind all of this is that the pro leagues used to be very against sports gambling, right? Because it was a threat to the integrity of the game. But once they realized that, hey, we've probably capped out how much we can make off of TV deals and media rights and everything that we are, they needed another revenue source. So they actually worked together with governments to sort of overturn PASPA and make sure that, hey, we can actually engage in legal sports betting at the state level. And ever since then, it's been a state-by-state sort of battle, I guess, to get it passed. And in fact, most of the country now allows legal sports betting in each of the states. But that doesn't mean that esports betting is equivalent to sports betting, right? So some states generally make it equivalent of having sports betting and esports betting, but some states specifically say esports is not a sport and then forbid it. So really, you have to go state by state. You have to understand what happens, and even if where it's legal, if the regulator hasn't actually allowed any of the odds to take place or any of the betting to take place, then really, yes, it's legal, but it's not being provided. So you can't actually do anything with it. So it's a really complex situation. But again, it's something that the sports industry, and I think the esports industry, is probably going to look to as a revenue source. So it's going to be pretty important, at least in the from the U.S. standpoint. And quick plug here, actually my law firm worked together with Esports Insider to produce the esports gambling report in the U.S. in 2021 to go state by state just to give an overview of, hey, what is actually going on in that state? Because it's incredibly complex and it requires a pretty deep dive.
And if you're trying to build a nationwide scene for esports, but you have, for example, different rules state by state for betting, how does that affect the overall integrity of the infrastructure that you're trying to build? Do you think it affects it adversely?
I mean, for that revenue source, it becomes incredibly complex again, right? Because yes, you can avail yourself of having events in one place and maybe having associated betting, but is that going to take place online? Is that going to take place inside the casino? What's going to happen? And if you can't commercialize the esports betting, is it worth even having these events in certain jurisdictions? So, for instance, New Jersey, yes, esports betting is legal. They do offer some of that, but the betting amounts are so low, I think it's like the max bet is $500, that they really can't bring anybody to Atlantic City to actually have a tournament because, hey, what's the incentive to actually have one of these things? Because ultimately, if you have a prize fight in Vegas or if you have an MMA, people are betting on it. That's actually a big part of the ecosystem and how people make money on that. So it removes an entire sort of revenue stream. And is that really what you want is a question.
Okay, and when we're talking about gambling in esports, many different things can be considered gambling. For example, loot boxes that drop off in games. So, Pimping, maybe you can tell us a bit about that.
Yeah, so Singapore, we recently enacted a new Gambling Control Act. So parts of the act are not new because it's basically an amalgamation of what we had before. But specifically for loot boxes, loot boxes are regulated in Singapore, but then the government, so you have to get a license to offer loot boxes, but then the government has said that, look, if your loot box does not contain items that you can exchange for money or money's worth, then you don't, then it falls outside of the regulation. So I think for in-game items, if it's something that you can change it to, let's say, in-game currency and later trade it for cash, then it might be regulated. I think elsewhere, some interesting approaches would be, in the Netherlands, for example, the courts have said that if it's a loot box that you're offering inside of a game of skill, then it's not regulated by the gambling regulations. So that's quite an interesting approach because you're not looking at the loot box per se, but then the entire game within which it is provided. The UK has recently released a report on their consultation on in-game loot boxes, and they basically said, okay, we're going to leave it to the industry to regulate and educate the public about this to reduce the social harms.
In Korea, loot box is a huge part of our game developers' revenue stream. In fact, they rely heavily on the sale of the loot boxes, although they are now thinking about going to the more battle pass, game pass type of a subscription model. But still, the loot box is how they make money. And because of that, we really haven't approached the loot box from gambling perspective. Instead, we've been approaching it from fair labeling and advertising perspective. So odds of obtaining certain item or certain enhancements or certain type of so-called compute gacha system. Disclose it fairly and accurately. That has been the point of the self-regulatory system that we have among our game developers. But this is an area, again, this is where like many government agencies are trying to come in, because recently the Korea Fair Trade Commission has now been investigating the Korean game developers for failure to disclose the odds of obtaining items on their loot boxes. And the questions go as far as, let's say if I say there's a less than 1% chance of obtaining this item, when the real accurate odds were, let's say, 0.000001%, did I make an accurate statement? In a sense, I did, but it's not really fair. And so this is how we've been approaching it. I think there are also people calling for more government intervention into loot box odd disclosing regulations. So we're going to see some changes in the future in terms of both. We have already seen changes through the self-regulation system, but also there are some bills that are currently pending to actually force the developers to disclose accurate odds.
I agree with Brian in this regard, because in Poland we also have a legal question about whether loot boxes are the gambling or not, and there are three features which need to be done to say that some game is gambling in Poland. So some kind of randomness game and winning a prize or something material one. And the opinion is that the two features, of course, are met, but the third one, so winning something like money or winning something material, is not met in loot boxes, because when you are receiving some item in the game, it is not, it is not item in the meaning of the Polish civil code, but it is some kind of a part of the code of the software code in the game. So that is why in Poland there is an opinion that loot boxes are not gambling.
Okay, so moving on with you, Lukasz. Can you tell us a bit about the differences and the similarities between traditional sports and esports when it comes to legislation, both built and about to be built?
Okay, so I think that the biggest differences is that in esports ecosystem we've got one more entity, yeah. So the publishers, and the publishers has got the rights to the game. So for example, in traditional sport, there is no problem with the who is the owner of the ball in football match, yeah. So basically, I think this is the most important difference than in traditional sport. Some kind of course, I see other aspects in which there are some differences. For example, doping. Yeah, in traditional sport, we've got mainly some kind of pharmacological doping, substance doping. In esports, doping is not only pharmacological, but also equipment. Yeah, you are using equipment, or you are in the game. So this some kind of technical doping, and of course you can use some cheats or some bugs in the game. So it also should be treated as a cheating or some kind of doping. So this is, I think, the main differences. But to the similarities, you see, when we are talking that esport is a sport, and I think that everyone agrees that esport is a sport, so then I think that we can take all the institutions from the traditional sports, of course, with some kind of modifying it into the esports, but of course we can take it and we can put it into esports. For example, there are rules of the international transfers of the contracts for the players, participating the players in the national teams, using the image of players by the national federation. So I think that there are many similarities in this regard between the esports and sport.
And we did talk about the IOC before, and maybe this is where we're trying to move. And Brian, maybe you can tell us about the Asian Games and how it translates into a possible Olympic movement.
Well, I hope it becomes a Games, because it's one more medal that Korea can win. I think that's also, it's very similar to what Lukasz was saying, the situation in Poland, is that we do have a special Esports Act. And yet, all the other traditional sports like baseball, soccer, they are defined as a sport under a separate, actually two separate acts that deal with the promotion of sports in Korea. And the problem here is that under those laws, the definition of a sport is limited to physical activity. Now, we heard yesterday from His Highness Prince Faisal as to how the athletes and esports might as well be, or even more physically more gifted than regular sporting players. And yet, because the esports fall outside the traditional regime, the government is unable to provide official support, official training regimen, official subsidies to teams and the players and the coaches. And hopefully the Asian Games will be a part of a catalyst for the legislators to finally pass the pending amendment to bring esports into the establishment. And that would also allow the esports to be recognized by the IOC and have as an official Olympic sporting or Olympic event, so that again, the Korea can win like 15 different medals.
Okay, before we move into the Q&A session, there is a very important topic that I also want to talk about, and that is safeguarding. The safeguarding of minors and vulnerable adults in the esports scene. And Brian, perhaps we can again continue with you. Tell us about the Cinderella law, and then Ping, I would like to hear about you regarding government approaches.
Yeah, so Korea had a very strict system of minor protection, and there are a few that are still remaining on the books right now, but our system was that if you're a minor, when you first register to play a game, you had to verify your age. The game companies had to verify your player's age, and if you're a minor, the game would shut down from midnight to 7 o'clock in the morning every day, because the government didn't want minors to be playing games. Although we want to encourage people to be playing esports, we also wanted these kids to study instead of playing games, or prevent addiction, excessive immersion in the games. We've had that for a long time, and it really was difficult for many game developers to enter into Korea and implement the system, because that was a one-off system that they had to create. But in the past couple of years, we had a serious debate as a society and within the government as to whether that Cinderella law was really working. And we concluded that it's not. More emphasis should be given to the parents and the teachers and education about addictions and excessive immersion. So we finally repealed that Cinderella law, and now there is only an optional shutdown system that the parents can request the game companies to shut down the games between midnight and 5 in the morning on Mondays and Wednesdays only. But it seems that other countries are thinking some other thoughts, because China just implemented even more severe Cinderella law, while Korea is moving away from that.
So China, what they have in China is, I think, even stricter than what they have had in Korea, which is that minors are only allowed to play games for 3 hours a week. So that's from Fridays to Sundays from 8 to 9 p.m. And then I think the other law was that players at tournaments have to be at least 18 years of age. So that's caused some problems with players having to be removed from tournaments for being underage. Well, in Singapore, we don't have anything like that. So I think whilst these laws have caused a lot of concerns in the esports field, but then at the same time, it might be a good thing to address some of the concerns with stigma that we talked about in one of the earlier panels, because I think if parents were to see that the government is stepping in to put in place some safeguards for their children, then maybe, there wouldn't be that kind of lashback or resistance toward children entering into the arena.
While well-intentioned, this is all crazy to me, right? Because at the end of the day, first of all, there's so many ways around it, right? Your parents can do it for you. You can ask an older friend to input their code for you, and you can go online. But isn't it also insane to think about the fact that you have one government agency promoting esports as the thing as a big economic activity and a part of your Korean wave and all that kind of stuff, and on one hand another agency saying, hey, no, we got to protect the children from video games. It's at odds with each other, and I think that's really part of the problem, because for some reason we talk about this form of entertainment more in moralistic terms than we do anything else, right? If somebody is spending 20 hours a day, or at the gym, or preparing for a track and field career or something, we don't say anything about it. But if they're in front of a computer and playing a video game, all of a sudden, well, what's it's a horrible thing and all that kind of stuff. So as a society, I think as societies, we should actually have an honest discussion. Is this something we're going to encourage? Is it a career path? Is it going to lead to all of the stuff that we've been discussing these past few days, or is it just a flash in the pan here?
And I think we need to, we cannot lose the sight of the fact that in esports, our athletes are young people. They are minors. They, in fact, retire even before they reach the age of majority.
But so are gymnasts, right? And
Exactly.
and they're even younger, and so they have real physiological problems afterwards. But we don't say anything about that, except for saying that, hey, maybe we should put an age floor of 16, I believe, or something. But even then, just to become an elite gymnast, how much abuse are you putting in your body at a very young age? Or figure skaters, and we don't even bat an eye at that. But when it comes to video games, something that most of us do just for fun, as an entertainment option, all of a sudden it becomes this big moral crusade. And I'm saying that it's kind of fundamentally insane to think about it when we think it that way. It's inconsistent.
So we need to pick a side and we need to stick to it as a society, definitely. We cannot be adults with each other all the time. So moving on to the Q&A session, but before we move to the online questions, I want to see if there are any questions from the audience gathered here today. Okay, I see someone. Can we get him a mic?
Yeah, thank you all for the great insight when it comes to legal perspective. I think these days one of the hottest topics is probably Web3, blockchain, and NFTs. And then many esports organizations, including game publishers, are looking to utilizing them. So my question is, what are some what do you think this kind of technology is going to make an impact on the gaming and esports from the legal perspective? My question could be a bit of the broad, but any other potential legal issues that you guys are expecting that had not been seen previously, or is it going to be same?
Okay, I think Jason would like to go first.
Yeah, I mean, everybody wants to have another revenue stream, right? So, everybody wants their own exchange, they want their own crypto coin and all that kind of stuff. And that's fantastic as long as you don't violate securities laws, all right? Creating a shadow economy with your own currency that you can take off platform, probably not a good idea at the end of the day. The other thing I'll say is that it's good to have this in mind in terms of development and putting it in the game, but does it make sense is another question that I think a lot of our clients have to think about. Is it going to actually fit in with the actual fun part of the game, or is the gaming community going to actually interact with it? Are you giving any value to the player so that when they're engaging with these Web3 elements, that there's something fun in there for them? And all of these things, we're still at a very early stage, I think. But I would caution, especially if there's economic aspects to it, you have to really understand what you're trying to monetize and how you're trying to monetize before you run afoul of some very, very serious laws.
And I'm on the complete opposite end of the spectrum, because in Korea, the GRAC has been refusing to rate games that utilizes cryptocurrency or NFTs. And for existing games, if they introduce a new feature that utilizes NFTs or crypto, they would change the rating or change the rating so that the game would become illegal. Now there are challenges that are being brought against the GRAC's decision in the courts. But let's say if StarCraft suddenly says, "Oh, we're going to use blockchain technology to issue NFTs or cryptocurrency," then according to the GRAC's current position, StarCraft will suddenly become an illegal game in Korea because there's a gambling-like element to crypto and NFTs. And I think that's kind of discussion that we will have to have in the legislatures and through the judiciary as to the legality itself of the games utilizing this new technology.
And I believe, excellent question, and also embedded in that question is how blockchain can affect the way actors within the esports ecosystem respond to each other, how they react to each other. For example, you have blockchain and NFTs and cryptocurrencies within the games. That's one aspect of it, but also transparent team financial records, payments made to players, in a decentralized manner. Esports organization fans buying NFTs as part of esports organizations' marketing strategies. Like imagine Liquid Plus, but with cryptocurrencies and NFTs. So there's also a whole other aspect of using blockchain within. This is called Esports 3.0 now, and there are some. Yeah, everything is called 3.0 now, and there are some brands that are betting big on this, especially in Singapore. There are some esports companies that are trying to build this from the ground up. So there is very interesting experiments going on, trying to use this technology and trying to ascertain whether we are solving a problem that doesn't exist or whether we are actually solving a problem that needs solving like right now.
And can I say, just from a fan perspective, I think a lot of these companies and developers have to just consider, is this fun? First of all, right? One of the things I think that Meta gets, in terms of metaverse and the Web3 they're trying to build on top of that, a lot of the criticism is, why would we build it for you for free? And then, and allow you to, create your own version of what, the metaverse and Web3 should look like. So really, we haven't broached that in an effective way. And, every NFT game company in the States, because it's allowed in the States, always has a great idea of how to commoditize every aspect of the game. But the fundamental question is it any fun at all? Seems to be lost, and that's something that I think, as advisors, we all have to sort of, from a business standpoint, just sort of guide them towards.
But the games that have been built up until now, they were like these initial steps, these initial experiments. Yeah. Because I remember back in 2009, I first held an iPhone in my hand, and there was an app, and there was a candle on the screen, and if I blew it, the candle went off. And for me, that was the most incredible thing that I had ever seen in my life back in 2009. So that was the epitome of technology for me. Like, I blow on a phone and the candle goes off. This is amazing. We are in the future. So I think we will see some very interesting ongoing experiments within the few years, and maybe they will actually reach something that is worthwhile to discover. Okay, thank you very much for the excellent question, and maybe we can go on to some online questions now. If there isn't anybody from the audience else that wants to ask a question? No. Okay, moving on. Okay, Jason said that there were some crazy contracts in the last few years, and maybe he can share some examples of us.
I give my image rights in perpetuity to this company for very little money or no money at all, which means there's a lack of consideration. All kinds of stuff like that. How many hours you have to actually stream, what percentage of earnings, are transferred between the player and the organization. Look, some of that might be legally defensible, but morally not so much, and it might actually, some more progressive sort of employment regulators might take a stronger look at that. So, again, from the player management side, a lot has changed over the last few years.
Okay, next question. Okay, Brian said that all publicity is good. So maybe can you give us some examples of legal esports conflicts that actually help the ecosystem overall?
Look, I was a half facetious when I said that, but I think it is still true that certain bad publicity leads to people think more carefully about where we want to go. In Korea, we've had certain leagues fold almost like overnight, and that led to people seriously discussing okay, how do we prevent that from happening, or at least make the process as painless as possible for, again, the teams, the athletes, the fans, broadcasters. And so I think from that perspective, even though in a very short term, let's say a league folding overnight was a really bad publicity for everybody, including the publishers who decided to fold, it did lead to a more positive result. So I think from that perspective, it was still a good publicity in the end.
You know, I'll name names. You know, the Overwatch League has been a complete failure over the last little bit, right? And you know, they're hoping that Overwatch 2 is going to revitalize the brand. But obviously, it's not great to take $25 million in franchise fees from billionaire owners and then, you know, sunset the game, or at least that version of the game that quickly, right? So I think it's led to a productive conversation of what does it actually mean to have an esports league and title. But more importantly, I think from the financial side of things and the financier type of things from the banking side, it's led to, I wouldn't say an overabundance of caution, but at least some caution in saying, hey, we're not just going to bank on the name or the reputation of the publisher or the developer. We're actually going to look at the fundamentals of what this title is and start asking some questions about, you know, how long do you plan to support this? You know, what is actually the structure that you have? What happens if things don't go a certain way for you? And what happens actually if you want to, you know, revitalize the game? What are your plans? So it's forced some conversations. And again, I don't know if it's been overall net positive, but at the same time, at least it's led to more structural conversations, which were sorely lacking.
Okay, I have a question of my own that I wanted to ask you all, because I know you all come from very different professional backgrounds as well. And in yesterday's panels, we talked about what it takes to be a referee, what qualifications you need to have to become a referee in the esports ecosystem. And I want to ask you all, what qualifications, what body of knowledge does it take to become a legal counsel, for example, for an esports organization, or perhaps become the legal manager, a contract manager in an esports organization as part of it? So what do they need to do? And Brian?
I think the only thing that they should have is the love for the games. Look, I studied physics in college. I'm a physics major, and then I went to law school. My first work was in project financing, doing LNG carriers. But now I specialize in game regulation and esports because I love playing games. I've been playing games on Apple II Plus. Load Runner and Choplifter were my first games. And I think that just passion and love for the games is good enough if you want to be an esports lawyer.
I'd say if you're looking for a specific area of law that fits very well into esports, that would be IP, because, well, I mean, apart from regulation, IP has a quite good fit because there's a lot of there are many issues surrounding copyright, trademarks, and then also when we're talking about games that getting into the Web3 metaverse space, there are also specific IP issues around there. So that would be a good.
I fully agree with Brian. You need to love it, and not only esports maybe, but also traditional sports, because I'm from a guy from a traditional sport. So basically, if you are know the discipline, then you will prepare good regulation. You will know how to prepare good regulation for this kind of discipline. Not only traditional sport, also esports. For example, for me also, my main activities are anti-doping matters. So you need to practice. You need to read awards, read the rules, regulations, and just like it to do this. Yeah, you will be then specializing in it.
You know, this is the difference between an industry focus and a practice area, right? You know, so when you're talking about an esports lawyer, you're looking at an industry, and you're talking about a bunch of different things, including IP and transactional work and M&A and all that kind of stuff that you can do within that industry. So, you know, I think the key is just, you know, paying attention in law school, getting to law school, paying attention in law school, learning the law, and getting some experience. And if you have a love for games, as Brian said, it makes it a lot easier, because it's hard to be a sports lawyer that hates sports. Just simply because you're not going to know the intricacies or the rules or anything like that. And it's hard to be, you know, an esports or gaming lawyer and say, hey, I know I'm going to become an expert in this if I have no love for this, right? So I would say having that interest is pretty key. And I would also question, why are you doing anything in esports and gaming if you don't like it? You know, I mean, if you're gonna do stuff for money, there are more lucrative fields out there. I can assure you of that. You know.
I think it's also hard to be a lawyer and still have time for games. So maybe reconsider.
Well, you can play, but you don't really have to excel at them, right, Jason?
I'm terrible, but I will gladly play in any free time that I have.
Okay, before moving on to our final online question, I wanted to ask if there is still somebody in the audience who wants to ask a question. Nope. Yes, okay, I see someone up there.
Hi, sorry. Thank you for the panelists for their very enlightening comments. I'm a lawyer myself, so I think my question is going to be quite focused on law, and specifically this. One of the things that has come up recently is players' code of conduct, and in particular, players' behavior at tournaments, as well as how the community has reacted to such incidences and how the community has interacted with players at tournaments. Do you think that this is an area that is ripe for governmental legislation or governmental intervention, as opposed to something that's a bit more ground up, something that's akin to community intervention or community regulation?
I think this is going to go jurisdiction by jurisdiction. In the U.S., I mean, player conduct and personal conduct is mostly at the league level, and it's usually at the discretion of the commissioner. But really, it's at the discretion of the court of public opinion at the end of the day, right? So, yes, there are structures, there are processes, but generally, it seems to me that, and it seems to a lot of commentators, that if the punishment is not severe enough, or if it's too severe, there tends to be a little bit of smoothing out of what that is. And so, is that entirely legal? Probably not. It's probably a lot more political. But that's the U.S. situation with our pro sports leagues. But it's going to be different when we're talking about, the international Olympic movement and international jurisdiction. So, Lukasz, I think you have more of a perspective on this than I do.
Yeah, so basically we need to think about some kind of system of resolving disputes or disciplinary proceedings. Yeah, I think that I will speak very shortly. I think that there are four models of it: common courts in each country. Secondly, maybe some kind of arbitration. Third one, it will be Court of Arbitration for Sport in Lausanne, which successfully handled the cases in traditional sport. And fourth one, which I think it will be the best option for esports, is creating some kind of Court of Arbitration for esports. And such entity will be able to handle the cases.
I just also like to add to a point there that it's not so much that the court of public opinion is always right or controlling. It's just the fact that people can try to mete out punishments all they want, but at a certain point, it's really up to to a certain extent the players and the organizations behind them whether they're going to comply willingly with that or not. Right? I had a conversation with one of the VIPs here about that. Right? Publishers and league operators can pass any rule and try to punish you all you want, but in esports, if you decide, hey, I'm going to raise a stink, hey, the rules might bend a little bit more than you expect, right? Just simply because this industry is so young and we're making up a lot of the rules as we go on the fly.
Okay, with that, as much as I'm loving this, unfortunately, all good things must come to an end. So we will be wrapping up our panel right now. I would like to thank the audience. I would like to thank all the viewers. I would like to thank IESF for bringing us all together. And finally, I would like to thank all the panelists for sharing their knowledge and their experience with us. It was, for me, very illuminating, very informative, and I would like to thank you all for that. And with that, we're wrapping up.
And thank you as well.
I'd also like to take the opportunity to thank the panelists and Sangan for moderating. This was a very informative panel that I'm sure we've all learned quite a bit from on all aspects of the games, not just so much legal loot boxes and things like that it's ever changing. So thank you guys very much. Have a great day. All right, everyone. So we've been at it here for quite a while, and it's a lot of information. And as I look up into the crowd, I'm sure there's a lot of hungry bellies out there. So it's time. We're going to take a lunch break. So time for everyone to mix, mingle, and more importantly, get some lunch. We're gonna be back here at 2 p.m. Korean Standard Time for the first afternoon session titled Developing Guidelines for Esports Conduct. Kind of follows along some of the things they were just talking about. And with that, I'm Andrew Murphy, and I'll see you back here at 2 p.m. Thanks.
Series have taken place. Cries, laughter, passion, everything happened in one arena. And now, all gamers around the world compete to be the best, gathered in one place. Bali, Indonesia. The land of the gods, the symbol of diversity, nature, culture. All elements become one, creating unity in diversity. And now, more than 120 countries and 700 international athletes will break a sweat to become their nation's pride. More than 50,000 spectators, 594 offline matches, and 196 matches on stream, 6 different games, and CSGO International Women Competition, 5 big stages. With esports entertainment and cosplay event, more than 70 exhibitors, the biggest esports events ever. Be a part of esports history. 14th IESF World Championship, Bali 2022.
It is time for the biggest IESF World Championship. More than 120 countries. Set your mind, set your strategy. Face the challenges. Break down the barriers. Bali, the Island of Gods, 2022. Are you ready to win?
정부 서울 청사역입니다.
I remember like my first time 잊지를 못해 우리 처음으로 만난 그날은 내게 마치 환상 yeah. 수많은 사람으로 가득했던 한강 And it was so beautiful just like your face 젊고 아름다운 난 서울 같아 난 아주 트렌디하지만 너만의 이야기가 있어 너를 내게 말해줘 I'm just trying to love you better So many stars like a big universe 별빛이 담긴 길거리들 꺼내고 싶어 너와 둘이서 Fall in love with the city 매일 새로운 느낌이 yeah. C-E-L-O-V-E come right with me on my city love yeah. C-E-L-O-V-E come right with me on my city love You're so different 누구와도 비교할 수 없는 개성이 있어 그래서 어디서나 받지 동경 어린 시선 무엇을 하든 top class 너는 남기지 이름 쉽게 만족 못해 널 향해 보다 더 위를 You take it higher back to sun 어떤 일을 하든 최선 다해 100% yeah 어렵게 찾은 너는 내 사랑이구나 이리 와서 업고 놀자 함께 사랑갈 부르자 꼭 잡은 두 손에 너와 나의 true romance 흩어져 있어도 같은 마음 Soul is the name so it lives in my heart yeah 꼭 잡은 두 손에 너와 나의 true romance 흩어져 있어도 같은 마음 Soul is the name so it lives in my heart yeah C-T-L-O-V-E come right with me on my city love yeah C-T-L-O-V-E come right with me on my city love yeah
It is time for the biggest IESF World Championship. More than 120 countries. Set your mind, set your strategy. Face the challenges. Break down the barriers. Bali, the island of gods, 2022. Are you ready to win?
망가져요. 구겨져요. 신발 날아가요. 요리 튕겨요. 자, 여러분들 여기가 어디냐? 월미도의 중심 디스코 팡팡입니다. 오예!
너는 예전줬던 꼬마들 맘처럼 고민을 탈탈 이곳에 버려버려 오늘은 돌아가도 돼 I'm just gonna play I'm just gonna play I'm just gonna play
나가실 때 갖고 있는 핸드폰 모두 다 있는지 없는지 옆에 있는 남자친구도 있는지 없는지 한 번 더 확인 후에 하차하시면 되겠습니다. 오예!
Series have taken place. Cries, laughter, passion, everything happened in one arena. And now, all gamers around the world compete to be the best, gathered in one place. Bali, Indonesia. The land of the gods, the symbol of diversity, nature, culture. All elements become one, creating unity in diversity. And now, more than 120 countries and 700 international athletes will break a sweat to become their nation's pride. More than 50,000 spectators, 594 offline matches, and 196 matches on stream, 6 different games, and CSGO International Women Competition, 5 big stages. With esports entertainment and cosplay event, more than 70 exhibitors, the biggest esports events ever. Be a part of esports history. 14th IESF World Championship, Bali 2022.
It is time for the biggest IESF World Championship. More than 120 countries. Set your mind, set your strategy. Face the challenges. Break down the barriers. Bali, the Island of Gods, 2022. Are you ready to win?
유난히 보고 싶은 날 유난히 보고 싶은 밤 하늘들 밝은데 날 감싸준 날 감싸는 달아 매일 밤 차오는 달아 오늘따라 왠지 또 고마워져 사랑하는 눈을 두고 떠나보니 지치고 무서워질 때면 고개를 들지 않아도 알 수 있어 날 감싸는 나라 어디야 어디야 눈물이 가자 어디야 어디야 눈물이 가자 어디야 어디야 눈물이 가자 어디야 어디야
이번 역은 경복궁, 정부 서울 청사역입니다.
I remember like my first time 잊지를 못해 우리 처음으로 만난 그날은 내게 마치 환상 yeah. 수많은 사람으로 가득했던 한강 And it was so beautiful just like your face 젊고 아름다운 넌 서울 같아 난 아주 트렌디하지만 너만의 이야기가 해서 너를 내게 말해줘 I'm just tryna love you better So many stars like a big universe 별빛이 담긴 길거리들 떠들고 싶어 너와 둘이서 Fall in love with the city 매일 새로운 느낌이 yeah. C-L-O-V-E come right with me I'm a city love yeah. C-E-L-O-V-E come right with me I'm a city love You're so different 누구와도 비교할 수 없는 개성이 있어 그래서 어디서나 받지도 영어린 시선 무엇을 하든 top class 너는 남기지 이름 쉽게 만족 못해 널 향해 보다 더 위를 You take it higher back to sun 어떤 일을 하든 최선 다해 100% yeah. 어렵게 찾은 너는 내 사랑이구나 이리 와서 업고 놀자 함께 사랑갈 부르자 꼭 잡은 두 손에 너와 나의 true romance 흩어져 있어도 같은 마음 Soul is the name so it lives in my heart yeah 꼭 잡은 두 손에 너와 나의 true romance 흩어져 있어도 같은 마음 Soul is the name so it lives in my heart yeah C-T-L-O-V-E come right with me on my city love yeah C-T-L-O-V-E come right with me on my city love yeah
is time for the biggest IESF World Championship. More than 120 countries. Set your mind, set your strategy. Face the challenges. Break down the barriers. Bali, the Island of Gods, 2022. Are you ready to win?
회색 도시 안에서 고개로를 내 정해둔 상식에서 벗어난 뒤 반복되는 알고리즘은 no way 그래도 어떻게 차가운 도시가 나를 바꾸게 보내 올라가는 몸 변하지 않을 뻔뻔히 왜 keep it clean 우리는 도시 안에서 빛을 보면서 눈을 넘어가
망가져요 옷, 구겨져요 신발, 날아가요 요리조리 튕겨요. 자 여러분들 여기가 어디냐, 월미도의 중심 디스코 팡팡입니다. 오예.
너는 얘기해줬던 꼬마들만처럼 고민을 탈탈 이곳에 버려버려. 오늘은 돌아가도 돼. I'm just gonna play it. I'm just gonna play it. I'm just gonna play.
나가실 때 갖고 있는 핸드폰 모두 다 있는지 없는지, 옆에 있는 남자친구도 있는지 없는지 한 번 더 확인 후에 하차하시면 되겠습니다. 오예.
가정을 듣고 어전에 입시하여 대왕에게 절을 삼가 승진은 도미 한섬이나 추석 오징어 할 박대대사성 두목 방청사족의 해우마 병사청 어군수 해구 현가몽어 조부장 조기 부별나 지상대 승대 청다리가 우리 좌우나졸 금금모조리 상원솔 지두치 주치늘 삼치 가재 객기까지 영을 듣고 어전에 입시하여 대왕에게 절을
Thirteen series have taken place. Cries, laughter, passion, everything happened in one arena. And now, all gamers around the world compete to be the best, gathered in one place. Bali, Indonesia. The land of the gods. The symbol of diversity, nature, culture. All elements become one, creating unity in diversity. And now, more than 120 countries and 700 international athletes will break a sweat to become their nation's pride. More than 50,000 spectators, 594 offline matches, and 196 matches on stream, 6 different games, and CSGO International Women Competition, 5 big stages. With esports entertainment and cosplay event, more than 70 exhibitors, the biggest esports events ever. Be a part of esports history. 14th IESF World Championship, Bali 2022.
It is time for the biggest IESF World Championship. More than 120 countries. Set your mind, set your strategy. Face the challenges. Break down the barriers. Bali, the island of gods, 2022. Are you ready to win?
서울 천사역입니다.
I remember like my first time 잊지를 못해 우리 처음으로 만난 그날은 내게 마치 환상 yeah. 수많은 사람으로 가득했던 한강 And it was so beautiful just like your face 젊고 아름다운 난 서울 같아 난 아주 trendy하지만 너만의 이야기가 있어 너를 내게 말해줘 I'm just tryna love you better So many stars like a big universe 별빛이 담긴 길거리들 꺼내고 싶어 너와 둘이서 Fall in love with the city 매일 새로운 느낌이 yeah. C-L-O-V-E come right with me I'm a city love yeah. C-L-O-V-E come right with me I'm a city love You're so different 누구와도 비교할 수 없는 개성이 있어 그래서 어디서나 받지 동경 어린 시선 무엇을 하든 top class 너는 남기지 이름 쉽게 만족 못해 널 향해 보다 더 위를 You take it higher back to sun 어떤 일을 하든 최선 다해 100% yeah. 어렵게 찾은 너는 내 사랑이구나 이리 와서 업고 놀자 함께 사랑갈 부르자 꼭 잡은 두 손에 너와 나의 true romance 흩어져 있어도 같은 마음 Soul is the name so it lives in my heart yeah 꼭 잡은 두 손에 너와 나의 true romance 흩어져 있어도 같은 마음 Soul is the name so it lives in my heart yeah C-T-L-O-V-E come right with me I'm a city love yeah C-T-L-O-V-E come right with me I'm a city love yeah
It is time for the biggest IESF World Championship. More than 120 countries. Set your mind, set your strategy. Face the challenges. Break down the barriers. Bali, the island of gods. 2022. Are you ready to win?
어디란 고개를 넘어 I got 20 vision
망가져요 옷 구겨져요 신발 날아가요 요리 튕겨요 자 여러분들 여기가 어디냐 월미도의 중심 디스코 팡팡입니다 오예
너는 이제 줬던 꼬마들 맘처럼 고민을 탈탈 이곳에 버려버려 오늘은 돌아가도 돼 I'm just gonna play it I'm just gonna play it I'm just gonna play
나가실 때 갖고 있는 핸드폰 모두 다 있는지 없는지 옆에 있는 남자친구도 있는지 없는지 한 번 더 확인 후에 하차하시면 되겠습니다. 오예.
Series have taken place. Cries, laughter, passion, everything happened in one arena. And now, all gamers around the world compete to be the best, gathered in one place. Bali, Indonesia. The land of the gods, the symbol of diversity, nature, culture. All elements become one, creating unity in diversity. And now, more than 120 countries and 700 international athletes will break a sweat to become their nation's pride. More than 50,000 spectators, 594 offline matches, and 196 matches on stream, 6 different games, and CSGO International Women Competition, 5 big stages. With esports entertainment and cosplay event, more than 70 exhibitors, the biggest esports events ever. Be a part of esports history. 14th IESF World Championship, Bali 2022.
It is time for the biggest IESF World Championship. More than 120 countries. Set your mind, set your strategy. Face the challenges. Break down the barriers. Bali, the island of gods, 2022. Are you ready to win?
유난히 보고 싶은 날 유난히 보고 싶은 밤 하늘의 밝은 달 날 감싸준 날 감싸는 달아 매일 밤 처음 달아 오늘따라 왠지 또 고마워져 사랑하는 눈을 뜨고 떠나온 길 지치고 무서워질 때면 길을 끄지 않아도 알 수 있어 날 감싸는 달아 어디야 어디야 난 어디 가자 어디야 어디야 난 어디 가자 어디야 어디야 어디 가자 어디야 어디야
이번 역은 경복궁, 정부 서울 청사역입니다.
I remember like my first time 잊지를 못해 우리 처음으로 만난 그날은 내게 마치 환상 yeah. 수많은 사람으로 가득했던 한강 And it was so beautiful just like your face 젊고 아름다운 난 서울 같아 난 아주 트렌디하지만 너만의 이야기가 있어 너를 내게 말해줘 I'm just tryna love you better So many stars like a big universe 별빛이 담긴 길거리들 거닐고 싶어 너와 둘이서 Fall in love with the city 매일 새로운 느낌이 yeah. C-L-O-V-E come ride with me on my city love yeah. C-L-O-V-E come ride with me on my city love You're so different 누구와도 비교할 수 없는 개성이 있어 그래서 어디서나 받지 동경 어린 시선 무엇을 하든 top class 너는 남기지 이름 쉽게 만족 못해 널 향해 보다 더 위를 You take it higher back to sun 어떤 일을 하든 최선 다해 100% yeah. 어렵게 찾은 너는 내 사랑이구나 이리 와서 업고 놀자 함께 사랑갈 부르자 꼭 잡은 두 손에 너와 나의 true romance 흩어져 있어도 같은 마음 Soul is the name so it lives in my heart yeah 꼭 잡은 두 손에 너와 나의 true romance 흩어져 있어도 같은 마음 Soul is the name so it lives in my heart yeah C-T-L-O-V-E come ride with me on my city love yeah C-T-L-O-V-E come ride with me on my city love yeah
It is time for the biggest IESF World Championship. More than 120 countries. Set your mind, set your strategy. Face the challenges. Break down the barriers. Bali, the Island of Gods, 2022. Are you ready to win?
망가져요. 구겨져요. 신발 날아가요. 요리 튕겨요. 자 여러분들 여기가 어디냐? 월미도의 중심 디스코 팡팡입니다. 오예.
너는 예전 줬던 꼬마들만처럼 고민을 탈탈 이곳에 버려버려. 오늘은 돌아가도 돼. I'm just gonna play it. I'm just gonna play it. I'm just gonna play.
나가실 때 갖고 있는 핸드폰 모두 다 있는지 없는지 옆에 있는 남자친구도 있는지 없는지 한 번 더 확인 후에 하차하시면 되겠습니다. 오예.
사제 개구리까지 영을 듣고 어전에 입시하여 대왕에게 절을 상거 승진은 도미 한섬이나 추석 오징어 할 박대대사 성두봉 방청사 조개 해우고마 병사청어 군수 해구 현가몽어 조부장 조기 부별나 지상대 승대 청다리가 우리 좌구나졸 금금모조리 상원솔 지부치 주치늘 삼치 가재 갱리까지 영을 듣고 어전에 입시하여 대왕에게 절을
Thirteen series have taken place. Cries, laughter, passion, everything happened in one arena. And now, all gamers around the world compete to be the best, gathered in one place. Bali, Indonesia. The land of the gods. The symbol of diversity, nature, culture. All elements become one, creating unity in diversity. And now, more than 120 countries and 700 international athletes will break a sweat to become their nation's pride. More than 50,000 spectators, 594 offline matches, and 196 matches on stream, 6 different games, and CSGO International Women Competition, 5 big stages. With esports entertainment and cosplay event, more than 70 exhibitors, the biggest esports events ever. Be a part of esports history. 14th IESF World Championship, Bali 2022.
It is time for the biggest IESF World Championship. More than 120 countries. Set your mind, set your strategy. Face the challenges. Break down the barriers. Bali, the island of gods, 2022. Are you ready to win?
상치 가재 개구리까지 영을 듣고 어전에 입시하여 대왕극에 절은 삼보 승진은 도미 한섬이나 추석 오징어 한 박대대사 성두봉 방청사족의 해운마 병사청어 군수 해구 현가몽어 조부장 조기 부별나 지상대 승대 정다리가 우리 좌구나졸 금금모조리 상어솔 치부치 주치늘 삼치 가재 개구리까지 영을 듣고 어전에 입시하여 대왕에게 절을
Thirteen series have taken place. Cries, laughter, passion. Everything happened in one arena. And now, all gamers around the world compete to be the best, gathered in one place. Bali, Indonesia. The land of the gods. The symbol of diversity, nature, culture. All elements become one, creating unity in diversity. And now, more than 120 countries and 700 international athletes will break a sweat to become their nation's pride. More than 50,000 spectators, 594 offline matches, and 196 matches on stream, 6 different games, and CSGO International Women Competition, 5 big stages. With esports entertainment and cosplay event, more than 70 exhibitors, the biggest esports events ever. Be a part of esports history. 14th IESF World Championship, Bali 2022.
It is time for the biggest IESF World Championship. More than 120 countries. Set your mind, set your strategy. Face the challenges. Break down the barriers. Bali, the island of gods, 2022. Are you ready to win?
remember like my first time. 잊지를 못해 우리 처음으로 만난 그날은 내게 마치 환상. Yeah. 수많은 사람으로 가득했던 한강 and it was so beautiful just like your face. 젊고 아름다운 난 서울 같아. 난 아주 트렌디하지만 너만의 이야기가 있어 너를 내게 말해줘. I'm just tryna love you better. So many stars like a big universe. 별빛이 담긴 길거리들 꺼내고 싶어 너와 둘이서 Fall in love with the city 매일 새로운 느낌이 yeah. C-T-L-O-V-E come right with me I'm a city love yeah. C-T-L-O-V-E come right with me I'm a city love You're so different 누구와도 비교할 수 없는 개성이 있어 그래서 어디서나 받지도 영어린 시선 무엇을 하든 top class 너는 남기지 이름 쉽게 만족 못해 널 향해 보다 더 위를 You take it higher back to sun 어떤 일을 하든 최선 다해 100% yeah. 어렵게 찾은 너는 내 사랑이구나 이리 와서 업고 놀자 함께 사랑갈 부르자 꼭 잡은 두 손에 너와 나의 true romance 흩어져 있어도 같은 마음 Soul is the name so it lives in my heart yeah 꼭 잡은 두 손에 너와 나의 true romance 흩어져 있어도 같은 마음 Soul is the name so it lives in my heart yeah C-T-L-O-V-E come right with me on my city love yeah C-T-L-O-V-E come right with me on my city love yeah
It is time for the biggest IESF World Championship. More than 120 countries. Set your mind, set your strategy. Face the challenges. Break down the barriers. Bali, the island of gods, 2022. Are you ready to win?
망가져요. 구겨져요. 신발 날아가요. 요리 튕겨요. 자, 여러분들 여기가 어디냐? 월미도의 중심 디스코 팡팡입니다. 오예!
너는 얘기해줬던 꼬마들만처럼 고민을 탈탈 이곳에 버려버려 오늘은 돌아가도 돼 I'm just gonna play it I'm just gonna play yeah. I'm just gonna play
나가실 때 갖고 있는 핸드폰 모두 다 있는지 없는지 옆에 있는 남자친구도 있는지 없는지 한 번 더 확인 후에 하차하시면 되겠습니다. 오예!
사족의 해운군마 평산청어 군수 해구현 가몽어 조부장 조기 부별나 지장대 등대 청다리가 우리 좌우나졸 근근모조리 상어술 진운치 준치 멸치 삼치 가재 개구리까지 영을 듣고 어전에 입시하여 대왕극의 절은 대대사성두목 방청사족의 해운군마 평산청어 군수 해구 현가몽어 조부장 조기 부별나 지장대 승대 청다리가 우리 좌우나졸 근근모조리 상어술 치눈치 준치멸 삼치 가재 개구리까지 영을 듣고 어전에 입시하여 대왕릉의 절은
series have taken place. Cries, laughter, passion, everything happened in one arena. And now, all gamers around the world compete to be the best, gathered in one place, Bali, Indonesia. The land of the gods, the symbol of diversity, nature, culture. All elements become one, creating unity in diversity. And now, more than 120 countries and 700 international athletes will break a sweat to become their nation's pride. More than 50,000 spectators, 594 offline matches, and 196 matches on stream, 6 different games, and CSGO International Women Competition, 5 big stages. With esports entertainment and cosplay event, more than 70 exhibitors, the biggest esports events ever. Be a part of esports history. 14th IESF World Championship, Bali 2022.
for the biggest IESF World Championship. More than 120 countries. Set your mind, set your strategy. Face the challenges. Break down the barriers. Bali, the Island of Gods, 2022. Are you ready to win?
유난히 보고 싶은 날 유난히 보고 싶은 밤 하늘들 밝은데 날 감싸준 날 감싸는 달아 매일 밤 잠은 달아 오늘따라 왠지 또 고마워져 사랑하는 눈을 뜨고 떠나본 길 지고 무서워질 때면 길을 들지 않아도 알 수 있어 날 감싸는 따라 어디야 어디야 눈물이 가자 어디야 어디야 눈물이 가자 어디야 어디야 눈물이 가자 어디야 어디야
이번 역은 경복궁, 정부 서울 청사역입니다.
I remember like my first time 잊지를 못해 우리 처음으로 만난 그날은 내게 마치 환상 yeah. 수많은 사람으로 가득했던 한강 And it was so beautiful just like your face 젊고 아름다운 넌 서울 같아 난 아주 트렌디하지만 너만의 이야기가 있어 너를 내게 말해줘 I'm just trying to love you better So many stars like a big universe 별빛이 담긴 길거리들 꺼내고 싶어 너와 둘이서 Fall in love with the city 매일 새로운 느낌이 yeah. C-L-O-V-E come right with me I'm a city love yeah C-L-O-V-E come right with me I'm a city love You're so different 누구와도 비교할 수 없는 개성이 있어 그래서 어디서나 받지 동경 어린 시선 무엇을 하든 top class 너는 남기지 이름 쉽게 만족 못해 널 향해 보다 더 위를 You take it higher back to sun 어떤 일을 하든 최선 다해 100% yeah 어렵게 찾은 너는 내 사랑이구나 이리 와서 업고 놀자 함께 사랑갈 부르자 꼭 잡은 두 손에 너와 나의 true romance 흩어져 있어도 같은 마음 Soul is the name so it lives in my heart yeah 꼭 잡은 두 손에 너와 나의 true romance 흩어져 있어도 같은 마음 Soul is the name so it lives in my heart yeah C-T-L-O-V-E come right with me on my city love yeah C-T-L-O-V-E come right with me on my city love yeah
It is time for the biggest IESF World Championship. More than 120 countries. Set your mind, set your strategy. Face the challenges. Break down the barriers. Bali, the island of gods, 2022. Are you ready to win?
Welcome back to the Esports Arena here in beautiful Busan, South Korea, where we are proud to host, along with the Korean Ministry of Sport, Culture, and Tourism, the City of Busan, the Busan Tourism Organization, and the Busan IT Promotion Agency, We Summit 22. I'm Andrew Murphy, and it's my pleasure to welcome all of you here to Busan and on YouTube, viewing from around the world, to the next session of We Summit 22. In this session, we'll discuss esports conduct, evaluate cultural considerations, and examine the infrastructure needed to create benchmarks for esports education. This session is titled, Developing Guidelines for Esports Conduct. Please join me once again in welcoming the moderator for this session, Executive Director of the North American Scholastic Esports Federation, NASEF, and the Chair of Global Esports Education at the International Esports Federation. Everyone, please welcome Gerald Solomon. And his panelists, Guan Wang, President of Education and Gen G Global Academy at Gen G Esports, where he is in charge with creating transformative learning experiences for students learning essential skills through esports. Dr. Angelica Ortiz de Gortari, lead researcher at the University of Bergen, a research psychologist with over 15 years of experience analyzing the psychology of video games. Dr. Choi Director and Professor of Esports at Shenandoah University and the Chair of the Board of Directors for the National Association of Collegiate Esports. And joining us live online is Ian Smith, Commissioner of the Esports Integrity Commission and a lawyer specializing in sports integrity related issues like match fixing, doping, and cheating. Everybody, please welcome Ian. And the floor is yours, Joe. Oh, there's Ian.
Well, welcome everyone. It's great to have you all here. Ian, sorry you couldn't be here in person. We heard about the little escapade you went through, but it's great that you're able to make it and be part of the panel. So thank you for taking the time to be able to do that. So welcome everyone. This is really just going to be a conversation. As we heard earlier, we're going to talk a little bit about guidelines for esports conduct. What does that mean and where should we go with that? We've got some great esteemed panelists who have various perspectives on the topic. We're going to talk for a while, and then we're going to open it up to all of you in the audience. We'd like to hear from you, get some questions so we can respond to that, maybe some people online as well. And I'd like to start off with having people introduce themselves. So let's go with the most remote person here. So Ian, if you can introduce yourself, take a minute and tell us a little bit about who you are.
Good morning and thank you. And I'm so sorry I couldn't be there. It was a bit of an adventure at Heathrow. Seemed very minor at the time, flipping the back of another plane with the wing of ours, but turned into 9.5 hours of fiddling around. So apologies, I would have loved to be there, but for that. My name is Ian Smith. As said, I'm the Commissioner of the Esports Integrity Commission. My background is in legal sports administration in traditional sport, but I've been almost exclusively in esports since 2015, when I carried out an integrity threat assessment for the then owners of ESL, which is the Modern Time Group in Sweden. And I, as a result of that assessment, formed ESIC back at the beginning of 2016, and ever since then been trying to create and maintain and develop a program to deal with the three principal integrity issues within esports, being, in our view, match fixing, cheating, and doping. And that is effectively what ESIC does on behalf of its members. We're a voluntary regulator in that regard. But of course, what I regard as our major part, and most important part of our work, is our education of participants in what the rules are, what the impact of those are, what it looks like to be approached to manipulate outcomes, and what the consequences of that might be if you do it.
Great, thanks. Thanks so much for the introduction. Guan, how about yourself?
Thank you, Gerald. My name is Guan. I'm very honored and excited to be here in this panel today. I'm the president of Genji Global Academy, and so I'm responsible for and oversee all of our educational programs across the countries where we operate, so here in Korea, China, and United States. And so I think what sets us apart from other academies of other esports organizations is also that we're not only catering to the players and to the people who want to become pro, but rather we want to help everybody who have a passion in esports to create opportunities for them. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And Helaka, if you could.
Yes, hi. So I'm very happy to be here. I thank you very much for the opportunity and to discuss such an important topic. So I'm a psychologist and I'm a researcher. I have researched over the 15 years really trying to develop preventive measures for motivate and encourage responsible gaming. And I started really getting into the game when I was working at the Swiss National Institute of Public Health. When it was, was this kind of boom about massive multiplayer games, and it was starting this kind of bettings in this kind of sites like a Quake or Cash for Money. So it's when I started to kind of getting into the video game world. And one of the most recent initiatives that is supported by the Center of Learning of Technology at the University of Bergen, that I'm currently, is the eSport in Nordic schools, where we are following high school students to understand the impact of eSport education and to identify factors that can help us to develop better education for eSports. Yeah.
Thank you. And last but not least, a person that I know from back in the States that we've done a number of things together over the years. I call him Joey G. So Joey, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Gerald. Yeah, Joey G, my boy band name, like I said earlier, right? This is fun. This is great. I'm really excited that I'm able to be here to speak with some great people and meet incredible people across the esports industry, really around the world, which is really exciting, and having great conversations, and including this one here. As Gerald said, my name is Joey Gariziak. I'm a professor as well as the director of esports at Shenandoah University, which is a small school in Winchester, Virginia, about an hour outside of Washington, D.C. And what I do is I oversee a lot of things. Guan, you said the word oversee. That's my favorite word because it means I don't actually have to do all the work, right? We just get to oversee and make sure that things get done and we have a good staff working with us to enact our initiatives and do things. So at the university, I run the academic program as well as the competitive program. We have a lot of esports courses and full programs of study ranging from minors to certificates to majors and even MBA in esports management. Also, I oversee the competitive program, which has been around for 4 years at this point at the varsity level, competing in 7 different titles, and full broadcast production in our arena, and overseeing everything we do from the content creation to social media to broadcast and everything in between on that side of things. I'm also involved with the National Association of Collegiate Esports. That is kind of like the NCAA, if you're familiar with American college sports, kind of like the NCAA for esports right now, although I don't like using that comparison all the time. But we have about 800 institutions and over 15,000 competitors across North America competing at the collegiate level. I'm the current chair of the board of directors and work with great people doing that. So yeah, involved in everything I can at the collegiate level. Gerald, like you mentioned, involved at the high school level in some initiatives as well. So anything and everything Scholastic Esports, I try to be involved in so we can continue building opportunities for learners around the world, both current and future ones, and find those opportunities.
Great. Well, thank you all for being here. And as I indicated at the onset, this is really just a conversation. I'm going to ask some questions. I'm not going to throw anything too hard to the group. We've already kind of chatted a little bit, so they know what the topics are. But it's really open, so when I ask the questions, please just chime in. And if no one talks, I'll just pick on them. So let's just kind of start out. Why are we even talking about this topic? What's precipitated the fact that there's a need for a discussion around codes of conduct?
It's a good question to start with, and I'm interested to hear what Ian's going to say about this one. But to get started, I don't know if we need conduct. Gamers are all really well behaved, and there's never any issues, right? They're the best, most polite people in the world at all times. No, you know, say that with a little tongue in cheek. I think what made this conversation or why we're here is to try to find a way that esports can be sustainable, where people are acting and behaving in ways that are appropriate as it continues to grow and becomes a bigger issue when they do behave inappropriately, say things they shouldn't be saying, engage in activities that they shouldn't be engaging in. And it's complicated because, as we all know, esports is pretty new, right? And so we're almost flying the plane as we're building it at this point. And so it's important to have these discussions so that students, from my perspective, students, but also professional competitors, semi-professional competitors, really understand what they should and should not be doing, how they're, you know, impacting their personal brand with what they're saying, the way they're acting online, but also for competitive integrity. You know, that's a big thing to make sure that we have a level playing field across all levels of esports competition. But I really want to hear what Ian has to say about this.
Ian, you're on the spot.
Thanks, Joe. I am. Look, I think the biggest difference that I found when I first came into esports that makes this relevant is that if you show talent in traditional sports, and obviously I'm more familiar with Europe than the United States, but nevertheless, here in most major sports, your talent is identified around, 10, 11, 12, and you're put into a system where you know, amongst many other things, that there are rules of conduct that govern your behavior off the pitch as well as on the pitch. Within esports, so many young men and women who come into the competitive or the elite competitive scene know only the rules that exist on the field. In other words, on the server. They have no idea that there's a set of rules and behaviors that are necessary to be a professional or high-level elite performer in esports. And so the danger that we face often is that people come in being very good at a video game, absolutely have no knowledge of how to be a professional esports athlete. And so all these rules and regulations and necessary ways of behaving off the server, outside of the game, are a mystery to these guys, which makes the education that others in traditional sport get by osmosis over a long period of time something of a shock, but extremely necessary, because there's a big, very big gap to be bridged over a very short time to ensure that that these players get the best possible start in the industry and don't make a mistake off the server that ruins their career or at least stunts it.
Thank you. Other comments from any of the other panelists?
Yes, I think it's very important. I mean, it really promotes the harmony in general in the team and the competitors as well. But I think also something of the big issue, I mean, this is toxic behavior, that it really can harm performance and actually have a negative psychological negative consequences. But I think as we try to improve ourselves and our collective behavior and behave in a correct way or the ideal way, I think we can dignify esports to really make the difference between general gaming practices. And in this way, I believe it will be easy to really kind of consider esports, you know, kind of universal. The acceptance of esports, it needs to be really, and it's not just make the difference between, we have, you know, esports is characterized by competition, group, I mean, training, you know, certain characteristics, but we need to talk about cost of behavior that can make us different from other gaming practices. So I think code of behavior is essential for accomplish this.
Yeah, I think there are a lot of good things being said here, and the only thing that I would like to add is also like my realization is that nowadays it's much easier for players to play competitively, like compared to 20 years ago when I was competing in esports. There were not so much of this sophisticated mechanism where players would so easily go and play ranked games. And so now you have a whole new generation of people that are increasingly playing competitively across the world. So I think it's really important to realize that this topic of how players should relate to each other and behave and interact with each other, this is such an important long-term topic.
You know, I think Ian made a comment that I'll just elaborate on a little bit. We have some 3,000 schools around the world that participate in NASEF. We did a survey last year, and we found that about 80% of the students had never been in any type of formal competitive activity. They didn't play soccer, they didn't play football, they didn't play baseball, they weren't involved in sports, they didn't have a history or a knowledge of what is or what is not appropriate conduct in an organized sports situation. So for many of them, as you've all alluded to, it's the idea that this is their first opportunity to engage in that. So they need that mentorship, they need that training to be able to move forward and do it appropriately for the integrity of the program.
Yeah, and kind of go off of that a little bit, Gerald, what you're saying, what Ian was saying, making that comparison to traditional sports, I think is really important here, because if you look at traditional sports, you don't mic up the players all the time to hear what they're saying while they're competing. In esports, a lot of times they're mic'd up or they're doing their personal stream while they're competing. There's a reason you don't want to mic up athletes during a high-stress competition. They are saying things they probably wouldn't say any other time in their lives. And they have a cool-down period before they address the media or engage in social media or anything. There's a cool-down period for them to kind of get their adrenaline out of their system, to calm down a little bit before they say things that could come back and hurt them. Well, in esports right now, we don't really have that, because they are simultaneously competing and interacting with the crowd at the same time in a lot of cases. And that's really dangerous. And we had a situation on campus where we had to talk to our players that, hey, you are live right now talking to people while you're competing, and you are saying things that shouldn't be reflecting the university in this way. And so I think that that's really unique. And so that when we look at traditional sports and esports, how we address things, and like you're saying, Gerald, a lot of them have never played traditional sports, but we can still take lessons from what traditional sports have done and instruct players now, whether they're in high school, middle school, college, even professionals, about what is appropriate and what's not. But it's so much harder, in my opinion, in esports than it is traditional sports, because they're constantly connected. And we're saying this backstage, the mic is always hot.
Absolutely.
It's going to capture things they say that they might not even realize they're saying, but it's going to come off in a way that's not always the best light. And so they have to be very, very careful with the way that they're engaging and what they're saying while they're competing, because everybody can hear them while they're competing. And that's really, really tough.
You know, I think that's a good segue into the next subtopic here, and that is kind of let's get into the grit a little bit of what we're talking about. Maybe share, if you could, an experience that you've had with your program, kids in your program, What was that like? What was the impact? How was that handled? Let's let the audience have an understanding when we talk about conduct. And you know, some of it's gritty, and we know that. Share some of that so people have a sense of what that really feels like and how we deal with that.
Sure. I'll go first if you guys don't mind. For us, it really starts from our mission, our company mission, which is to create opportunities for people who have a passion in esports and gaming, right? And at its core of our mission is our Genji Global Academy, our education initiative, where we really help all these young people to become better players fundamentally, right? And it's not, the way we help them is not only kind of, how do they become it's not only about how they become better technically in the game, but it's rather to help them to become better players in terms of how they better work in the teams, how they better communicate with each other, how they better solve problems, right? And the impact that we've seen is really encouraging. I was talking to Joey about this too, right? In the beginning, we've had many students who are less engaged in school, but through our programs, they have been able not to only kind of improve in the game that they play, but also becoming more engaged in their normal school. And this year, we have succeeded to send off 16 students to the United States, to the different colleges, to either play as student athletes or attend one of the esports programs, and really doing good things. And that's really what keeps us going, seeing these outcomes and very kind of transformative experiences with our students.
How about some other specific examples from people of issues or challenges that they've encountered?
Well, I can say, my experience comes really from research. So when we talk about toxic behavior or communication in teams, we know that while both competitors and the team can get into this kind of, rude comments, the impact is not just knowing the competitors, rather it's the team, how they work, and how the cooperation work into the team, so really affect the performance into the game. But it's and this come a little bit with what Joe mentioned about this kind of suddenly maybe control impulses or emotion that is not possible to control, and we have this immediately communication and social networks that happen in the esports that doesn't happen in other sports. And I think this is why it's very important, the education, to really promote emotional regulation and control impulses, because it happened in this arena, and we see how this affect the performance, and this toxic behavior really related with the stress and actually and really reduce the performance in the game. So this, from research is what I have seen.
A really specific example that we just had about 2 weeks ago, 2 of our Apex players. Every team thinks they have the most toxic team in the world, I swear. Like COD players think they're the most toxic, League of Legends players think they're the most toxic. But this one was our Apex team, and it seems like once a year we have a situation like this. 2 of our players they had an okay game, but they got reverse swept, and the other team was doing a little, what we call in the States, smack talking. And they were doing it in game. And so our players decided that they would retaliate and say some things back to them. But not only retaliate and say things in game, they were then going on social media and typing things out and saying things on Twitter. And then they were going into the stream that the other team had going on, and they were saying things in the chat lobby that they shouldn't have been saying. And these are our varsity players that are representing our university. And so this is what I call an educational opportunity, to have a conversation with these players about what is appropriate and what's not appropriate. And 3 of the players, so the 3 players that were engaging in this behavior, one of them was a player, she didn't engage at all. Women tend to not engage as much as men do. They're not as aggressive online that I've found. But the men that were engaging in this, we had a conversation with them in my office and the head coach. 2 of them were very accepting of what I was saying, like we understand, we shouldn't have done it, we took down our tweets, we apologized to the other university. The other player was like, I don't see anything wrong with this. And I think that is the problem right there, that a lot of our players don't see the problem in retaliating. It's like, this is just part of what we do. This is part of esports. It's part of competing. And I told him I understand that, but there is a right way and a wrong way that you can engage with people. And so just a few weeks ago, this is what we went through, and now we're rewriting part of our code of conduct at the university, which every varsity player signs before they're allowed to compete. It's a 4.5-page document they have to sign and agree to before they're allowed to compete on our teams. And so now we're putting some subsections in there about personal streaming, about how you engage with people on streams, not going into somebody's Twitch channel and engaging in a chat in a way that is, making fun of them or is negative. And so we use these, it's a constantly evolving process, but that situation was not one that specific that we had seen before, and now we can know what to look for going forward. So we're continuing to learn, continue to evolve as we go, but that situation just a few weeks ago, now we have full program-wide conversations about here's how you engage, here's how you act, here's what's appropriate, and here's what's not. So that really helped us build onto what we already do and make us stronger going forward.
Yeah, so I'll share a little experience as well. We had a president of a club who was becoming a bully, and he really was trying to kind of dictate and manage everything that was happening. And through our code of conduct and how we operate, there's an ability to share with the coach or the GM or even the commissioner of the league an anonymous concern. And what ended up happening was kids were actually quitting and leaving the club because they felt uncomfortable. And what ended up happening was, and this is the difference between high school and college oftentimes, is the coach and the manager with the commissioner of the league actually sat down with a group of kids, pulled out the code of conduct, and talked about it in a very safe and open space, and confronted respectfully the behaviors and the challenges that were there, and were able to work through and talk through it. It wasn't easy, it was uncomfortable, no doubt, for people, but it really ended up long-term helping to build out a more solid set of responsibilities, understandings, and communication, because as we all know, communication is critical in the world of esports. So let me move on to another question, if I could. And as we talk about the ideas of codes of conduct, where do we begin? Is it something that should be promulgated by an administration in a school, by a league? Does it begin in middle school, high school, college? Let's talk a little bit about your thoughts on how, if we wanted to think about creating codes of conduct, should it be universal? Should it be school by school? What are the ways that organizations and clubs and programs should think about this?
I think in terms of when it should start.
How about Yin? Do you have a comment?
Yeah, I'm happy to wait, but I think one of the things that we learned very early on in promulgating a set of regulations at the elite professional level was that if you want your players to come along with you, then you've got to involve them in the creation of the regulations in the first place. And in particular for us, the biggest collaboration with players was around our anti-doping policy, because there's a significant difference between what is necessary in esports as opposed to traditional sport. And so we had, we felt from the beginning that the WADA code, for example, was inappropriate to esport. I still believe that. And so we decided to create our own esports-specific anti-doping policy. And the first place we went, before we consulted doctors and pharmacologists about what substances might be appropriate to prohibit or restrict, we spoke to the players, and we surveyed, this is back in 2016, over 400 players in terms of, what would worry them? If they found out their opponents were using a particular substance, what would that be? What did they think was appropriate in terms of testing regimes, in terms of punishments, in terms of sanctions? In other words, what worried the players about the ability of other players to enhance their performance with a view to beating them? And that was the basis of our policy before we started looking at the specifics and comparing our policies and procedures to the WADA code and other traditional sports regimes. So, in any set of regulations, in my view, you've got to go to the athletes first and then extrapolate out. Because what traditional sport has always done for the last 100 years is impose rules on the players and create this division of us and them between the administrators of the sport, the regulators, the federations, and the athletes. And to this day, there is an almost unbridgeable divide between most sports administrations and the players of those sports, where the players resent the imposition of rules that they had no part in making.
Other comments from panelists? Where do we start?
Yeah, I think, first of all, it should broaden the perspective of not only focusing on the players who are on the athletic level or in varsity, but to all the players that are playing competitively in one or other aspects, right? And in that view, my opinion is that you should start as early as possible, as soon as you have an opportunity to scaffold and to educate around the guidelines on the conduct. I think you should take that opportunity. In addition to that, I think we have to work on all angles, both top-down from a publisher perspective to implement mechanics and infrastructure and technologies in the game themselves to create a better and more sustainable environment for everyone to compete in. But as well as all of the stakeholders in the industry, right? And there, I think, all the organizations, players, creators, streamers, that the players, that all the users look up to. I think they have all of us have a very strong kind of responsibility, a big responsibility to show what is acceptable and what is not acceptable.
And I think we have to kind of break it down. And Gerald, my least favorite answer, but the answer I always give to people for a lot of questions is 2 words: it depends. So I think it depends at what level you're talking about. And I totally agree that we need to involve our players, like Ian was talking about, involve the athletes in these conversations. That could be tough for like middle schools to involve, the middle school students, because I don't think they really understand what esports is and how it operates and what it can be used for as an educational opportunity. And so I think that starting that grassroots from the bottom up approach of developing some policies, but then enforcing it is that top-down approach. And it has to come from different people, whether it's national organizations, whether it's publishers, whether it's individual schools. So my school will enact very different codes of conduct than a school right down the road, right? And so each school is going to have their own nuance, but we can do things like NACE, National Association of Collegiate Esports. We have policies in place. We have ways of procedures and ways to get in touch with people to ask, was there cheating going on? What is that policy? What is the procedure for moving forward with looking at if there is anything that happened? But we top-down approach to enforcing it, bottom-up approach to developing it. But then it goes beyond just competing. We all know that there's so much more to esports and gaming than esports and gaming. You have to go beyond gaming. And so codes of conduct for athletes might be very different than codes of conduct for your content team or your producers or your streamers for your team. That might be very different for your tournament organizers, how you engage and how you talk to people from different schools to set them up, get them in a lobby, get things set up, get them ready to go. And so I think and I'm sure Neil's in here somewhere, we talk about this all the time, like esports is so much more. There's so much more to it than just the competitors. So I think codes of conduct and how you act professionally for everybody involved in the ecosystem is extremely important, because a lot of us, Guan, you said it, you were a former pro gamer, right? I dabbled in Halo when I was in college. I was definitely not a pro gamer. But we all come from a background a lot of times that we have an interest or we've played video games, but not all of us are going to do that going forward as a career. And so it's important that we have codes of conduct in place for everybody involved around it, so that we can get rid of the toxicity issues and any cheating issues that have been going on in esports from the beginning. So I think it does depend, Gerald, on what you're talking about for where these codes of conduct are and who's involved in it. But I think getting players involved early on is incredibly important for that process to get started.
Can I say, I think it's very important to really involve, as you have mentioned, the gamers, but the big challenge is not just to develop the codes of conduct, rather that to make them really motivate the change of behaviors. And I think when they are young generations, it's more easy that they adopt values and principles. And I think, this code of behavior should be part of the practice of everyday training. And it should be involved, I think, gamers, but it should also involve also coach and trainers, to respect their rights and what are the needs about the eSport players from different levels.
Yeah, so I think you raised the next topic, which is assuming you have these codes of conduct, and it's variant and depends upon a variety of circumstances. How do you enforce it? You made a comment about it being top down. I would push back a little bit and say when you're dealing with middle schoolers and high schoolers, top down can be sometimes destructive. And kind of group engagement and dialogue and discussion and using it as a learning lesson oftentimes can be better. So let's take a minute and talk about that concept of learning, training, and enforcement. And how does that all interrelate within this topic that we're talking about?
I think the most important is to really motivate, to really explain why these code of behavior are important. What are the consequences? I mean, as I say, based on research, it really affects performance. So if we really justify and really explain to a student that why it's important to behave and why it's important to really reflect about how you are behaving, what you are doing, how you can affect other players, I think in this way they can really motivate the change of behavior and not just impose rules that, we also need to consider that we are dealing with very young players, sport players. So it's a time of experimentation, rebellion. It's also all the phenomena that is part of the virtual world, freedom of expression, disinhibition that happen in the virtual world. So we need to consider all these factors. So I think we need to really, instead of to really enforce these rules, we need to, as we mentioned before, really make students and players part of these rules. But I think the rules in general need to be based on universal principles of respect, inclusion, and common sense.
Other comments?
Yeah, I would like to add that, obviously I deal at a very different level of competitive esports, and we're dealing with tier 1, top 3 games. Primarily, of course, we operate across the board, but I think there's a different, and I agree with respect to these codes of conduct actually aiding performance, that's true and important. But at the level that I operate and that ESIC operates, the real overlay, the importance of it is actually commercial. It's around the professionalization of the industry, how they attract sponsors, what level of sponsor, what amount of sponsorship, what the public image and brand of the player, the team, the tournament is. So codes of conduct, particularly around integrity, are around protection of the esports ecosystem from a commercial point of view as well as a performance point of view. And it's very, very important for the development of the game, where if you're dealing with, in effect, amateur players at school, club, or university level, only a tiny fraction of those are going to make it up into the elite professional level. But if they reach that level with a good knowledge of necessary regulations, why those regulations are in place, and buy into the existence of those regulations, then it's much, much easier when they become pro to accept that overlay and to enhance the commerciality. But alongside that, I regard as the carrots in this situation: better performance, better commerciality, better earning opportunities, a better protection of the ecosystem. You've got to have enforcement, and that enforcement has to be meaningful. That has to be the stick. And so having proper sanctions that are meted out using a fair system of natural justice, but a transparent system that says there are very good reasons why you should behave well in this context, but if you don't, you're going to get hammered, and here are the consequences that you're going to deal with.
Yeah, I think that's a good statement. Interestingly enough, and I was alluding to it earlier, that how you deal with topics like this at middle school, high school, and university is really very different. What we do, for example, because we do most of our work in middle school and high school, is we actually help facilitate the conversation among students to create their own codes of conduct with some guidance from the teacher, from the professionals, and then they all read it, sign it, and then they train on it. and they review it periodically. And if there is an incident that occurs, bring that code of conduct back up, talk about it, try to figure out why and what happened that caused behavior to deviate from what that code of conduct was, and again, use it as a learning experience. So yeah, it's different as we've been talking about it. There are always dependent factors on a lot of different things. So as we're talking about codes of conduct, we're talking about enforcement and learning and teaching. What are the obstacles you think that may exist within this field and industry that we should be cognizant of and others should be cognizant of as we think about this concept?
Ooh, yeah, I think that one of the biggest obstacles is that right now at the national level, trying to enforce codes of conduct, we're very reactive instead of proactive. Like, we don't know what's going to go wrong and what's good and what's bad sometimes until it happens. You can't predict every single instance of improper behavior that's going on during an esports event. It's impossible to do so. And so at the national level, we write some codes of conduct and expectations for schools, but even there are little nuances that happen that are very specific and are new, and we have to like, oh, well, how do we react to that? How do we enforce that? And like Ian's saying, you want to be as transparent as possible, but sometimes it's hard when you don't know what's going to happen, and your enforcement a lot of times can be a moving target. It's not as easy as stepping into a circle like we did earlier on the stage. All right, it moves around a little bit because it's going to vary from one case to another. And so I think that makes it really difficult to enforce some things. And unfortunately, sometimes when you enforce it, we aired in a situation a couple years ago at NACE, we aired on this side of being a little more severe and suspending a team because of a streamer giving out personal information of another player they were competing against. And so we aired on the side of, hey, let's really come down. This is not acceptable. So we suspended all the teams in that program, and that school decided to completely drop out of the league, wrote us not great letters because they were unhappy with our decision. But it was a conscious decision. We looked at what happened, looked at the situation. You kind of have to do your investigation into each individual specific issue, and they're all going to be very different from one to the next. So I think that is what makes it so difficult to enforce and write codes of conduct, is that it has to be a living document. It has to be an evolutionary process to look at, hey, what happened this time? How do we prevent that going forward? Okay, oh, this happened this time. All right, how do we prevent that going forward? And you have to try to guess as best you can, but you're never going to guess 100% and get every single part of what could go wrong out of what's happening.
Yeah, I think one of the challenges, a little bit opposed to what you're saying. I understand perfectly how it will be malleable and it changes according to every situation, but I think we need to start somewhere. And we don't have any code of conduct that is universal. So I think, for me, the way to start is to create some general codes of behaviors, support for a international organization or esports, something, someone to compile this, because we have now code of behavior with different principles in schools, universities, organizations. So something that come official and then little by little be developing. And I think we need to conduct research to really understand, how to respond to these situations.
So let's add a little bit more complexity to the conversation if we haven't already. One of the wonders of esports and gaming is the diversity that we all experience. And that adds complexity in so many ways. Gender, color, gender preference, a whole lot of different components. How do we factor in the concepts of diversity? Because for one, a behavior may be a little bit more acceptable. For another, it may be abhorrent and very difficult and different. So how do we think about that when we talk about how we want to be an exclusive, diverse community?
I think the starting point should be to create some sort of a baseline that can be shared among cultures, right? And there you have the most fundamental and essential things that relate to kind of the ethical part, the fairness, and these things, these very basic things that I think we need to agree upon across cultures, right? And on top of that, in terms of all the cultural nuances, of course, I think we need to be cognizant and mindful of that. And again, I think it is about the positive the positive and the motivating part where we need to educate and show the young people the different cultures and the cultural differences and create opportunities for them to experience the nuances and differences among the cultures.
Ian, this is a world you operate in a lot. Can you voice an opinion on this and your thoughts about that?
Yes, what I found, it's interesting actually, is that the cultural differences that you're referring to and diversity issues that relate to, different races, different attitudes, different cultures, different societies, and as well as adding in those issues of perhaps, let's say, disability discrimination, gender roles, and all of those elements of diversity actually pale not into insignificance, but become less significant, subservient to the game culture at the top level, where people, every game in the world that I occupy has its own culture, and that tends to cross the diversity spectrum, so that the game has a culture, and whether you're, people from different countries, different backgrounds, different societies tend to find, if they've been playing a game for a long time competitively online, particularly against people from many different places, the game culture becomes dominant, so that the diversity issues that you're referring to actually become subservient to that. Now, that doesn't mean we ignore them, but I think, again, I come back to the point about collaboration with the gaming community in the creation of the rules and regulations that cover their conduct. And I think what people like me bring to the party is the overview, the ability to say, look, you need a baseline, we need to agree, we need to take into account the diversity, but you also have to have people with an outside view, outside of that community, and say, look, you guys may find this acceptable within your particular game community, but the outside world of spectators, of sponsors, of tournament organizers, of publishers may not find that conduct acceptable. And so you have to find a compromise that takes into account the culture that you guys have developed within your game, but also takes into account the need for the publisher, the sponsor, the tournament organizer, the team, to portray a certain image to attract the commercial support that it needs for this game to thrive and grow.
So I'll add a question that was not one that I shared with everyone to put people on the spot a minute. And that is, what's the role of an entity like IESF in something like this? Is there a role for IESF, and what might that look like? Not that we're here to tell anyone what to do or what action steps should be taken, but just food for thought, a conversation to be had.
Yeah, thanks for throwing that on us, Gerald. I think that IESF absolutely can play a role, but it comes back to a lot of the conversation we've been talking about. Like, let's talk to the athletes. Let's start with them. What do they see as the code of conduct and acceptable behavior, and then what do they see as IESF's role in enforcing that? So I think that absolutely we can find a way for IESF to be involved in this, to create that, we hear this baseline of some kind of code of conduct that everybody can go after. So yeah, I think absolutely IESF can and should take a role in creating these codes of conduct for everybody.
I think that there are certain fundamentals, aren't there, that are going to be universally true, both across cultures and across game cultures. And so the IESF can perform a vital role, firstly in obtaining and centralizing the feedback from the multiple members that it has across all of these cultural and other diversity spectrum, and coordinate at least what the baseline of acceptable behavior in each of these spaces is. Player code of conduct, integrity, let's say issues like safeguarding, issues like live event safety and security. These sort of benchmark standards can be created and should be created by an organization with an overview, and the IESF is fantastically well placed to do that.
Great. Well, as we're all seeing here on the panel, we have a little clock here that ticks down, and it says it's time for Q&A.
It makes me a little nervous watching that countdown. I'm like, well, what's going to happen when it gets to 0 here?
So let's go to the audience here first. I understand there's a microphone or someone who will facilitate some questions. Is there anyone in the audience that has a question for the panel? There's one person there, if you can bring a microphone to the individual.
Hi, yeah, so, you guys just mentioned about the level of esports, like school level and the competitive professional level. And I think maybe in amateur or community level, that's where the most number of esports participants fall under, whereas like competitive level is like top 3 or 5%. So I think that the community level actually makes the key, plays a key role and make a great impact in the creating esports culture, right? So, but pro level, they only participate in the pro competition, but whereas a lot of amateur players have many options to participate in the tournaments. They can participate in publishers events, they can participate in the third-party TOs events, and each organizer actually has a different code of conduct. Some players, even though they're banned from some certain competitions, they actually participate in the different competitions. So I'm just curious of what's your take on that? Do you think it is this kind of nature of esports, so we're just gonna let that be, or do you think that we're gonna need to, work on something for, I don't know, creating just one side guideline that fits for all? So just kind of want to hear from your opinion.
Yeah, I think it's a great question, and I think this whole topic of conduct is an evolving topic as well. We are learning as we go, but I think there is a benefit of having some sort of a template that is agreed upon, which again sets that baseline. And I think there is a journey towards that, right? There's some more work we have to do, but I think the fact that we're talking about this is a progress forward, and we just encourage that there's a community to continue to drive this topic forward, so we get to that point of a set of guidelines that we can agree upon, right? That becomes kind of a manifest of what we stand for and what we're striving towards, a more sustainable development.
I think it takes time, right? It's going to take time to get to a level, because the gaming community, again, has not always been the most well-behaved community sometimes when they're competing. So it's going to take time for that to kind of figure itself out, what is appropriate, what's not appropriate, how do we engage. But we come back to this word of culture. We're creating a culture, a gaming culture, an appropriate gaming and esports culture that is more appropriate, that gets rid of the toxic issues that we've heard over and over the community has. And I think it starts with some of those high-level players and those streamers behaving appropriately in certain ways, because people are going to imitate what they see from their favorite streamers or favorite players a lot of time. So I think it's going to take time to kind of flesh itself out. So we've got to do the best we can and keep moving forward and keep evaluating and evolving the policies that we do have. But that baseline is a good place to start. I mean, the same thing with streaming. Twitch has their terms of service and their code of conduct that we can take and alternate for our own personal streaming for each institution or governing body or anything. So we can take ideas and try to improve upon them for what makes sense. But that general guideline is a really good place to start that should be universal, but it has to be really broad, because every game and every individual culture is just going to be a little bit different, that we've got to try to adapt it to in each case.
Yeah, but I think, need to be, the code of behavior need to be something that distinguishes esports. So from general gaming, even though it's a general, universal, that need to be also applied to all kind of gaming, it needs to be something that differentiates esports from other gaming. Because I think it's the way that we really dignify esports in this way, the different way to all kind of different gamers, even involved in similar activities. So I think it needs to be for me, it's the code of behavior should be like a universal language that everybody understands and can communicate.
Ian, I never want to forget you, even though you're not here. So do you have a comment or a thought about that?
Yes, one of the fundamental principles of the Esports Integrity Commission is that all of our members honor our decisions wherever the event giving rise to the decision took place. And as a simple example, if somebody cheats in Blast Premier or match fixes and they are banned by us, every member of ESIC honors that ban. And so it becomes a meaningful ban and stops that behavior of, well, I cheated in Blast, but I'm just going to go and play in ESL Pro League, right? Moving between tournaments. But to make that meaningful, there has to be a recognition by the publisher, so that if, for example, we ban a player for match fixing, the publisher bans them and chucks them out of the whole game. So we get rid of bad actors. And where that gets complicated, of course, is when people move games, which happens extremely rarely at the top at the top level, because obviously you have to put in thousands of hours to be that good, and you can't do that in 2 or 3 different games. But you do sometimes see similar games. So, for example, we saw a lot of professionals, lower tier professionals, move from Counter-Strike Global Offensive to Valorant. That was a relatively easy move to make. That's a rare occurrence. But in order to prevent people who have misbehaved in Counter-Strike from just simply beginning new careers in Valorant, we reached an agreement with Riot with respect to honoring of how sanctions against CSGO players will be honored in Valorant. That's important. But as Joey has said and others, this is a developing, evolving world. Ours is very young relative to any other regulated enterprise of this nature.
Thank you.
So we're learning as we're going along.
Thank you, Ian. Are there any other questions from the audience present here? Seeing none or hearing none, do we have any questions from people online? And Angelica, that appears to be for you. So why don't you go ahead? It says, as you share your research focused on gaming and children, why don't you go ahead and address that if you can?
Okay, actually, can you read it to me? I don't see.
Sure. So it asks, as an esports psychologist, can you share any research that focuses on the effects of gaming on children? That's kind of a broad question, but let's take it and narrow it down to the topic at hand, which is when we deal with conduct issues with children. Is there any research that you can share that enlightens us in our thinking?
Well, I can tell a little bit around the code of behaviors as well, that we have not mentioned anything, and I think it's the code of behaviors as well for cautious of, that need to be also important in terms about regulation, about how much playing, and what are the benefits of in performance and in health. I mean, to play certain time and considering actually what is the gamers that they need, and what it can be to make kind of video games some kind of sustainable playing and promote the health, So I think, and that is it's very important as well in this sense. And I mean, it's a lot of research about, trying to promoting healthy gaming and regulate it. So, and it's a very, very long topic if I go into it. But I think it's important in terms of the codes of behaviors also to be considered the other side as well.
Great. So we're running out of time. So I'd like to kind of end with a little round robin here and let everyone have a minute or so to share their thoughts. And let me see if I can help frame it. And if you want to go beyond that, feel free. And let's just think about a couple of years from now. We're in a nascent field and industry. We're beginning the conversations that are going to be difficult. Do you see that we can make progress in that short period of time? What do you think it might look like in a few years? Or what are your general thoughts on the topic that you want to share that you haven't been able to? So it's kind of a broad, open, kind of final statement from everyone. So let's start as we did. Ian, let's start with you online, and then we'll do the folks here.
Yeah, I think the major challenge that the industry faces is making it substantial enough to justify the bubble that's built up around it at the top level. Highly priced franchises in highly priced league that are not providing yet a return on investment. And so what is going to happen, I hope, over the 5 years, is that the industry professionalizes to the point that it justifies the current interest commercially and just by audience, can we step into the space that we've pretended that we occupy as an industry? And regulation and integrity is a vital part of that credibility in the outside world. Now that we've reached the mainstream, so to speak, popular knowledge of esports now outside of the pure esports ecosystem, can we justify the interest and improve our professionalization, commercialization? That's the challenge.
Guan, let's start with you and kind of work down the row here.
I think, again, this is something that is long-term. I think we shouldn't expect too much of kind of short-term result in this, and it's like we need to take this step by step and converging on that baseline that can be shared across organizations and cultures. I do think also that technology does play an important role because the competitive esports behavior is so pervasive, it's so ubiquitous, and we need the means from the technology in order to better monitor and to better create that environment.
Angelica?
Yeah, I think, we need to, I think it will take time, to get really kind of a full ecosystem that all work in collaboration. But I think that we need to really involve all the parts, developers, publishers, everything. The gamers really to do a part about this change of behavior. And as I mentioned before, it's very important to be differentiated what is esports for general gaming. I think it's the only way that we can dignify really esports practices. So I think it will take time, but I think it's have big progress. We need to, it's not just about trying to make esports recognized as a sport. It's also recognized as an activity, a professionalism. And also we have the other part about the negative effects about video games, right? Addiction, that there are evidence. There is a small number of population that develop problems. And we see it every time in research about esports players, that they have some problem with addiction, or gaming disorder, I must say, because it's not addiction. But this is also symptoms of depression. So we need to also work with the potential negative consequences instead of to say, no, it's not possible, it doesn't apply to esports players. So we need to have some balance. And I think we need to do some kind of fusion between these parties instead of to go against. We need to really have some integrative approach. And as I differentiate, it's very, very important. I think esports players, competitors, should be ambassadors of what it means to be an esports player. And this means to behave in a correct way or in the best way as possible, not just where in the match, in the tournaments, in the competitions, but also beyond this in social networkings, in real life. And this is quite challenging, but we need to do it. But we need also to consider the phenomena in the virtual world, this inhibition, contamination effect, the contagious effects when the individual becoming a crowd and becoming one, and then all the behaviors start copying. And so we need to also go into what is the phenomena in the virtual world, what is the psychology about the video games. And we just try to adapt patterns that we know already for things that have worked in other arenas. We need to really conduct research and we really combine. It's a lack of research, really. And then are really parties between research and then the industry that they are fighting constantly. So we need to really have evidence, build evidence.
And Joey, before I make my final comment.
Yeah, I think it takes these step-by-step small interactions that lead to big changes down the road. And it does take time. It's going to take a lot of these instances. But I guarantee you, that Apex team that I had in my office and I got onto and had a very serious, frank discussions with, they changed their behavior. But that's just a couple of people at one university and one country in the world. It takes a lot of those small interactions to make these bigger changes, and that will take time. And as kids are growing up and getting older and they're understanding and learning and engaging, in healthy gaming habits. And Gerald, your organization does a lot of this in teaching healthy gaming habits to kids at younger ages. We need more of that, and it's going to take time for them to get older, that kind of, keep this going down the road so that when they get to high school and college and professional levels, they've learned what is appropriate and what's not from a young age, so they know what that is and how to do that going forward. So it's going to take those kids at the younger age, getting these healthy gaming habits, learning in the right way, and continuing that on as they get older and continue playing.
Yeah, so just a final comment for the audience and the panelists. We live in a unique world in esports. If you compare it to other competitive types of activities, no one owns the baseball bat, no one owns the football, no one owns the soccer ball. We're in a situation to where there's a different set of motives sometimes because of the role and the relationship that exists with publishers within the field. So a question to ponder is where and how does that have impact in this conversation? And I think that's something that needs to be talked about. And the other is, and it's I guess somewhat of an ominous or concerning thing to me personally, and that is if we can't figure it out for ourselves, unfortunately, government tends to step in and do things that are generally not in the best interest of the players or the sport or the activity. So I think it becomes really incumbent upon us as individuals, as leaders, as organizations, to really wrestle with a difficult topic that we're talking about here. So with that said, please, let's thank the panelists for a provocative and very, very interesting conversation, and thank you all for participating.
Thank you very much to Gerald and the rest of the panelists, and also Ian for making that long journey. All right, thank you very much. Well, it's obvious that, it takes a lot of bricks to build a castle, but if those bricks are in these people's hands, I think we're in the right direction. We're gonna get right into our next session. This one is titled The Benefits of Esports Infrastructure on Tourism. We'll evaluate the socioeconomic benefits of government investment in esports infrastructure, its impact on tourism, and also explore the other ways that we can measure the success of these investments like this one we are in today. The Busan Esports Arena is probably one of the most beautiful places for esports, not even just in Busan, but in the country of Korea, and dare I say, in Asia. Now, the moderator for this session brings 20 years of experience working on campaigns for Coca-Cola, Dow, ABB, Virgin, and McDonald's, and is currently the head and chairperson of the IESF Business Development and Partnership Commission. Please welcome the moderator for this session, Nalain Naidu. Joined by her panelists, Neil Johnson, VP and Managing Director, Gaming and Esports for HPN Global, a global site selection and meetings management company. Maros Jankowski, Director of the Investors Assistant Department, Katowice City Hall. Christian Nister, W Esports 2023 Manager at Hospitality Performance Network Global for the city of Iași, Romania. Yudhishthira Adipratama, Head of Law and Legislation at Penguru's Besar Esports Indonesia and spokesperson for the Australian-Indonesian Business Council. And with that, Nalain, the floor is yours.
Thank you all. I'd firstly like to thank our audience in the studio, our online panels, and also the audience viewing this. So welcome to our panel. I have the great pleasure today to speak to 4 gentlemen, but I think that I'm the winner, although I would prefer to be faker. No pun intended. However, today I'd like to introduce you to our panelists. We have here in the house Vegas, the city of Las Vegas beside me, Neil Johnson. We got Katowice, Mariusz, and of course we've got Christian, who's going to be from the city of Iași for 2023 Esports, IESF Esports World Championships, and we've got Yudish, who is going to be Bali 2022 Championships this year. I'm going to allow the panel to introduce themselves, because I think they're going to do a better job of it than me. So, Neil, please feel free.
Gotcha. Hey, everybody. How are you guys doing? Huge shout-outs to IESF. I just found out about this organization in May, and I'm completely excited about being here with all these esteemed panelists. And like Nalaine said, my name is Neil Johnson. I'm the VP and Managing Director for HPN, for Gaming and Esports for HPN Global. HPN Global is a global site selection and meetings management company. And what do we mean by that is that we handle hotel room accommodations, we secure a meeting space, handle food and beverage, AV, for annually for over 13,000 clients, 13,000 programs we assist with annually, resulting in over 400 million in terms of revenue. And our company is turning, like everybody else, is turning its lens to gaming and esports. So we're trying to handle that, take those event logistics off of rights holders' hands. In addition to my current role with HPN Global, a lot of what I'll be saying and contributing to the conversation will be as a representative of 3 domestic U.S. destinations. I represented Los Angeles for 4 years. I represented Las Vegas for 7 years, and I represented United States nation's capital, Washington, D.C., for 2 years. So kind of be wearing a couple different hats as we talk about esports, infrastructure, and that tourism. And that's, I think, one of the things that I am not only participating, but I also want to be a student. I want to learn, because we kind of handle things as an individual city and destination in domestic U.S., but I'm with, respective NGO boards, so I want to learn, from what you guys are doing as well.
So, hello everybody. I really appreciate, thank you for invitation. I really appreciate this opportunity to be with you here, to meet with you here, and to know a little bit more about eSport and share you our expertise from the perspective of the city. Yes, exactly, from the city, because my name is Mariusz Jankowski, and daily based I work for the Katowice City Hall. I look after private investments in the city. So this is really my duty, but partly my responsibility includes also urban development projects, and one of them is Katowice Gaming and Technology Hub, which we would like to create in the city in confines of the huge revitalization program called New Technologies District in our historic part of the city. And so today I would like to share with you a little bit about our plans, exactly about the hub, and I would like to share with you our experiences which comes from our cooperation with by organization Intel Extreme Masters, the huge and famous e-sport event which is held in Katowice city. So.
Hi everybody, my name is Christian Nistor. Thank you so much for this amazing opportunity of being here. I represent an amazing community called Iași. Probably most of you you don't know how to pronounce it, so you're going to start learning with me about Iași. I'm involved in several projects. I'm a marketing professor, teaching marketing, promotion, and design. I'm a brand manager as well, and I was appointed to represent Iași and to organize the WAY Championship in 2023. Iași is the second largest city in Romania. You will see it everywhere. We started promoting after Bali, of course, in December. And thank you so much one more time for the invitation.
Hi everyone, my name is Yudhistira Adi Pratama, and you're welcome to address me this. I am the spokesperson of Indonesian Esports Federation, in which the only parent organization in Indonesia for esports as a competitive sports. So Indonesian Esports Federation is, in which originally called as Pengurus Besar Esports Indonesia, is the same organization in which I work as the head of law and legislation. At Professional Array, I am a duly admitted attorney I am the managing partner of Kike's Lawyer, and Kike's Lawyer is the first esports dedicated law firm in Indonesia. Using that platform, I have a lot of working experience with the game publishers, with the esports athlete, and also with the club owners. Well, that remained the core of my business. I also work with the government. I help and contribute my knowledge during the arrangement of managerial regulation. And I also work with the House of Representatives Indonesia during the amendment of Indonesian sports law. Yeah, thank you.
Great. Thanks, guys, for that introduction. I would never have done justice to your great careers. So for decades, cities have invested fortunes in hosting sport events to generate tourism, generate interest in their cities and publicity. We've seen this from many Olympic events, FIFA World Cups, sports cycle events, and of course, there's millions that go into the investment behind tourism and sport events in the cities. But what we've also seen is during COVID, these sport events have come to a standstill. And in that time, what has happened is esport has grown phenomenally behind the scenes. So the online increase has also generated, now that COVID has come to a kind of end, a huge increase in cities being interested in investing and hosting esport events. So what we'd like to understand today from our panelists, what it actually means for their city from an infrastructure perspective, and the investments that the cities make behind hosting esport events. Because what esport events currently mean today is it's not just digital and online, but the fans are now following their heroes to the events, which is a huge generation of income, but it's also a younger aged fan group that is actually touring to these places. So I'd like to put my first question out to Mariusz and Yudish, and it is basically, how has esports infrastructure contributed to the local growth of esports in your country? Gentlemen?
Thank you for the question. The question is, how has the esport infrastructure contributed to growth of our local economy in the city? I have to a little bit disappoint you. I am not able to answer directly, this question directly, because we still don't have really we don't still have facility really dedicated to esport in Katowice, like for example here in Busan. It's in progress, but at the beginning of our adventure with esport, we just invited the esport to our multifunctional venue called Spodek, a very famous architectural icon of the city. And exactly in this venue, there was organized by for the first time in 2013 the very famous esport event, Intel Extreme Masters. Yes, and it was really bold decision of our authority, and exactly in this place. And so I think that it was really great decision, because you know, after the 10 years, I am really deep convinced that it was really great decision, and after this period, I can tell you that exactly this decision has changed the image of our city, and this decision, after this decision, the city has become recognized all over the world. That's the point.
I think, could you share with our audience what is the viewership that you have for your event annually? I think this is a phenomenal number, which you shared with me earlier.
Yes, number speaks by themselves. Okay, on this time, it was really hard decision, which was taken by our authorities. But for example, in the best year, 2019, before the pandemic, yeah, Intel Extreme Masters, organized by Intel and ESL, attract to the Katowice city over 175,000 visitors, yes, on site, and 230 million followed this event in internet.
Excellent.
All right, thanks Nelan for the question. So when we talk about infrastructure, infrastructure can be divided into two. Infrastructure in a sense of system and infrastructure in a sense of facility. Let's start to talk about the infrastructure as the system first. We need to understand that in Indonesia, the development of esports is considered as one of the 100 presidential missions. With that being the case, the government take the development of esports very, very seriously. And esports is already considered as a competitive sports in Indonesia, just like any other competitive sports in Indonesia, such as basketball, football, archery, and many more. And as the competitive sports in Indonesia, every competitive sports in Indonesia, it has to be managed under one particular parent organization, which in this case is Indonesian Esports Federation. And Indonesian Esports Federation is given legal rights by the prevailing legislation in Indonesia to arrange its own managerial regulation. And using that managerial regulation, we maintain everything in the Indonesian esports ecosystem, including building the facility to support the ecosystem. For example, at one of the articles stipulated in the managerial regulation, we mandate that the esports club, they have to provide an adequate gaming house for their players. Another example would be the parent organization can issue certain policy for the provincial administrator to establish their own internet powerhouse. That means that we can have, more internet access throughout Indonesia. And if that happens, it will have a domino effect. We will have more players, we will have more gamers, we will have more athletes. And when we have more athletes, it means that we are going to have more tournaments. And that is how we build the infrastructure in a sense of system and facility at the same time.
Thank you. So that's on the internal piece, but what would be interesting to know is what is the impact of the investment on local tourism and national tourism within the country. So I'd like to put that to Christian, but because you've also bidded to host the next one, and what does this mean for Romania and for the neighboring cities?
Thank you, Nelian. Actually, it means a lot for us, and it's quite a big project. To be honest, I'm quite new in this field of esports. Just arrived like a year ago in Elat on the World Esports Championships, and I saw the whole industry, the whole ecosystem. And when we are talking about impact of investment in infrastructure, I think we should think, and we can switch infrastructure ecosystem, because they're all connected over there. Because you have professional athletes, you need to have education in esports. They're all connected over there. So we already have good examples by Marius giving some numbers. That's what we're aiming to in Yash, to have 100,000 tourists to come over there. And honestly, I think that the secret of esports is that in esports, we are blending two generations, the millennials and the Z generation. And if you add some investment and some vision about this, it's all there. It's all there and it's happening because, you can connect everything. You have a social network, on Insta, we were talking earlier, you have the teenagers. On Facebook, you have the millennials. But in esports, on the gaming, you know somebody that was a gamer back in the days when we all started. So if you put investment, you put vision, you got the numbers. We got the confirmation here. We have a strong professional system in Indonesia that it's a model. We have this one in Korea who's leading the esports industry. So it's not that much to do, just to follow very good best practices.
I think, Nelaine, if I can kind of jump in there and just kind of give a different perspective, a North American perspective. I think when we're looking at and kind of measuring the impact locally on the infrastructure, I think we have to kind of take a couple steps back. I think you actually have to talk about the strategy for destination and how you're getting into the space. Everybody has tasked, somebody with a respective destination. Hey, you got to get in this space. You got to sit down here. We don't want it to miss us. So how do you kind of get into this space, and what's the mission? And then after that, I think the mission dictates the activities, which dictates the budget and resources being allocated, and then you kind of get to like the infrastructure. But as it relates to me in North America, one kind of really thing that's interesting is, and I alluded to earlier, is that I have represented Los Angeles, Las Vegas, and Washington, D.C., and I do that as an independent, standalone U.S. destination. And then we go to war, we go to bat with countries like Indonesia and like Romania. So it's like a city that's going to try to procure events against a country. So it's a little different kind of ball game. But when I was with these domestic U.S. cities in terms of like how do we get in here and establish our footprint in the space, each destination was different. For Los Angeles, it was kind of like a lot of the teams are based here, a lot of the developers are based here, and Riot and Activision. They seem to be trailblazing, making things happen. Let's check in with them, support them how we can, but then let's kind of stay out of their way. And then you got a little bit more engaged in terms of you really, don't kind of establish yourself as a destination until you secure A-list events. So checked in with the Consumer Electronics Association, Entertainment Software Association, who produces E3, and we were able to produce E3. E3 brings 66,000 gamers to Los Angeles, brings in economic impact of 83 million in terms of economic impact, shopping, dining, entertainment, everything that's kind of going on. And so that right there, then, once you have success, you get success. So now you have other events, and developers are keeping their events closer to the vest and keeping them in Los Angeles. Turn the lens in Las Vegas. How do we get into this space in Las Vegas? Do we buy a team? Do we sponsor a team? What title is big? How do we kind of get into space? And so for Las Vegas, we're lights, camera, action, everything's big, we're in your face. What can we do that's big and bold? We have the venues, we have all the arenas, we have the shopping, the dining, the entertainment, and that connective tissue to somehow start to bring a 360 experience. So then after that, what we did is that we went after large events, and then we were able to secure or host EVO fighting game championships every year, the Super Bowl of the FGC every year, and that brings in a lot of economic impact. We were able to host DreamHack Masters, a CSGO event, and other things that led to the infrastructure in terms of developing the HyperX Esports Arena. It's a $9 million retrofit. It's something that we partnered with Allied Esports, and 30,000 square feet, and this allowed us to look at and go after other events. So I think that one of the biggest things you have to sit here and see as a destination is how you're going to get into the space, and the strategy is probably the most important, and then it leads to all the other numbers and successes that we're talking about.
So, I totally agree with you on the strategy. I'm going to move to the economic factors within the country. How do you see the split from national government, local and regional? So I'm not sure how this works in your different countries, but Christian, you're welcome to answer for the next.
We have here two municipalities, right? City of Katowice and City of Iași. We have government representative, organized by government. What I can say is that they need to involve the institution, the public institution. They need to put the money on the table for esports. You put it over there, you invest it. I know that we got this strategy in Iași, and I want to thank the city council because they voted unanimously. Everybody was agreed, so we can organize this championship. And Mr. Mayor, Mr. Deputy Mayor had the vision about this. So, but we need to go more of that. In Romania right now, we're building the legislation for the esports. So, like I said before, you need the entire ecosystem to be there. You need education in esports, and you have to prepare them over there. But even though you make lobby and you have to put a lot of public pressure for that, it's like a wind of change right now for us over there, and we have to embrace it.
Do you see financial support coming from national or just regional?
For example, in my city, it's this project which I mentioned. I have to emphasize that it's really, municipal project financed by from the public budget. So far, I mean that we are applying for EU funds also, yes, and the part of the budget should come from municipal budget, yes, and we estimate only the first stages of this new project. I'm talking now about Katowice Gaming and Technology Hub because it's the part of this huge program. We estimate, approximately 1 billion Polish zlotys. Yeah, it's a really huge challenge for us. Of course, we will do it step by step, but at the beginning, we are going to create this facility really dedicated to esport and gaming in the former industry plot on the area of 12 hectares. We are going to around the offices for smaller and bigger companies from this both branches. Also, we attend to comprehensively equip, yes, the laboratory, and in the next steps, we would like to also build studios and esport arenas really dedicated to esports. So, like I said, it's a really huge challenge for our authority, but the success story of Intel Extreme Masters, yes, it's gave the input to these decisions.
With these big events, I mean, the publishers, the tech companies, they get a huge amount of branding that comes out of it. What is the expectation from these stakeholders from the cities? Do you have expectations, and is there a contribution towards the cost of the event?
I think from a city perspective, yes, you do have expectations, but it's kind of, I think the models are kind of different. You know, I've represented cities, and so we've been convention bureaus. So if you bring your event to our destination, we're going to make our money off the hotel tax. We're going to make our money off the restaurant and shopping tax in the destination. There's other ways to make restaurants in terms of like allowing them to market, and advertise, selling sponsorships, for branding in your building, in your city, So those are kind of the ways that you kind of make money from that standpoint. But the other thing that you kind of look at when you're trying to secure these venues is you're trying to tap into bigger additional budgets than just your own for the city of Las Vegas or the city of Washington, D.C. What gaming companies or what stakeholders are within your city limits? In Washington, D.C., we had Monumental Sports and Entertainment, who owns, some esports teams out there. So can we tap into their budget? Can you tap into other stakeholders? Is there a collegiate kind of angle or aspect, or if this is going to be streamed, how much of this is going to be seen on TV, and can we tap into the film office, office of film in television and get, some rebates for that? So you are looking for a financial piece that's coming out of there. We wouldn't be trying to secure any of these venues, but you're also looking to tap into additional budgets to kind of meet the demand in order for somebody to select your city as well.
Yeah, I agree with you. We put on the table $5 million for the whole event, and we want to raise more than that from private sector. We're speaking about the benefits of esports and infrastructure and expectation. Everybody has high expectation, and I can add to this discussion that, our cities even for Bali, Katowice, Yash, you know, we have our chance to be international, to be on the map. You cannot organize the Olympics, the World Football Championship, but with esports, you're on the map, you're international. 120 countries representatives are going to come to your city, and that means something a lot for the stakeholders, for the citizens. They will be proud of that, to see that you becoming international. You know, all the Central and Eastern Europeans developing a lot when I say that. Yash was in 2018 awarded like the best emerging city in the region because we have a lot of IT guys. Katowice the same, a lot of ACC industry, BPO, IT. So they're there we have the specialists over there. So in terms of expectation, everybody has high expectation, but with all the professionals and all the know-how that there is right now in esports, you just apply a recipe and you have it. Thank you.
We've seen a lot of transition, again, since COVID in terms of cities and esport, and a very interesting one, and I'm happy to have Bali here, which will be the next World Cup, World Championships for IESF, is Bali basically is a destination that is known for its beaches and its beautiful sunshine destination, and suddenly it's now going to be known for esports. So what was the government thinking? And I would assume that, I know that Bali had a hard time during COVID, and this is kind of like a transformation or a way in which to rejuvenate the loss, that the shift was to esport, but also to engage online should COVID not have come to an end. So what was the thinking there?
So yeah, practically, to be completely honest, creative sector and tourism sectors have been a reliable income stream for Indonesia's economy. However, since the pandemic came to Indonesia, it adversely impacted to the stability at certain degree, and by decreasing the number of the tourists, either inbound and domestic. However, Indonesia managed to, to respond accordingly by arranging several strategies to stabilize the condition again. And one of the strategies related to the esports ecosystem is about, the strengthening the esports tourism for one more time, because we acknowledge that in Indonesia we have at least 52 million players across the country, and that already represents at least 27% of the population in its entirety. And we can imagine the result that we can achieve if we can provide the tournament, and if we can strategically pick that place, the venue to conduct the tournament in one of the Indonesia's priorities destinations, such as Mandalika, Labuan Bajo, Candi Borobudur, Likupang, and many more. So, well, speaking about one of the plan we are going to arrange, I can also talk about our preparation for the next upcoming event. We are going to have 2 upcoming events, which are Indonesian Esports Summit and also Bali's 14th World Esports Championship. I'm going to discuss one by one first, about the championship first. We are going to have the largest esports championships ever, I think, because we are going to have around or over 600 participants coming from at least 120 countries. And the most interesting part about that championship itself is going to be, we are going to conduct an outdoor tournament. So can you imagine witnessing the tournament against the backdrop of Bali's breathtaking panorama? So it's going to be once-in-a-lifetime experience. And speaking about the summit, we are going to use the summit as an opportunity to unlock the business opportunities across the industry. We are going to have some conferences, we are going to have discussion panel, and many more. But the most importantly in Ireland, what we can see in this kind of events, practically we bring people to come to Indonesia. But the most importantly, we are going to use this event to bring Bali and Indonesia to the world, so that people can see and can experience themselves about what Bali can offer, what Indonesia can offer. And this is very important. So let me restate it one more time. It's not just going to be an event. This is going to be a growth accelerator for tourism and creative economy sectors in Indonesia. And why do I have to share this? Because Indonesia is a great country, and a great country sets a great example. So I think this is a good example for us to strengthen the business and esports ecosystem at the same time. I think that's it.
From our panel today, can any of you share some of the socio-economic impact from esports infrastructure and investments that have taken place in your cities?
Well, I did some research when I found out about esports championship organizing, and I'm also researchers because I'm teaching in the university. So for every $1 that you're going to invest, you're going to get back up to $4 or $5 in the economy. So it's simple math. So if you do like that, you invest, you get $4 or $5 back. You put $1 million, you get $5 million back for the community, for the economy, and then all the money will multiply eventually. So you can measure that, yes.
When I add something to Christian, I would like to emphasize that the very similar situation we have in Katowice. One practical example, for example, thanks to activity of the Esports Association Poland, which is located in Katowice and which is also a part of this organization, I mean International Esport Federation, we can promote the city. They has organized for 6 years, for 4 years in Katowice, the National Electronic Esports Congress. And in this period, they host almost 3,000 guests, yes, from different continents, and 200,000 people watched this event in internet, and almost every transmission, almost everything transmissions had the Katowice logo. This is this impact on our recognition of the city, yes. And at the end, I would like to say that the image of Katowice for decades was really unattractive, yes, and we had to change it. And organization of such kind of events like Intel Extreme Masters really helped to change this image, and has a really big impact, and has contributed to changing the image of the city. I don't want to say that we all of this changing only to esport, yes, but it was really crucial element of this change.
What I've actually realized from listening to you guys is the investment behind an esport event is minimal compared to some of the bigger sporting events, but the return on investment, if done consistently over years, can be absolutely great. So for cities that are out there watching and listening, what advice would you give to them when considering to host an esport event?
I would say, from a rights holder perspective, I think you have to address their pain points, address what kind of keeps them up at night. And a lot of people that are looking to bring signature events, one of the things that they always look at, esports is a completely digital product. And so therefore the investment in infrastructure and Wi-Fi has to be there. And so one of their pain points is a lot of the internet providers charge them as if they're not a technologically advanced client. And so they charge them something, a rate that they would charge a regular convention or meeting that only has one dynamic event, a opening reception or a closing reception that has a lot of AV and stuff like that. They will charge them exorbitant rates, that almost automatically shuts the door for them to come to your city. So one, you have to address that. How are you going to get over that internet pricing pain point? Another one is manual labor. A sticking issue with a lot of people is, does your city, provide, use mandatory union labor? And if so, you kind of have to check in and see with your local representatives with the union, because you're building a relationship that's 365 days, but what can there be in terms of give and take, And then I would say the other thing is that in order to secure an event, you constantly have to tap into other budgets to be able to put up these $5 million to sit down here and entice somebody. Destination incentives are definitely a key that allows a rights holder to bring a destination changing event to your destination. So I think you have to address their pain points, and then you have to be creative and build a stakeholder community that's willing to put, collectively come to the table to produce those incentives.
Got you. Thank you. Marius, could you share some successful stories from your esport infrastructure?
It was mentioned, the image of the city for decades was really associated, my city, was really associated with mining, heavy industry, and so on. Was really increasingly effect on both the tension of young people in the region and attractiveness the city at the international level. And like I said, the decision of the authority on this time, I mean about the first edition of Intel Extreme Master, was really bold and unprecedented, yes? Because now, like I said, not only because of success story of esport in my city, but partly, yes, I'm sure that partly yes. Katowice is known as a business-friendly city. Heavy industry, mining has been replaced by sectors such as high technology, information technology, automotive industry, food processing, and so on. Yes, and also our economic potential has increasing, and it should be noticed by increasing number of investors, including for example, like Christian said, business services sector, yes, for hotels and office developers, and many others. Also, IT related to business tourism. So this is a success story of the city, of the Katowice city in the last period, maybe 20, 30 years. And I am really deep convinced that part of this success story is or played also esport and gaming.
Gotcha. I know we're going to go to the audience and online questions soon, but I have one more. And I think this one's going to go more for you, Neil. Broadcasting. How difficult is it to get a global broadcaster or a local broadcaster to cover events in Vegas? So would you think it's easier to go local or global, international broadcaster?
Wow. I think Vegas has positioned itself really nicely in terms of the offerings that's out there. Like I said, we host EVO every year, the Fighting Game Championship. We've hosted with the HyperX Esports Arena. We've hosted League of Legends, All-Star, Capcom Cup, NBA 2K stuff. And because of that, like I said, success begets success. So now the Esports Awards, which were originally in London, came domestic U.S. and like the Dallas, Texas area, they're going to be in Vegas as well. The Contact Esports, which owns the professional Overwatch and Call of Duty teams in Paris, is moving in 2023 to Vegas and be based out of Vegas. So the Esports Business Summit, probably the biggest domestic educational conference in North America, is in Vegas. So I don't think it's hard at all. I think a lot of the national names, Golden Boy and some of those guys right there that you see, you know, on all of the like global streams on Twitch and stuff like that, they will be there. So is that in terms of like domestic U.S. casters, or we're talking about international casters and having them come to Vegas?
Having more international casters coming to Vegas.
I guess that's something that we'll kind of have to see. One, all of the casters and everything that's done by the rights holder, you know. So it's whether or not they want to, who they want the kind of talent to be, and I guess that will be kind of like, hey, where do you think a large part of the viewing audience is going to be, you know? But a lot of that is kind of like handled by the rights holder and the tournament organizer or something like that. So, but I think ask anybody on this panel who doesn't want to come to Las Vegas.
That's true. Thanks for that. So I think we can now go on to questions, firstly from our audience. I do know already that we have ESL, David Hisler, in the audience, and he's already flagged that you may have a question for our panel in advance. So feel free to throw us your questions, and we'll also look simultaneously at what we have from our online viewers. So, questions in the audience? I think I'm going to have a question for you, David. With with ESL's investment in Malta, what was the thinking there from publisher perspective, and what is your expectation? And I know that Malta got a year in advance due to COVID. So how did the city handle that gift? So.
Hi, thank you, Naila, for asking the question, because I was not sure I would find one question for you in the panel, so I will gonna answer the question that you asked. And first of all, I think about Malta, what matters is for us as a ESL Faceit group is always to have long-term vision and long-term partnership with cities. So the same as with Katowice city, it's been 10 years. And now we have one of our biggest hub in Europe is in Katowice with 150 employees, I think, working in high-tech infrastructure over there, and we're looking for the continuation of the good partnership. So Malta is a bit similar. So Malta is also a combination of the Ministry of Economic for Malta, EU funds, so a bit similar to Poland also, and the foundation Gaming Malta. And it's a 3 years agreement. And this is mostly for the Pro League, so ESL Pro League, CSGO, where we have a lot of production. Actually, the Pro League is a lot of teams, a lot of production. And now for the next 3 years, we'll have also the venue that we develop over there. We'll be also able to have some audience. So it's about tourism. It's about bringing also some activity around esport into the island. And it is also something that has been discussed with the teams together. So, of course, such a decision for the Pro League, which is a product that we developed together with CSGO teams, it is done in discussion with the teams about where do we want to have it. And so they're also part of the decision about picking up the city and the place they want to spend a lot of weeks participating to the tournament.
Great. Thank you. It's also interesting to find that there's more and more islands or, interesting destinations that are hosting esports. It does make it difficult for the participants to get to some of the destinations. So I find it fascinating that esports or gamers are happy to travel to these remote locations. So that's an interesting change as well, and not just to the hubs like Asia, the US for playing. I'm not sure if we have any questions from the audience, so sorry, from online. I cannot read that. So we have a question. How much do cities like Bali and Yash invest in order to host an event like the World Esports Championships? Have those investments been local or national governments? And what role has private business played in contributing to events like this? Gentlemen?
All right. In response to that questions, if we are talking about the specific number, I don't think there are some of our team that can better provide that answer. But when we talk about the infrastructure in the investment in this kind of event, absolutely, we are going to have, some of the stakeholders in the ecosystem. As I told before, there are going to be an Indonesian Esports Summit, in which is actually the most anticipated business function for the stakeholders in esports industry globally. So there will be some sponsorship scheme. That kind of collaboration is a very rational for this kind of event. And speaking about the parties that will participate for the sponsorship, we will have game publishers, we will have some esports clubs as well, and many other stakeholders in the ecosystem.
Okay, I said that Yash is mentioned over there. Like I already said, we already approved, the city council approved the budget for 5 million for the start, and it's public money, like the same Maris was telling us about. And we are aiming to obtain more from the private sector for sponsorship, for maybe publishers or IT companies. More than that, we are aiming to have a budget of $10 million in order to have an international event that it can put Yash on the map. And the private business, they're watching us. They just need to sign. They want to sign. They want to get in. They want to be on the table. So we invest from some public money, and they will come after that. And it's okay to talk about on this panel what's the legacy of an event of esports, because championships comes and goes, right? Okay, who remember the logo of the South Africa World Cup? Nobody will. You remember, I know that. But what's there for the community? It's going to be infrastructure. We're going to have an arena. For Yash, we're going to have like some side events, like you have in Indonesia as well. We're going to call it Digital Throne, because all these kids, they want to fame up, put it on the stage. We're going to put them on a throne, give them medals, a crown, a scepter, and so on. And we're going to have panels. You're going to have Comic-Cons. You're going to have summits. Maybe we're going to organize a Wii Summit in Yash as well, besides the championship. And after that, under this umbrella of the Digital Throne, we're going to have regionals, European championships, and so on, and a lot of side events.
Excellent legacy on that one. I'm not sure if we have any other questions from the online audience, but I do have a point to make here as well. Being to many Olympic and football events, I find that, and I think the Olympics does this beautifully, where they take backdrops, iconic backdrops for events, and I've wondered from an e-sport perspective, because you don't really need massive infrastructure, stadia, etc. How effective is it to use chateaus, palaces, iconic buildings, and shift the trend to modern technology, integrating digital high-tech equipment into these old iconic buildings? And have you done that in terms of infrastructure, and has it been successful?
Exactly like I said, we haven't had really dedicated facility to e-sport when we started, but our authority has decided, okay, we have Spodek. It's really famous, recognized venue, not only in the city, but nationwide. And it was our contribute to the first edition of IEM. It was the decision, okay, guys, because it was really not maybe accident, but it's a funny story. The beginning of this event is one message on Facebook, because one council in our city council, he was a gamer, and he invited one guy from ESL to the city to some meeting with our former mayor, and the mayor, he had any idea, any knowledge about the sport, e-sport. It was 10, 15 years, 2012, yes. And okay, but just like probably in your city, the mayor has decided, okay, we go in this direction. We can do it together. But of course, at the beginning, there wasn't any money on the table, and he decided, okay, we can equip this event with this venue. And I know after that I listened to different interviews with these organizers, and they were afraid that so big venue for 10,000 viewers will be empty during this event. And what has occurred? No, it wasn't empty. It was full, and this is it was the success, and followed the success, like Christian said, came also different private companies which were willing to contribute also to this event. It was the story.
I think a lot of that kind of depends on the developer who owns the rights to the event, or the tournament operator or something like that, because they're wizards at imaging and stuff like that, so they can do cutaways, and stuff like that from events that really showcase the city. So I don't know if you necessarily need a venue, because one of the biggest cost centers for them to produce an event, production costs. It might be great to have a backdrop, but if that production cost in order to make sure that the Wi-Fi and the no latency and stuff like that supersedes, what's in their budget, they're probably not going to go to that. I'm sure everything, that's different, gets appreciated, but I think a lot of the stuff is, production costs, the experience at the event. I know when a lot of people are looking at us and considering us for world events, they want to know that it's a connected destination. They want to know, what's the footprint in the youth, in the collegiate kind of scene. They want to know who are the players that are there. They want to know, hey, if you can't sit down here and write a check, can you reduce costs? Can you bring in a different budget? Are there any new venues in there that with the bandwidth or whatever is just amazing? There's a lot of that going on now. I don't doubt that, the cutaways and everything in Bali is going to be amazing. I sat in here and watched the promo piece on that, and it looks amazing, so I'm sure that's going to be great. But production costs will change, will shape a lot of where things are going. And then just kind of one thing to Mariusz's point, I went to IEM in 2019, the last one that kind of happened. It's a bucket list event. Spodek Arena, you don't need to change a thing. It is hallowed ground in terms of Eastern European CSGO. The best CSGO there is played in the world. When you sit here and hear that stadium rocking, 17,000 people watching Astralis beat Navi for the championship, or you're watching Sue, who's from South Korea, win his first title out there. It's rocking, it's electric. You don't need a lot.
Great, thank you. Thank you, guys. I think we're out of time, but I did see there was a few more questions that came online. We will respond to it, unfortunately not during the live panel, but I'd like to take the opportunity to thank the panel. Thank you all for being present and the information shared, and I'd also like to thank the audience and the online audience, as well as the IESF for hosting this panel. Thank you all.
And thank you to yourself and the panel as well. And I really enjoyed how this is the first time Lane kind of flipped the script on David and asked him a question instead of the other way around. I rather enjoyed that. So thank you very much. How about a round of applause for our panel, everyone? Thank you, everyone. That discussion was fantastic, and we are not finished here. We're pretty close to the end. We have one more session left, which I'm sure there's going to be a lot in store for everybody watching. But first, to get ready for it, we're going to take a quick break, have a little bit of chit-chatting, get a refreshment. We're going to be back here right in the same spot at 4:30 Korean Standard Time for our 8th and final session of We Summit 22, where we will talk about the dynamic roles of esports organizations to close out We Summit 22. I'll see you back here.
Series have taken place. Cries, laughter, passion, everything happened in one arena. And now, all gamers around the world compete to be the best, gathered in one place. Bali, Indonesia. The land of the gods, the symbol of diversity, nature, culture. All elements become one, creating unity in diversity. And now, more than 120 countries and 700 international athletes will break a sweat to become their nation's pride. More than 50,000 spectators, 594 offline matches, and 196 matches on stream, 6 different games, and CSGO International Women Competition, 5 big stages. With esports entertainment and cosplay event, more than 70 exhibitors, the biggest esports events ever. Be a part of esports history. 14th IESF World Championship, Bali 2022.
It is time for the biggest IESF World Championship. More than 120 countries. Set your mind, set your strategy. Face the challenges. Break down the barriers. Bali, the island of gods, 2022. Are you ready to win?
I remember like my first time. 잊지를 못해 우리 처음으로 만난 그날은 내게 마치 환상. Yeah. 수많은 사람으로 가득했던 한강 And it was so beautiful just like your face. 젊고 아름다운 넌 서울 같아. 난 아주 트렌디하지만 너만의 이야기가 있어 너를 내게 말해줘. I'm just trying to love you better. So many stars like a big universe. 별빛이 담긴 길거리들 꺼내고 싶어 너와 둘이서 Fall in love with the city 매일 새로운 느낌이 yeah. C-T-L-O-V-E come right with me I'm a city love yeah. C-T-L-O-V-E come right with me I'm a city love You're so different 누구와도 비교할 수 없는 개성이 있어 그래서 어디서나 받지 동경 어린 시선 무엇을 하든 top class 너는 남기지 이름 쉽게 만족 못해 널 향해 보다 더 위를 You take it higher back to sun 어떤 일을 하든 최선 다해 100% yeah 어렵게 찾은 너는 내 사랑이구나 이리 와서 업고 놀자 함께 사랑갈 부르자 꼭 잡은 두 손에 너와 나의 true romance 흩어져 있어도 같은 마음 Soul is the name so it lives in my heart yeah 꼭 잡은 두 손에 너와 나의 true romance 흩어져 있어도 같은 마음 Soul is the name so it lives in my heart yeah C-T-L-O-V-E come right with me on my city love yeah C-T-L-O-V-E come right with me on my city love yeah
It is time for the biggest IESF World Championship. More than 120 countries. Set your mind, set your strategy. Face the challenges. Break down the barriers. Bali, the island of gods, 2022. Are you ready to win?
망가져요. 구겨져요. 신발 날아가요. 요리 튕겨요. 자, 여러분들 여기가 어디냐? 월미도의 중심 디스코 팡팡입니다. 오예!
너는 예전 줬던 꼬마들 맘처럼 고민을 탈탈이고 새버려버려. 오늘은 돌아가도 돼. I'm just gonna play it. I'm just gonna play. I'm just gonna play.
나가실 때 갖고 있는 핸드폰 모두 다 있는지 없는지, 옆에 있는 남자친구도 있는지 없는지 한 번 더 확인 후에 하차하시면 되겠습니다. 오예!
13 series have taken place. Cries, laughter, passion, everything happened in one arena. And now, all gamers around the world compete to be the best, gather in one place. Bali, Indonesia. The land of the gods. The symbol of diversity, nature, culture. All elements become one, creating unity in diversity. And now, more than 120 countries and 700 international athletes will break a sweat to become their nation's pride. More than 50,000 spectators, 594 offline matches, and 196 matches on stream, 6 different games, and CSGO International Women Competition, 5 big stages. With esports entertainment and cosplay event, more than 70 exhibitors, the biggest esports events ever. Be a part of esports history. 14th IESF World Championship, Bali 2022.
Yes. Daniel? Steve?
Welcome back to fantastic Busan Esports Arena in Busan, South Korea. We are here back for what is going to be the final session of WE Summit 22. It has been a fantastic 2 days we've had 7 panel discussions focused on cutting edge and pressing issues in esports. And we are back for number 8. The final session of We Summit 22, titled The Dynamic Roles of Esports Organizations, where we hope to reflect on the roles that federations, associations, and other organizations play in contributing to the esports growth, ensuring level playing field, and defining what esports is. The moderator for this session serves as General Secretary of the International Esports Federation. Please help me in welcoming Boban Totovsky. And his esteemed panelists, Vincent Pereira, Head of Virtual Sport and Gaming of the International Olympic Committee. Daniel Kosi, President of WESCO, the World Esports Consortium. Steve Taehyung Kim, Chief Operating Officer of IESF with a long history in sports. Vlad Marinescu, President of the International Esports Federation and Director General of the International Judo Federation. And lastly, David Nischel, Senior VP of Public Affairs at ESL Faceit Group with 15 years of experience with brands like Electronic Arts and Activision Blizzards. With that, Boban, I'll hand it over to you.
Welcome, everyone. It's my pleasure and honor to be the moderator of this very important final session of our We Summit. For first time, I think that this combination of people are publicly going to speak and talk about esports, and it really gives me a lot of pleasure to be part of it and to also be able to give partially my opinion. Before starting, you all heard the names of the participants, but there is one thing that I would really like to hear from everybody is why esports? Why did you choose esports? Why are you with it? Why do you love it? And why are you spending a lot of time and energy on promoting it? So, please, Vincent.
Yeah, thank you, Boban, and thank you for inviting us here. I think it's a really great panel. And yeah, I think there is a lot of synergies between sports and esports. I think IOC has promoted the way that people are competing every year since so many times. So this is natural evolution to try to promote virtual sports and also showing how technology and innovation can definitely help people to do sports, to do physical activities, and how we can also acknowledge people to new sports thanks to the technology and innovations. So yeah, this is why it's really exciting to me and a huge challenge for us by building this new property for the International Olympic Committee.
Well, the good thing on esports is that I met my wife in the night house. We were playing Counter-Strike and she was complaining that I was shooting at her. And she was screaming, "Who's shooting me? Who's shooting me?" And I said, "I did that, newbie." So and we got married for 30 years so far. So that's quite a history. And esports is, and digital sports, it's not the future, it's the present. We live it, we feel it, we breathe it, and that's it. I think it's a wonderful way to have an inclusion, a social inclusion, and also promote education with that, using the tools that we have disposal on digital sports. That's it.
Steve, please. Yeah, thank you, Boban. Myself, actually from traditional sport industry, quite long years. But as a parent, I started to communicate with my son. Actually, without understanding of the esports or the game, it's very difficult to communicate. And then I started studying about the esports and games, and then how he ended up with now working for esports. But I really love this field because it's really dynamic, non-slipping, and then also it has a greatest potential to grow. So that's why I'm here now. Yeah, thank you.
So, because I'm part of the closing ceremony, my other mic should work. There it goes. I'm sorry that I don't have to hold the mic
it means I don't have to drop it either. It's a pleasure to be part of the last panel for this year's WE Summit. And I would like to begin by greeting my fellow panelists, the leaders of organizations that make up the ecosystem of our esports family. And I think it's very important that we are united. And the reason why esports is because, first of all, it taught me one of the most important things I have learned as a capability when I was a kid and we were doing LAN parties from Friday until Sunday. It taught me how to work and not sleep, which has been one of the attributes that has helped me reach the level I have today in my professional and passionate paths. I think that the esports community are people that are passionate, that love what they do. They're people that need to be respected, appreciated, and recognized. And coming from traditional sports, I want to share also the physical, traditional, healthy element with that. I believe that I have been given a role or some abilities in my life, and I need to dedicate myself to helping educating the youth and protecting them and promoting them to live a healthy and happy lifestyle.
So, Boban, Mr. President, thank you very much for having me at the WE Summit. I really appreciate. So I'm David Nechel from IESF Facing Group. Why esports? So you come from traditional sport. I come from gaming, 15 years gaming before I joined esports 5 years ago. But it's very connected. So the word you mentioned about passion is exactly that. So I would say two things. First of all, for me, esports was a little bit like gaming 20 years ago or 25 years ago. There was a lot of new beginning. That's really what I enjoyed when I joined the gaming world. And I was thinking, you know, esports is where I can really make now a big difference. I was able to touch a little bit of that through some leagues, some organization, Paris Game Week, and different things. But I really thought I could make a difference and share the passion. So that was more like a story meeting Ralph, co-founder of ESL. And when I joined as co-CEO, it was to have an impact and make history and make sure that we can build the new industry, which, you know, we are all trying to do together. So it was a bit long, but it's a passion speaking.
It's not easy to put 15 years in 1 minute. So that was great. Thank you for that. It's good to see that everybody here, what's unique for everybody is the passion for esports. And we are not here because we have to do it. We are here because we love to do it. And that's the key takeaway I can take from this first question. And I would really like to make this, in the closing remarks, very important that the majority of the panelists during these 2 days are here because they really love esports and they can use it for good, for doing a good project. Okay, so first question, Vincent. We know you're from the International Olympic Committee. Thank you again for being here with us. What's the Olympic vision for the future for esports? Will there be games for esports? Will esports, digital sports, virtual sports? We all hear the questions, we all hear the rumors, we all know something, but what part of it can you share with us and let us know what's in the future?
Well, I think first is, I think the topic of esports was discussed at the IOC since 2017, 2018 already. And in 2020, when we went out with our Olympic agenda 2020+5, which is a set of 15 recommendations, drafting the roadmap and the vision for the strategic agenda of the IOC. The recommendation 9, part of these 15, is about supporting the development of virtual sport and encouraging the relationship with the gaming communities. So for us, it's now completely part of the vision we have, the long-term vision we have. This is also why this unit was created a few months ago, part of the sports department. So this is also showing, I think, really what we believe on. And what we believe is the future of the competitions. And what we can bring is really the best of the both worlds, from sports and esports, to create together the future of competitions. And how we can do this is about creating new products. We did last year the Olympic Virtual Series. That was the first pilot for us. 5 sports, including sailing, baseball, motorsports, rowing, and cycling for sure. And it was really a pretty good success, even if it was a small event for us, it was a pilot. But we attract more than 250,000 people participating in this, over 100 countries. So it was already a huge success. And now the idea is to move forward because we are also encouraging by the Olympic organizations, the Commonwealth Games, the Asian Games, and the Pan Am Games also next year. These multi-sport games are really going into esports. So we now need also to position ourselves and to do more for having a greater impact. So this is why we are launching next year, and we announced during a seminar last week, the Olympic Esports Week in 2023. That will be a physical event that will encompass a competition with now not 5 sports, but 10 sports, competing like with virtual sports, hybrid games that will engage physical activity, but also mobile games, console games, PC games. And then we'll have also exhibitions to showcase the best of esports aligned with the Olympic values and the Olympic spirit. And also the free-to-play zone, where it's about really to celebrate and explore the future of virtual sports and acknowledging people to what it is really and how we can really create this special link and a special passion with the youth and with the new generation that will discover sports through the technology and through innovation. Can you imagine someone that in a country that never snow, he can do ski through technology, thanks to the technology. You can also learn different sports that are so hard when we are trying to learn, like golf, for example. Golf is really hard, but you can do screen golf and test it and have fun. And for football, for example, you can have like some connected screens that give a lot of excitement and fun, and also playing FIFA. So the idea for us is really to create this space, and also another part will be really the education sessions and panel discussions, because what we really want is to be a catalyst in this space. Just bringing everyone together, all the stakeholders. We're supporting international federations, publishers, federations, all the gaming communities, NOCs, National Olympic Committees, to really help them. And if we can just support them and create something new and bigger for everyone, it will be already a success.
Thank you. So it's good to hear that Olympic Esport Week, right? That's the naming.
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
going to happen next year. That's a really bold move in a really good time for esports. And as we always keep saying, we always want to be together with the International Olympic Committee and all the other sports bodies, because the level of experience that we can get and the level of experience that we can give from our side in the esports field is unmatched. And when we combine those two, there is no way to do a bad project or anything. So thank you for that. Daniel, Wesco, how do you think happened, and why is Wesco here? Share a little with it.
We are here for the good food, the good drink, but also and mainly to talk about what we love, what we do, what we give from our time of life, which is the electronic sports. And on Wesco, we have been doing a great work trying to create business models to offer to non-for-profit, governmental agencies, and also private companies. We try to bring all the stakeholders together in the same environment and give them opportunity to have more chance to develop their business and also their sustainability. They need to have a sustainable system. And in the education, this is the part that I most love. We create educational programs and also course for universities, just like the Catalonia and Madrid University. And also the programs, international programs such as Changing the People, Changing the World, Ambassadors of Esports. And since our partnership and understanding with IESF, we're getting better, bigger, greater, and safer. So that's a wonderful opportunity be here to talk among such a gentleman. I'm certainly the last one.
Thank you. Steve, Asia is always the leader in esports, and it always comes, from east to west for us to learn and adjust to the standards, to the high standards that Asia is setting up for esports. The Asian Esports Federation is recognized by the Olympic Council of Asia, and you're going to do the Asian Games medal event. So please share with us, with our audience now, the experience from that, and what is the process?
Thank you very much, Boban. So today, from the panelists, you can see we have IESF and WESCO, traditional esports organizations, especially we call it federation. And also we have Vincent from IOC, the Olympic multi-game sport event governing body. And also we have David from ESL, which is the biggest esports tournament organizer. And ASF, basically, we are dealing with all the Asia member associations and also National Olympic committees. So maybe if we talk about what federation do from the esports, maybe this everybody would know very easily. But maybe what I like to share today is about some particular and also additional roles and responsibility as an esports organization to drive or to help the community. Because number one is about actually the Olympic movement. Maybe when we talk about Olympic movement, everybody will think about Asian Games first. But actually there is a foundation of work that we have done so far the last 3-4 years. This one we really want to share. We believe Asian Games or Asian Indoor Martial Arts Games or even regional Olympic events is not the final outcome of the Olympic movement. First, now we are really trying hard to get our member association to be able to work with the National Olympic Committee or even National Sports Authority. This means we really want them to embrace us in their society system. Actually, it's not really easy work because we need to convince them with a certain reason and acceptable reasons. So, but we found out the key element is what Daniel says, it's an education part. So without education element and also without the benefit to athletes, it's very difficult to convince them. And then one of the most effective way is to stage or present Olympic events. For example, Asian Games or the SEA Games, Southeast Asian Games. After that, the hosting country, even government, from the Ministry of Education, central government, and the Olympic organizers, and even maybe their NOC, they totally changed their view on esports. So this is something that we can work together in other continents, along with, for example, our esports federations and also National Olympic committees, and also in the end, maybe also IOC as well. This is something that we like to emphasize from our experience. And the second is about publisher relations. Because when we talk about Olympic events, of course, we need to work with them. But at the same time, we need to question ourselves what we can bring to publishers as a value. Because they are a corporate entity. They are looking for maybe benefits, maybe revenues, and maybe something more, maybe users, traffics. But how we can deliver their values from maybe esports event or esports competition organizers. So this is something that we always question. For example, Asian Games, we are not only doing final Asian Games at Asian Games stage. Also, we create the program which is called Road to Asian Games, which is preliminary stage of competition. So it's going to be extended 3 to 6 months festival plus competitions, so that publishers, they are really happy to be engaged with this program for like 3 to 6 months. And then we try to give more opportunity for them to expose. And then lastly, this is actually our new project. And then we just signed the MOU with Zhongguanczhou, which is Silicon Valley of China, and the Beijing municipal government. And then we really want to pursue, to give an impression, esports is not about only competitive video gaming. We want to embrace sports, IT technology, esports, and then how we can convince government, parents, media, and schools. For example, the AR technology. When we talk about AR, maybe Pokemon, you guys all remember how popular it was. Also, I really had a hard time to send my son to a popular place for the Pokemon. It was a very hard time. But anyway, because of this technology, probably you can see, for example, IKEA, which is very famous for a furnishing brand. They have an app which is called IKEA Place. they really help you virtually place your furnishings in your place. So this kind of probably correlation we need to think about. And in the other end, for example, broadcasting technology or the virtual advertising technology, now it helps sports to do customized sponsorship sales. For example, the Rugby World Cup in 2020, when they sell the sponsorship, they can customize regionally. Let's say network marketing company, it cannot be sponsored in Middle East because of their Islam law. So in that case, they can replace this company with another company or another category of company in specific region, which is the Middle East. So this kind of technology should be able to help esports and sports in general. So how we can combine together to help esports community and sports community. So this project, actually, Jungganju project, we really want to invite all esports and sports, all stakeholders together to move forward. So maybe from our experience, these three things actually we really want to emphasize and share with our the friends and stakeholders. Yeah.
Thank you. Always a pleasure to hear a short lesson from our representative from the Asian Federation. Now, Vlad, Mr. President, we heard a lot of organizations and a lot of directions for esports. Can there be a unification of the esports stakeholders?
Thank you, Mr. General Secretary. As we've lost our names and our positions are taking precedence, I want to say, first of all, I'm very, very excited to have Vincent here, which represents the involvement of the IOC into esports. Round about the time when the International Esports Federation was founded in 2008, I was organizing my first Olympic Games for judo in Beijing. So my history, of course, is I'm founded in judo. I had the privilege and the honor to work with Mr. Marius Wieser from his election to the International Judo Federation in 2007. And I had the ability to work on implementing his vision of taking judo from a sport federation that was organizing one event every second year to running a tour, to running a World Judo Tour, and everything involved with that, from building the national federations up, to being able to have local organizing committees, to TV, marketing, sponsorship, field of play setup, VIP programs, outreach, everything you can imagine that goes with building that, and learning the lessons of making the mistakes. So that was my biggest opportunity, and the reason I bring that up is because my first touch with the IOC and with the Olympic Games was with the Olympic values. And I don't know how many people know this, but Pierre de Coubertin, who is the founder of the modern Olympics, was very close friends with Jigoro Kano, the founder of judo. Jigoro Kano was the first IOC member in Asia. And he was the reason why the Tokyo took, in 1964, the Olympic Games on his legacy. And the Olympic values, which are beautiful, are very closely linked to the judo values, the values of friendship and honesty and respect, the values that have affected my life and I've been born and luckily beaten with throughout my evolution, are the values that we need to share with the youth. And the reason I said I'm so excited the IOC is involved into the esports sphere and has joined the greater esports families, because now we can share with the youth the Olympic values that have helped me to become who I am today, that will help the youth tomorrow to do more sport, to understand more sport, to watch more sport, which we didn't mention yet, but the demographic of the viewers of the Olympic Games is not the demographic of the viewers of esports. So involving them in this will increase interest in sport, and ultimately having more interest in sport means more people doing sport, more healthy people, more happy people that have a life based on values. So to your question, I want to say here on stage, actually AESF was the first partnership that IESF made with. We're on the way for the total unification. IESF is not here as an I, but rather as a we. You can see from the branding of this summit, it's the we summit. World Esports is we, and we are together as one. The next partnership was with Wesco. Daniel understood, as I understood clearly, we are doing different things. And with respect and friendship and foundation towards knowing that with passion we're going to build educational systems and help to develop the youth, that partnership was founded and today exists still very strongly. We're on the way with ESL and with event organizers and with publishers to include them as well. The objective of the IESF, the International Esports Federation, is to be together, to be inclusive. We have been part of the ELG organized by the IOC since its foundation. ELG is the Esports Liaison Group, which is the Esports and Gaming Liaison Group now, but I can't pronounce that as easily as ELG. So we're on the way, and I believe that together we are stronger. Together we can build the future, and we need to be united. Because inside the esports ecosystem, we respect each other and we complement each other. And as long as everyone understands why we're doing this, which is not world domination or building thrones or empires, we're trying to destroy thrones. We're trying to be dragons and to melt thrones that exist from the historical foundations of organizational structures to be together on an equal plane to affect the future.
Thank you. David, you've been in ESL for many years.
Sorry, David, coming back from that one will be hard.
That's perfect to be the last one. It's very good. No, I just don't know what is the question. That's my problem.
I was just...
Toto.
You've been in ESL for 15 years, and you've been handling professional athletes, professional teams and clubs, like Tier 1 clubs, which are equal to the football stars and the basketball stars in the world. So tell me, what do we need to do? What needs to happen? What needs to change for those people to represent their countries in esports? What do you think is something that needs to be done?
So the question is a bit specific. It's about, the capacity for superstar players to play in national teams. I don't think there is a super easy answer to that outside of the fact that I think the players somehow are the one to decide. So that's the first thing, and we respect the players. I think for any organizer, because we talk a lot about sport, traditional sport, etc. And that's where the model is coming from, to have national teams. Esport is a bit different. I will come to that in a second, but it doesn't mean that they cannot be bridges. But the point is, in that case, I think the dialogue has to be very intense with the teams, the players, organizer, or publishers. In our case, we spend a lot of time with the teams through the Louvre agreement, for example, to make the whole CSGO circuit. We take also into account competitors, other organizers, and we try to make sure that this is the best possible schedules for the players. And the athletes, nowadays, they also have a lot of, we start to have also questions around mental health, burnout. They also travel a lot. So I think this voice needs to be heard. It's also very, very important. At the same time, I'm sure that a lot of players are proud to represent their country. Some games, for example, I would say it's easy to put a flag on a team. For example, PUBG Mobile, we did some tournament in Riyadh recently during Gamers 8, and it was easy. You had teams and the flag. Now, just one word about, I think the players represent something. Even though they don't represent the nation right now, it's a huge difference between e-sport and traditional sport. I'm sorry, I don't like to use the word traditional sport, by the way, but I think the difference is just physical. I can play with Vlad, even though he lives in US, Romania, wherever, while I live somewhere else. We can play together in the same team, although we are not in the same place. It's huge. In the past, for example, if you wanted to play football, you had to play in your city, your village. Then you went to a regional level to, if you're good, to compete with people because geographically, you need to be on the same field, yeah? Esport is different. And most of the case, the teams we have right now, they are also franchise and brands. So how do you want to have FaZe, for example? Do we have to say, oh, this is the US? Well, they are a global brand. They appeal to a lot of people. So a lot of the players, I would say, they're already appealing to the youth. You already have hundreds of thousands, or hundreds of millions, of people watching them and loving them. And without the players and the teams, there will be no event organization, to be honest. So for us, it's very important to have that, I would say, in a good dialogue. Now, this being said, of course, we would love to have e-sport at Olympic Games. Of course, this is about the pride. For us, we want to make esport the biggest sport on the planet. So we don't obligatory want to copy what sport has been doing. We want to create something new, invent, take the best practices from everywhere, but stay true to our digital nature. So I think that's a bit of that. So I know there's a lot of discussions around all that. My answer is a bit long, but again, the player is central. According the schedule is very important. We need to work also closer with the publisher because they usually don't have a view also more than 1 year. And that's something we try to push also a lot with them, is to think long term, because the sport cannot change. You cannot change the rules every year. No, you cannot change the schedule all the time. So we need to have some regularity. It's also very important for the sustainability, because then we can talk to cities, to partners. We can plan ahead, which is important. This is how you can better monetize anything or plan. So I think there is a place for nations versus nations. There is a pride around that. I think people would love it. This is already existing, of course. We need to find the way how to accommodate the whole ecosystem schedule positively, and make sure again that the players have a good balance also in their life, and they don't get completely burnt because there's too many options.
I want to jump in just for 1 second, as soon as my mic turns on, of course. I want to jump in and say it's unfair that the other sports have been founded so long ago, and we can just look at the models and pick and choose what's the best for the community. It's a little unfair for the ones that came before. Although we are the youngest and we're now children trying to grow up, we're going to find a way to make it happen. But what I found interesting that I wanted to mention was traditional sport federations, they have always been, national federations are the oldest, then the continental are the second oldest, and then the international is the third oldest, because it came about from regionality. I was the best in my country, so I played with my neighbor country to be the best in our region, and then to be the best in our continent. In esports, we don't have that, do we? But at the same time, we always have to remember our roots, and it's nice, I think, as easily as you can put the flag of a country on a club member's jersey, you can also put the club logo on the national jersey when they compete at the international level. And I think, as you said, it's pride to be in the Olympic Games, to get your anthem played and be recognized amongst the world. It's beautiful, that sentiment and that energy. And I really believe that we need to instill that in the youth, to have that happiness. And I think we do it with the World Championship. I can see in the World Championship, I mentioned it yesterday, we had 15 medals for 15 sports. And all those kids were on the stage hearing their anthem, so happy and excited, going home being greeted by the Minister of Sport with flowers at the airport. That's what traditional sport can share with esports, besides the healthy physical movement and so on.
Maybe if I could just add one thing before I forget again. I agree. Now we were talking, the question was very much about the superstar pro athletes. This is the very top of the iceberg. And I think we should never forget also, because this is very, very important, all the grassroots movement, all the amateur, all the young people, what we call zero to hero, and it is not negative to talk about zero, local to global. I agree with you, maybe we don't need the same slow structure, timing, etc. So, but the question for me is also very important that we give that opportunity, and having a chance as a young female or male or whatever to be representing your country to a massive event, I think is also good. So we need also to not always think about the Ronaldos of this world. I'm just taking some example, or simple. Yeah, we need to think also about giving a chance to everybody, and this is what is about esports. It's all about the community. It's all about the heroes, the stories, and we love that. Of course, if they have a flag, it's even better. The best example was Hans, for example, in Cologne. They came out of nowhere from the deep down qualification down up to the final, and suddenly they were superstars in their country. So these stories. This is what people like in esport. So.
Absolutely right.
Exactly. It is a challenge that we need to address, of course, through the clubs, through the publishers, through the countries, through the governments, to everyone, to make sure that those kids are actually, we're calling them kids or players or gamers, but they're actually athletes. Those that are professional and that are training and practicing, they have the same schedule as every other athlete. So this is the way they should be treated, and they need to feel that they need to return something to their country, to their nation, you know, that they are part of it, and they are not part only of a team, but of a country, of a nation, of people, and you go and represent them and to feel proud. So this is something that I'm sure that we're going to fix in the next few years, because we need to create the ecosystem around it so for them to do it. Going into countries, we see a lot of Olympic committees, national Olympic committees, recognizing and accepting esports federations into their membership, into their ranks, like OCA is doing with Asia, and I think that's the only continental example currently that works. There are discussions, of course, with everybody, but that's the only one that's successful. And according to our information, we have 52 NOCs that have recognized esports in 52 countries. And this number was going up, but now it's not going up anymore. You know, something like stopped. So what do you think this means to the whole ecosystem? Or do you think it should continue, or it should wait a bit more? What is your opinion or the IOC stance?
I think for that is, first of all, is great that, for example, the example we're here in Korea and the example of the CASPA with the Korean Olympic Committee is great. Also backed up by the government, Ministry of Sport. The Saudi Sports Federation example is also good. There is great structure now. But the thing is also representing that in some countries, and also the level of the structures are not the same. The maturity level in every country is not the same. So this is a first step, and I think for us, it's really great when we have a structure that is recognized by the National Olympic Committee, that is giving the credibility and the requirements you need to be part of the Olympic family. So for us, it's an additional step that needs to continue, and this is also why we are working with the National Esports Federation, keeping the link and the dialogue open, also keeping the dialogue with all the international federations, because we are supporting initiatives that are bringing value to international federations, to the publishers, to the esports communities at large, because what we want is creating something that is really bringing the best of the both worlds together. And if we can be stronger together, as we mentioned just before, that we need to be together and getting a unity behind that. So this is wonderful if we can also take some best practices coming from national esports federations and national Olympic committees to share with the others and to help the others to create something that is giving a structure, credibility, some ethics, integrity that is also essential to be linked to and aligned with the Olympic values to create more and more in esports and virtual sports world.
Thank you. Yeah, that is correct. Not every national federation is developed onto the same level. And with the position that I'm holding now as General Secretary, I had also the opportunity to visit and talk to many national Olympic committees. So it's also my understanding from this side, you know, from the esports side, when I go to the Olympic committees and see that not all Olympic committees in all countries are also developed, and they're not so aware of what esports is and what it means. So we were actually helpful to them. And that's how they accepted us. Okay, tell us what is this. We see a lot of kids, we see boom, we see European Championship, we see World, we see this. What is this? So when we went, for example, I'll give you the latest example of Montenegro. We went there to the Olympic Committee. They welcomed us with a lot together. And they're now applying to hold the next year European Championship because they believe it and they see the numbers of the kids. So do you agree that we need to find a way to communicate better with the National Olympic Committees? Or do we do it through the IOC? Do you see any way how we can find a way to at least talk, you know, at least start the conversations?
I think for us is part of our mission, definitely. To talk better with national Olympic committees to international federations, because also international federations, the same, the level of maturity on esports is very different. And also the size of international federations are very different. So we need to adapt and try to guide some of them in the path of going into esports if they want to, and also we are showing them what is the potential of going into esports. So what we will do also next month in the Assembly General of the Association of National Olympic Committees, we will talk about esports and what is the position we should have and what is the line we need to draw with the multi-sports games, for example, on how to bring this into esports and what is the IOC position. So what we're doing is really going into this. We are driving our roadmap that is huge, but we are also doing it with humility, with strength, but also with humility, because we know that we need to respect the communities to be integrated. At the moment, we need to be inclusive, diverse, universal. This is all the Olympic values, and above all, respect, friendship, excellence. So we know that. So what we're trying is really to define our position and entering this space with all these kind of values to really try to draw the future alongside the international federations and the national Olympic committees.
I want to add to that one point as soon as the microphone turns on. And I think that Steve has a good experience with this in Asia. In all sports, national federations are different sizes. So the bobsleigh team of Kenya maybe isn't the size of the Canadian bobsleigh team. Equally, Olympic committees around the world have a different budget. USOPC has a couple more zeros on the budget than, I don't want to use Kenya twice because it would be unbecoming, Macedonia, North Macedonia. So we have this around the world. We have this with companies. We have this with IT platforms for gaming. We have this with everything. There's a disparity. I think the reason why the national federations that have been there for a long time, like KESPA, who you mentioned, which is the first in 2002, and the newest ones that are now being formed, exist and created the International Esports Federation, was that they wanted to share and they wanted to grow. And that's why I wanted to ask you, so you dealt with the national federations qualifying the teams with the Olympic Committee for the Asian Games. How did you see the ones that have a close relation with the NOC are more developed or less developed? Or is there a correlation? Because I believe, besides sharing values, sometimes the NOC can learn from the National Federation of Esports because they've been doing this for a long time, and the NOC has not, and other times probably the other way.
Yeah, I think this is a very good question, Vlad, and also I really appreciate what Vincent shared with us. Of course, for example, Korea is a good example of how they can collaborate together between NOC and their esports federation. For example, when it comes to Road to Asian Game and Asian Game 2022, they created a joint marketing program whereby the KESPA, they can help promote Team Korea brand by using this esports tournament, Road to Asian Game and Asian Games. So they can help the Korea Olympic Committee, Korea National Olympic Committee, to engage more young generation through these esports platforms. But at the same time, certain country, actually NOC, they never aware of the esports, or they never thought about the esports. But because of the Hangzhou Asian Games, they knew, now esports is a new medal Olympic event. We need a team to represent. And then also some country, probably the media side or young generation, they give like a collective opinion, drive through media or even social media. Hey guys, now esports is an official medal Olympic sport, and that we need to send a team. We are very strong at, let's say, Dota 2. We are very strong at PUBG Mobile. We need our players on the stage of the Asian Games. And then NOC, they start to learning about esports, and then it create opportunity to work between NOC and also Esports Federation. Actually, we experienced this process through 2018 Asian Games and also 2021 SEA Games, and now 2022 Asian Games. So this kind of platform, actually, it really helps to expedite the process. So in that case, maybe, for example, think about, let's say, even youth Olympic Games. A lot of the country, more than 150 or 200 countries, if they participate in this event by sending esports players, then from NOC level to national federation level, they need to work together. They need to understand what esports is. So this will be a greatest opportunity to understand about esports, but at the same time, how they will try to engage or embrace the esports community into traditional, Olympic sports. So this is something that we really can work together for the mutual benefit or collective benefit of all the stakeholders.
And rivalry. You didn't mention rivalry because we work together every time there is a second federation to make one. Right?
Yeah, that's also a very good point.
And with Daniel, the same.
Yeah, with ISF, AESF, when it comes to multiple number of national federations, we set the criteria together, and we meet together, sit down together, and then we try to find the best solution for the country who can work on national esports development with the NOC side or sports authority side. And then we can maybe move forward with one national federation. So this is something that what always President Blood, he called unity, and then we work together. And then we really make a progress in esports development.
Thank you. Kind of the conversation went directly into the next question that I have for David. So Daniel, I'll ask you after this. National federations, I know you are aware of them, you know a lot of them. Tell us, what are we doing wrong? How can we improve it? How can we become better, more respected? What is your perspective as a professional tournament organizer? Because we know and are aware of the capacity of all the national federations and their tournament organizing skills, right? It's not on the level that you, so let's see, what do you think? What can you suggest? How can you teach them in 2 minutes?
Yeah, so 2 minutes. I think several things. So first, we also have national championship in a lot of countries. So to the question before, also we also help of the emergence of national teams somehow. If you look at that, I think the key question about national federations. So we are member of some of them in a lot of countries because where it was the case. For me, let's say we are a private company. We do tournament, platforms, festival. So we are a bit, I would say, a bit separate from federation somehow, which is more more on the public service side. I would call it this way. So, but we are all in the same ecosystem. So for me, a national federation, what I see in different examples across the world, I would say first of all, the one that have the most impact, and we saw that, for example, in some countries, you know, and I think it's the same in some Asian countries also, are the one who manage to regroup all the different stakeholders to have one voice versus the government. Because a lot of time, from a government point of view, Ministry of Sport, Ministry of Culture, Entertainment, Economic Development, esport is a bit of everything. It is a sport. It is also a technological activity. It is also jobs. It is also entertainment, content, production, soft power. So it's attracting a lot of angles. And for the government, sometimes it's better to have one voice they can talk to, or go to if they have questions and find solutions together. So what we saw in some countries, I think one of the good examples, my point of view, is France Esports, not only because I pushed for that when I was president from another side long time ago, but because I think it was also a voice for the players, local players and the community, a voice for the teams, the national team, the teams in the country, a voice for the organizer, and a voice for the publisher. And we tend to forget about the publisher, but they are very important for esport. Without the games, there is no esport. So it's also very, very important, and they own the IP. And so it's big different with any other sport. We have some private IP holders, and they also organize a little bit all that. So for me, a national federation which managed to get the different stakeholders is very important. And the second point is, I will take the example of our friends from the Saudi Esports Federation. I think they do a tremendous job in giving the right framework from the infrastructure, making sure that you have enough server, making sure that the games are, but not only the money, to be honest. You have also making sure that the games are, a lot of games were banned a few years ago in the country. Now they can go through. And also speaking with the community, spending time, creating the right education program, creating the right infrastructure, creating the right support for the teams and the athletes in terms of legal support, etc., etc. Yes, you go faster if you have a bit more
No, you forgot an important
resources.
one. Turn my mic on, please. You forgot an important one. The right leader in Saudi.
I can say it loud. The right leader is very important.
The right
It makes
leader
a whole
of the
difference.
country and the right leader of the federation that understand the vision and understand what is esports. That's what I wanted to add to that.
His Royal Highness Prince Faisal, as I would say the leader,
And the Crown
he
Prince.
has the right vision, and the government is behind. I think if you think well, it's a bit unique. There is no other country in the world, and where you have this perfect alignment about a national strategy, and a very strong local federation. So yes,
But
we can
let's
talk
not
about
forget
resources.
also Prince Abdulaziz, the
Of
Olympic
course.
Committee president, because
Of
he is
course.
the one who
Ministry
says
of Sport.
e-sport is in.
Exactly. But all the government is engaged. Not only, I don't want to start to list everybody. The point is, because we talk about resources, it's a choice. They pick up several industry. E-sport and gaming is one, and there is a big willingness to develop that. The federation, though, I think the reason why they're doing such a great job is because they're really, really looking at adding value. So they're really looking at what will add value to the community, how to listen to the community, and how to work with the ecosystem and the teams. That is the key. So any federation, please work with all the stakeholders, including the publisher, and listen to the community and try to add value. That's the message.
Thank you. Yeah, that's a key message. And Daniel, I don't even have to ask the question. The flow went like that. Governments, how can they help?
Well, that's the.
I know
the
you're an
thing.
expert in that.
Just to add to what David said, that a national federation is important because sometimes your government support the athlete through a national federation. It's mandatory and it's in the law. So, for instance, if you want to have support from the government financially in Brazil, they are not going to appoint you in which one is the national federation because they can't. It is in the constitution. Sports is free, and you have free association. But when it comes to support the athlete financially, it tells you this athlete should participate in a national event through a national federation, through a South American, a Pan-American, and then international, and then Olympic. And your support grows up and up and up. Can you imagine an esport team having support of $5,000 for each athlete? It's a wonderful thing, wonderful thing. On the other hand, you promote equality, and also you give the athlete a ranking system. He will have a value. How can you tell how much is the pass of Cristiano Ronaldo, for instance? Because he is building a career, a ranked career. We have the memory of his career. We can follow up him. And that's the thing. We need that on esports. Otherwise, it's only entertainment. And we are dealing with something very precious for them. It's their dream, it's their hope. And we have to have responsibility for that. That's the role of the national federations or continental ones.
And I think if I can just add an example, it's not national federation, but the International Federation of World Triathlon did something similar that is amazing. They have created a partnership with Super League Triathlon. That is a new way of doing triathlon. It's super speed triathlon between virtual sports and real sports. You are swimming in a pool, but you are running in a treadmill, and you are cycling on an indoor bike to Zwift. And what they have done that is amazing is that there is a tour of Super League Triathlon, 5 to 6 events a year all over the world. And they have integrated the ranking into the world ranking. You are winning points through the Super League Triathlon, the virtual discipline, and it's added into the world ranking. So this is also contributing to the development of this new discipline, because the best athletes that are winning points to qualify for the Olympics go to Super League Triathlon to win points, and because it's more fun, it's entertaining. And so I think it's exactly what you said. Is about also integrating more and more how we can do it in terms of global thing and not just separate topics.
Also,
Okay,
yeah,
just
if
one
I-
closing because we have to finish, but yeah, go.
Thank you. So if I just add a little very shortly to what Daniel said and what Vincent said, we only talk about federation now, but actually the social system, whether they accept our esports or not, and also it's gonna decide our player status. Because now, of course, our athlete is the core part of our esports. And then, for example, if I really recognize an athlete, then, for example, like a Korea case, they have a system to provide a scholarship or education opportunity after retirement. So they go to overseas and get a support from government side. But if they don't have such a status, then they cannot. So that's why I think National Federation with the esports community once we get a recognition from, let's say, IOC or traditional sports side, then we can have a maybe equal status so that our players can be protected and also can be given an opportunity as well.
It's question and answer time.
Sorry?
Q&A time?
Yes.
No, but you know what I wanted to say to what Daniel mentioned just a second ago about the national federation's role to foster and not just make events? I think it goes hand in hand. We do grassroots development, education, preparation on the way, as you said, from zero to hero. I don't agree with the zero, but definitely on the way to hero. So it's all together, just we need to map it right. And if we map it right, we will do something good for the society and for the environment.
And also I don't want to make any distinction about virtual sport, e-sport, etc. So to give very concrete example, we work with the IOC to produce the current Olympic virtual sports series.
There's a new name.
There's a new name coming, and which is virtual sport, like it was described. I'm glad it's all going into e-sport now, which is great, because it's all e-sport. You can have, the example is perfect. You can combine physical activity and virtual simulation. But also League of Legends is also, for me, is also a sport. And I don't want to make any distinction here about, everything.
Agree 100%.
That's what matters. It's all about, giving the chance for everyone to go up to climb the ladder, play competitively, And this is just the normal evolution of the history of playing sport and being competitive, and proud of increasing our skills. So that's very, very important. I know it's a lot of reluctance about esport. It's very natural, actually. This is a normal movement, so that's always our message.
I want to add to that. The IOC, I think, now understands that esports is not a simulation or a playing of a game that's sport-related. And actually, the community of the people who are doing virtual simulations is the same community as the people who are doing the actual sport. To reach the target of the young community of esports athletes and players, you need to step outside of that comfort-only sport simulation zone, which is a benefit for the people playing esports that we strongly believe are the future sport and the current sport due to technology, unifying both together.
I agree to all of that, and coming from a country where esports is recognized both by the government, by the ministry, and by the Olympic Committee, the progress we had since then multiplied by 10 times. We get support, we get recognition, it's easier for visas. Whatever the athletes need, the government is there to provide. We need place for them to practice, they give us the place. The Olympic Committee is giving, because they have a training place. They give us the place for them to go and train physical. They're giving us their doctors to help them. They're teaching them how to not have stage fright, how to not be nervous on competitions. So it has tremendous value for our country. And the good thing is that maybe because of that we are either number 1 or number 2 in the competitions that we are playing, because they feel like they really represent something officially for someone.
Number 1, number 2, wait until you face some Brazilians.
I'm talking Europe, sorry. And I'll see you in Bali. Okay. Do we have, okay. Questions? Can we get a mic? From the other side.
It's coming to you.
Hi, thanks for the great panel. My question to you is, all of you are leaders in esports, and none of you would be sitting here if it wasn't for the gamers. The gamers are the reason we're all here, and I would like to hear your vision, because we are aware of the problems that governments are facing, schools, education, people transitioning from gamers to careers. What is your vision for these athletes, and how do you see them progressing in the day-to-day lives?
We have only time one guy to answer, so.
Yeah, it's a large question. I think just to be very, just to be very short, I think gaming is changing the world. It's already started 40 years ago. If you look, this is the biggest form of entertainment. Esport is also a consequence of that, and it will become the biggest sport on the planet also. There's no doubt about that. It will take some time to catch up with football, but I think everything else is already behind. So if you look very well, again, the audience is there. The sustainability is not already there because there is still a difficulty for the monetization. You have to say that. It's difficult for teams, it's difficult for organizers, it's difficult for a lot of people out there, but gaming is changing everything. So to your question, I think the whole society is changing. How we do education, how we do sport, how we do business, how we do everything. And I'm just talking about education, but if you continue to do education like we did in the 19th century, having a teacher telling people and they just have to listen, it's not going to work. So I think gamers will have a second life, a third life, an afterlife, also as athletes, also if they stop their career with 25. There will be plenty of jobs. We have plenty of jobs in the company. People can be coached, they can become also a caster, they can also make career in esports. This is an industry, and the whole gaming is anyway a good skill that can lead you anywhere. So,
just to add to that, one point that National Federation can give you is the safe place for someone to start as an athlete in esports, because we can educate and add values to their parents, bring them to an understanding, guide them, and tell them, look, this is a safe place. Your children, your kids are okay, because we have this kind of a standard for education, this kind of a standard for an athlete to be an athlete, and also social development, and so on and so forth. It's not just getting in control, going to a game and playing for 40 hours, evading a school. That's quite the opposite.
And I think if we are talking about esports athletes that are the top level athletes, it's also really about education as we're doing in sports. It's about teaching them since the beginning that they need to think about the life after that and what are the possibilities they have. And how we can do it is through education, through continuously teaching them that it's not the end of their lives. This is just a step. And going through these, what we're doing with, and this is why also we think at the IOC that we can bring something to the esports community, is that we have a lot of tools. What we're doing with athletes, with Athlete 365 program is about bringing a future for them. They are doing the Olympics, good. Are they winning a lot of money? Not all of them. So they also need to think about what is their professional career in the future. Is it in sports? Is it outside? This is a question. But what we need is to bring some tools to them and educate them and giving them, I think, the highlight of what they can do after that. And this is going through education for sure, and tools that we need to provide to them.
Thank you. We're going to close for questions. We have one online. I'm going to read it. Where and when is the meeting point of all organizations, IOC, ISF, and all continental federations? This is a simple answer. From 30 November till 12 December in Bali, we are all going to be there, united, together. And that's where everybody will be, and we will have a lot of discussions there. So now, before finishing, I would just like to, once again, thank you, Vincent, for coming here, for representing IOC. And on behalf of the World Esports, ISF, our family, I would like to welcome you to this journey that all of us have been walking for 20 years, 15 years, 30 years, Daniel. And in that, Vlad will present a small token of appreciation.
Oh, it's for me?
For you, yes. Thank you.
Welcome to the family.
Let's take a photo, please, also.
Everybody, we are united. Come on.
All right, everybody. I would like to thank the panelists and Boban for moderating that. It was back and forth. I don't know how he kept it all straight. With a very, very in-depth look at esports organizations, and with the IOC hopefully on board, you know, the limit, it's endless here. All right, everybody, there is no limit. So that was the last of 8 sessions of We Summit 22. My name is Andrew Murphy, and it has been my tremendous honor to be part of this event in my home city, Busan, South Korea. Before we sign off, I want to welcome back to the stage President of the International Esports Federation, Vlad Marinescu, to give the closing remarks here at We Summit 22. He'll get on here somehow.
So we're at the end, so we're going to keep it brief and to the point. I'd like to first of all begin by thanking once again, first of all, our Master of Ceremony. Superb job keeping us in line, in time, and entertained. At the same time, I think that we have had some amazing panels, some amazing remarks. I think that we have managed to share together here at the We Summit in the Busan Esports Arena insights from all of the people that are involved in esports, all the stakeholders of the ecosystem. Insights that by sharing together allow us to develop and to grow. Of course, this summit could not have been possible without the support from BIPA and MCST, the Ministry of Culture, Tourism and Sport of Korea. We are very grateful for your support, for supporting esports from its infancy, from its creation until today, and helping us to exchange and lead the way to the future. It's very simple. We are stronger together, and we must stay together and continue on our path, because what we're doing definitely changes the world. Finally, not the least important, I'd like to thank the entire staff and team of the IESF for making us so welcome here in Busan, our headquarters, and making sure that we are doing our job on time, well-fed, well-kept. Thank you all. See you soon. The next place where we meet, as our General Secretary mentioned, is the World Championship, the WE Championship in Bali, December 1 through December 12th. See you in Bali. All the best.
Now we need to give